Hey, good morning, everyone. This is Pal Ponder on Weather coming to you live here. I think I'm live. Well, we're doing a hurricane coverage today. So we've got a lot to talk about. Man, things have just exploded overnight with Hurricane Ian. Potentially, we're nearing category 5 strength, guys. I mean, it's 155 miles an hour. The National Hurricane Center is updating every single hour now. And literally overnight, about 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, it hit a zone where it just rapidly intensified and deepened to a strong category 4 hurricane. It's got 155 miles an hour. Top sustained winds right now about 115 miles an hour. So what you're looking at is the current radar, and this is a view from the Port Charlotte area right now. So it's definitely a formidable eye. It's a serious situation unfolding currently right now. They've got extreme wind warnings, we've got tornado watches, we've got 2 feet of rain potentially coming for Florida. We've got, this is marks it up there, right up there to one of those historic events of all time, especially for western part of Florida. This is kind of a rare event. I mean, if it does happen to go up to a category 5, we've only had 4 hurricanes hit the US and made landfall as a category 5 when we're only about 2 miles away from that. And landfall looks to be, probably between the 2 and 4 o'clock time frame. So we're not that far off. And it doesn't look, I mean, look at the the circumference of this eye right now. I mean, it really doesn't, it looks pretty close to me. I mean, it doesn't really look like there's nothing really going to be able to stop this thing from lessening on impact. So we see another hurricane, unfortunately, see rapid intensification, and we see it more or less maxing out right before landfall, unfortunately. So good morning, everyone. Hey, Stormy, how are you doing? Hey, Catherine. Hey, Ross, how's it going, buddy? Hey, Deborah. Hey, Deborah. Hey, curious to see a tropical storm. Is this our first one since moving from Ponder to Savannah, Georgia? Yeah, so this is going to be a big storm. I mean, it's going to be hitting Florida in the next couple hours. Storm surge is just next to almost in historic. I mean, I posted a video this morning, but I'll just go over some of the latest updates from the National Hurricane Center, and it's really bad, guys. I mean, we're talking storm surge is possibly up to 12 to 18 feet and in and around the Bonita Springs area, the Inglewood area. So you can see where the eye is. So anywhere from, say, Sarasota to Cape Coral to Inglewood to Port Charlotte, yeah, you could be looking at potentially historic storm surge of 12 to 18 feet. So this storm has shifted. We talked about the trough and the strength of the trough, and originally it looked like Tampa was going to be taking a direct hit from this system, but the trough was basically too strong. And every update, and we highlighted this, it kept moving a little bit further south and a little bit more eastward. So one of two things happened essentially. So once it started feeling the effects of that trough, unfortunately, since we're having a sooner landfall than what was expected just a day or two ago, that is going to keep the intensity. And that's one of the reasons why the intensity is stronger than what was expected, because it's basically less time over water. I mean, less time before it hits land, and it's shifting more northeast versus north, and it doesn't run into that shear. So it has slowed down to, unfortunately, 9 miles an hour. So it's going to be, a prolific rain event. It's going to be a prolific wind event. They've got extreme wind warnings. You basically hardly ever
call my wife real quick.
You hardly ever see that. Let me turn that down. So right now we're tapping into a camera from the Port Charlotte area of a storm chaser right now on this storm, this historic storm that's unfolding. So you can definitely see the eye for those of you who are just tuning in. Hey, Snowies, how are you doing? You live in Daytona? Yeah, this is going to be an inland flooding threat, big historic threat. Here's a tornado watch. We have tornadoes, tropical funnels are are big risk for especially these big tornadoes like this. So it's got a ton of energy. I mean, it's almost like it's zapping all the energy out of the atmosphere, really, for the whole United States. People have been asking me, like, what's happening in the rest of the country? There's really not much. I mean, you're expecting some just really nice weather. I mean, there's entire states that won't even see a drop of rain for the next 7 days. It literally pulls all the energy out of the atmosphere and just going to pummel it over Florida and then right up the East Coast, portions of Georgia into the Southeast. This whole swath here from Cape Coral to North Charlotte to Sarasota to even Orlando. I mean, Daytona Beach, this whole swath here could be looking at almost up to 2 feet of rain just in the next 48 hours. So this is a very high impact event. So let's look at the latest update from the National Hurricane Center. Hey, Roy, how's it going? Terrifying plane reports. Also just saw a comparison that this is basically twice as big as the eye of Charlie. Wow. Yeah, so Charlie was 2004, and I think that one dropped down to a 941 millibar. It got down to category 4. I think it was 150 mile per hour when it came ashore. But yeah, some of these, one of the historic things that happened last night is the National Hurricane Center, and they talked about this, at the beginning of hurricane season, that they were going to be testing out these drones and be able to fly them into the storm. And so this is kind of historic, unfolding. We get this drone that they dropped in last night, and it was able to test a lot of the areas and fly around for an extended period of time rather than those drop zones they usually drop that just land in the ocean. So they were able to calculate and get more data and more data, and all that just gets extrapolated to the weather models. And when they sent out about 60 of those one day, that's when say, hey, this thing could be making landfall potentially in Tampa. And then the trough was a little bit, stronger, and then it gradually shifted a little bit further off to the south and southeast. But yeah, it was historic data coming in from the National Hurricane Center with those drone footage. And then we saw rapid deepening. I mean, it came off the coast of Cuba, and it made landfall as a 952 millibar low pressure in Cuba. It came off land at 963, and it stayed about 120 miles an hour. And then we talked about no shear in the Gulf. It had just great synoptic setup as far as breath to allow this storm to strengthen. And because it took more of a northeast turn and did not feel the effects of that shear, then it was able to rapidly intensify and be within that zone and take advantage of all these warm waters that are basically sitting off the coast of Florida here. So that's essentially what happened. It went really from 120 miles an hour to 155 just in a matter of about 3 or 4 hours. That's pretty historic. I mean, that's rapid intensification. The classification of that is 35 miles an hour within a 24 hour time frame, and it did it in 4 hours. So that just goes to show you that how just rapidly intense and deepening that occurred. And we might not be done yet. I mean, they're still sampling the storm. Like I said, we're right on the cusp of this, historic, potentially category 5 landfall. At this point, I think it doesn't matter about the category because the impacts are going to be the same. I mean, it's literally 5 hours from landfall, and it's only moving at 9 miles an hour. So this the latest update. Northeast. So let's So how's it going, everybody? Oh, from Maine. Thanks for tuning in from Maine. Is it coming to Daytona? Yeah. So let's talk about the track here for a second. So let's take that off. Let's put on the track here. Yeah. Thanks for tuning in, guys. I think we're going to be here, a good chunk of the day. Obviously, this is an historic event. I mean, I was up early this morning, right? I mean, I haven't had much sleep last night checking out this storm. This is a big deal, guys. This is a huge storm that's happening for Florida, and it could be one of the biggest ones they've seen in an extremely long time. It's been since Michael, since they had a major hurricane. That was back in 2018. Of course, that one rapidly intensified to a Category 5 hurricane as it came ashore. Right? I mean, these things just keep adding. We had obviously Ida last year. I mean, rapidly intensifying right before it made landfall. So unfortunately, we keep seeing this happening. So, but here's the latest update from the National Hurricane Center. Gosh, let me take all these colors off so you can actually see this. Okay, now you can see this a little better. So let me zoom in. So this is where the storm is at now, and it's expected to make. This is between Cape Coral and there's Inglewood. So this is where the storm could make landfall based on the National Hurricane Center track, the latest track. So it's expected to make landfall anywhere between basically Cape Coral and Sarasota. But you know, ideally, it looks like to be right around the Inglewood area. That's where they've got, that 12 to 18-foot storm surge that is forecasted, and it looks to be, basically a Category 4 when it makes landfall. I would say in the next 6 to 7 hours, it's expected to make landfall, moving at 9 miles an hour north northeast. And this is going to be traveling north northeast, and still a Category 1 formidable hurricane still over the central part of Florida here. And then it's going to be basically traveling right over Orlando. It's going to be over Orlando sometime tomorrow afternoon, about 1 o'clock. So you're already feeling the effects now, but you're going to be feeling the hurricane force winds in Orlando by the time you wake up tomorrow morning, but especially as we get into the afternoon hours in Orlando. And then it drifts into Daytona Beach. So this whole swath basically inundates. Oh, they just updated. So this is the new update. Okay, so it comes ashore as a Category 4, and then potentially drops down to a 3 as it crosses over Inglewood, gets into more or less the Arcadia area, and then still a major hurricane, continuing as a major hurricane all the way really until Orlando. And then it drops down to a formidable tropical storm in and around the Orlando area with 70-mile-per-hour winds and then 85-mile-per-hour gust. And this would be taking it directly over the Daytona Beach area as well. And then unfortunately it puts it back over the open waters. So now it puts it back over the open waters. The good thing is it doesn't have that much time to re-strengthen, but it's definitely not going to be able to lose much of anything before it makes another secondary landfall as probably a tropical storm, a strong tropical storm by then, near the Savannah area or near the Charleston area. And this will just continue inland through Columbia, as well as the Charlotte area back into Greensboro, as just kind of a very heavy rain setup. So we could be looking at, a prolonged event. If you really zoom this out, we can see where we started, right? We talked about once Fiona got out of the way, right? We really set this up on my channel. I literally talked about this, since, what was it? The 19th. Back on the 19th, we highlighted the synoptic setup of this storm coming in. Once Fiona got out of the way and hit Nova Scotia, that really cleared the runway for this system. So it was able to sneak in underneath. It eliminated a lot of the dry air. Once it got past into the Western Caribbean, it really got going, because this was really just untapped waters all year long, because it really hasn't been that busy of a hurricane season. And then it tapped into all that peak potential, that deep ocean content that they have stored in the Caribbean this time of year. And then it crossed over Cuba. It basically didn't even phase the storm. And then it felt the shift of the trough into the East Coast. And then as it was feeling that, it was able to steer it more northeast, and it didn't go north and be impacted by the shear and have a lesser storm. It kept its intensity. And in fact, it was able to really deeply intensify into a major hurricane, and then now here's where we are now, into that category 4, if not almost category 5 hurricane, as it's coming ashore, bring in just kind of a historic, storm surge of 12 to 18 feet. So we had, what was it, 2.5 million people? I mean, 2.5 million people were set to evacuate out of Florida with this particular system, because that, at first it was Tampa or in along that area, about 300,000 people were ordered to evacuate. And then as the storm started shifting more of a southeast, and then it was coming in sooner too, so you had less of a time to make that decision, say, hey, am I staying or am I going? And then of course traffic was a nightmare. And then now the storm is basically right on the cusp, so it's definitely too late to leave now. And so now we got to just hope for the best, right? I mean, we already know this is going to be, it already is going to be going under the worst case scenario category, because it's basically we're higher than what any model had it, right? That's what makes this kind of, like jaw dropping, because none of the models actually had it all the way down to a 930 where it is now. It did not have it, not ahead of time. So we essentially didn't really have that much lead time with this storm as far as projecting, hey, we could be looking at a even more serious situation than what we were looking at. So that really just compounds the events when it goes from a 130 hurricane to now we're talking 155 hurricane, not over the open waters, but making landfall as a 155 versus what it was just 2 days ago, making landfall as potentially 190 mile per hour hurricane. So this is a huge difference in impacts of what we're seeing. So that's why the storm surge has just gone up prolifically, and it made this just more or less a kind of a worst case scenario setup, unfortunately, for Florida. So this could be one of the biggest events they've seen, almost in all time. I mean, really, for the west coast of Florida to potentially see a 12 to 16, even up towards the 18-foot storm surge, I don't think that's ever happened, guys. I mean, I hope it doesn't happen, but this is just kind of experimental data based on the forward trajectory, the angle of the storm coming in, and the overall winds and the speed of the system. It's projected that they could be looking at potentially that high of a storm surge with this system. So that's the danger. That's why they've got the extreme wind warnings. We've got, obviously, excessive rain. Excessive rain is going to be compounding onto the storm surge with this setup. So yeah, it's going to be a long time, and we're going to be dealing with it all day today. We got it essentially all day tomorrow. Right now it's projected to be over Orlando about 1 o'clock in the afternoon tomorrow, and it's not going to get offshore until the overnight into Friday. So we're talking a good solid 2 full days, 48 hours. It's literally going to be over the state of Florida, doing all kinds of damage. So this is going to be prolonged impacts for an extended period of time with this storm. Impacting a huge populations. Millions of people are going to be impacted from this particular storm. So, and then it's not over, right? It goes back into the open waters. Then it goes, lessens. It doesn't be nearly as a storm as it hit Florida, but it definitely appears to make a secondary landfall as a tropical storm, at least a strong tropical storm by then, anywhere around the borderline of Georgia into South Carolina sometime on Friday, probably late Friday. And then that steers northbound, dumping all the heavier rain, lifting it through Georgia, through South Carolina, all the way through North Carolina as well. And it'll eventually creep up into Virginia and even portions of West Virginia. So yeah, but anywhere really along the East Coast here could be looking at, some higher rain amounts, as everything is just going to be pushed eastward. So yeah, we're talking widespread impacts. And it's definitely not looking good for Florida, Brian. That is for sure. So But yeah, that's the latest track that's this system for Ian. Yeah, the I name storms is just something to them. Once we get to this time of year, it's typically the I name storms follow right around peak, peak hurricane time, peak season. Historically, hurricane season tops out around September the 10th, and then obviously it was really light. We only had three named storms until August. I mean, it was the slowest start to a hurricane season since the 1940s. And then all of a sudden, it just went. The top came off. The first 2 days, we had two named storms back to back, and then so now we're dealing with all the 5 or 6 storms we've had so far in September, and I think we even have a new storm, or at least a tropical depression out there that just got tropical depression number 11 that just got named uh, as I was making the live coverage. So, and that's probably going to be Julia. But most of the guidance on Julia is, it's just out in the open waters. I don't think that one's going to be a threat to land. It's going to be just kind of a fish storm. So I think it's going to form probably sometime the next day or so. Uh, but once it forms, it'll just basically be pulled out to the open water. So that's good. Hey, wasn't Andrew one of the big ones too? Yeah, 1992, Andrew hit. Let's highlight this. Let me get the chart because I posted. I like the history of stuff. You know me. I like my stats. So here's yeah. So all right. So here's the laundry list of storms that hit Florida as a Category 5 or Category 4 storm. We've been dealing with these storms. We've been tracking these storms, at least the National Hurricane Center has, all the way back since 1851. That's how far back we can go back in records. They've been keeping track of these storms. And yeah, the last one we had was Michael back in 2018. That was a formidable Category 5 that it got upgraded after the fact, and now was only the fourth Category 5 in U.S. history that have made landfall. So if Ian makes a Category 5 status and makes landfall as a Category 5, that will be only 5 storms in history that hit the United States as a Category 5. But the biggest one ever was that Labor Day hurricane back in 1935 that topped out about 185 miles an hour down to 892 millibar low pressure. And then, like they mentioned, Andrew, that bottomed out at 922, came ashore as a Category 5, 165-mile-per-hour winds in Florida. So Florida's had some big storms. I'm just kind of look at the list here. They've got about 12 to 15 Category 4 or 5 storms, over the 170-year history. But the last one was Michael back in 2018. But yeah, so we've got numerous tornado watches, and we've got some warnings issued out. Um, yeah, so there's a tornado watch really right along the coast here. So all these areas in yellow here, what you're seeing, that is a tornado watch that we currently have. So that is a known thing that could happen with these tropical systems because the atmosphere is obviously spinning. So you get these quick spin ups, and with these tropical systems, or these tropical funnels, more or less, and that's where we're at. I mean, we're just going to be a high impact event, all around with the makings of Ian. AF landfall in Sarasota, it will be the first in 80 years. Yeah, so it looks like it's probably going to be landing, I guess, hypothetically, just probably south of Sarasota. My guess right now would be somewhere around the Inglewood area. But yeah, it's crawling. It's only moving at 9 miles an hour. This basically landfall is when the center. You got to have the center of the eye crossing land. So once this center, more than half of the center crosses land, that would be your official landfall. of where the storm comes in. So right now the trajectory is somewhere around the Inglewood area, but obviously Sarasota would take a huge brunt. And this storm is about 300 miles wide. So I mean, don't be concentrated on the actual center, because impacts are well away from the center for sure. But I mean, look, it's got a closed off circulation. I mean, it's almost closing off again, right? It's got a tight circumference. Basically, it's got no plans of weakening anytime soon. So if you ever see a closed off eye like that, especially a shrinking eye, then that's a dangerous setup for rapid deepening. And we're not seeing any indications that this is going to be, having some sort of drastic weakening before landfall. That's not the case. So right now we can only hope it holds its bay and stays where it's at, but not get any higher and deeper, because it still could, as with that closed low like it is. It came out what they call an eye wall replacement cycle. So whenever that happened last night, it actually formed basically a secondary eye wall on the outer edge. And typically when that happens, you get some sort of lull in the intensity, but the wind field expands. The strange thing about this one, not only did the wind field expand, but we got a deepening when it came out of that eye wall replacement cycle. It didn't really stop it very much at all. I mean, if it anything. And then once it came out of that eye wall replacement cycle, then it was like all engines go. I mean, it just literally hit the juice and it just exploded, 35 mile per hour wind increase and just a 4-hour time span. And it could have been 3. It was pretty incredible to watch such rapid deepening like that. And I'm sure the hurricane hunters were like, every time they dropped one of those things, it was like, 952, 947, 941, 940, 937, 936. They kept getting and sampling different, pieces of the hurricane, because they basically fly through all the quadrants, and they get the extrapolated wind field. And so right now we're looking at it at 937 millibar low pressure. Great coverage. We have crews down there to assist in the power registration. Oh, hey, Willie, how's it going? Good to see you, buddy. Yeah, so let me look at, obviously, power outages are going to be a huge concern with this storm. Okay, so right now, oh wow, so we've got, last time I looked, it was 50,000, and we're up to 272 customers without power right now in Florida. And the customers tracked is 11 million, but 272, and it's obviously it's not even made landfall yet. So, and with Fiona just the other day or last week, we still got 342,000 people in Puerto Rico without power. Yeah, so power outages are going to be prolific around all in Florida. I would imagine it's going to go well past 1 million as the storm comes ashore and really starts to take hold of a good chunk of real estate in Florida. But you can see the outer bands. I mean, you don't have to be right by the center to get impacts from this storm. I mean, it impacts well away from center, right? I mean, it's at 300 miles. It could even be bigger than that after that eye wall replacement cycle. But impacts well away from center. I know Key West last night, they had I think I read the biggest storm surge, the third biggest since 1913, even down in the Key West. There's a lot of homes that got flooded out in and around that area, cars. So it's already doing a lot of damage even before it makes landfall, because it's so close right now. Hey, just came to say hi. I normally watch you every day. Hey, I appreciate it. Hey, no problem. I understand. A lot of weather guys are live right now, right? I mean, I looked at like every weather guy on YouTube is live. So, but I appreciate you tuning in. Hey, when do you expect it to make landfall? Yeah, I'm thinking anywhere between say 2 and 4 o'clock. It's not that far away. It's moving north northeast at 9 miles an hour, and you can see the coastline. It's not that far. I mean, it's literally on the cusp of it right now. So I'm thinking between 2 and 4 o'clock, we could be looking at a landfall, but it's only moving 9 and it is moving north northeast. So the trajectory is essentially north, north northeast bound. And I do feel somewhere around the Inglewood area um, is where it's probably going to be coming ashore and then lifting, north northeast and eventually taking more of a northeast turn versus a north northeast turn, heading up and towards the Orlando area. Hey, in Palm Harbor, Tampa Bay, we have light winds, light rain, power. Yeah, fortunately for you, it did move a little bit further south. So you're still going to get impacts, no question. You're going to get impacts, but definitely not the not the dangerous impacts that they were forecasting just maybe 2 days ago with that impact. So it's pros and cons with what Ian happened. Originally, it was going to be impacting, or in and around the Tampa area, around a 100-mile-per-hour hurricane, strong Category 2 hurricane. And obviously that would have devastating impacts, but be felt with more of the ridge. I mean, more of that trough that's just further to the north. But that's not the case. If this trough was a little bit stronger than what was indicated in a lot of the model guidance, and it kept on picking up and say, hey, it's stronger and stronger, and it kept on pushing it south, southeast. And so now it's not that far away, but the setup is further south. The difference is between, say, Tampa and Inglewood. I'm not sure exactly how far that is, but that's been the difference in the model guidance just over the last 48 hours. So it has shifted. It hasn't shifted that much, but obviously it would be dramatic impacts. But the difference was now that, it moved more northeast, it didn't feel the effects of that trough as much, right? So it had little to no impact on weakening because it's not affected by that shear. And it's kind of in that perfect zone where it's just far enough away that it's not being affected from that. And it looks like it's close enough to land now. It's going to make landfall as a really powerful 4, potentially low end 5, without feeling the effects of that shear. But once it gets into the middle of, Florida towards Orlando, it's the combination of land. Obviously, it's going to weaken it. And then the combination of that shear it's going to be running into. But then when, of course, it shears out, when it shears out a storm, it just gets even bigger. So then, even when the eye passes you, you're going to get back into effects for a prolonged period of time. So Florida's got, literally 48 hours that they're under the gun and going to be inundated with all kinds of, extreme high winds, torrential rains, and, prolific storm surge, if not almost historic storm surge, down there by Bonita Springs. Hey, yes, brother, you're the best weather coverage, even better than the Weather Channel. I appreciate it. It's like the most weather personalities are just personalities. You can trust the true forecast. I like the science of it. I've been, I've been following stuff, really since I was 8 years old, and I fell in love with the weather back when Alicia hit my home in 1983. So I've been following this stuff for a long time, and obviously I've seen many, many hurricanes, and but this one, they're all different, right? Every hurricane, every storm, they're all kind of different in their own aspects, and this one was, definitely unique. I mean, it's kind of a rarity that you get storms like this that just are ahead of the models, right? I mean, it was basically ahead of every single model out there. Even the most bullish models of the hurricane models, and saying, hey, this was going to drop to a 940 something. And I was like, it didn't beat everything else, right? It was the far outlier. But not only did it beat that, did it even went lower than that. So that's what was like jaw dropping, overnight, to see this rapid deepening. And then even I pointed out this morning in my update, when the models started to initialization, it was still higher. it was still higher than what the actual storm was doing at the current moment. So that just goes to show you that it was model busting storm. That's the only way I can put it. It's a model busting storm that it was basically so strong. We see that sometimes with big Arctic outbreaks, that the cold air is just so strong. There's not one model that says, hey, it's going to be dropping this low. It's basically the same thing that happened with this particular storm. It was just ahead of everything, and it outdid any data that we can give you ahead of time, to saying, hey, this has the potential to do this. Well, not only did it have the potential, it went past that. And so that's where we're at. And then unfortunately, it's not out in the open waters in the Gulf, like maybe Katrina, when it hit like a Cat 5 and it was 175 mile per hour, and then it was still well away from the shore. And then luckily it still died down. It still made big impacts. But this storm, just like Michael, we're talking rapid intensification. And we saw that with, Ida, and so we've been seeing these more and more storms, basically rapid intensify, like right before they come ashore. I mean, like they're basically at their peak, like they're at their peak intensity as they make landfalls. This is happening more and more and more and more because, we get all these warm waters, and that was the concern this year. So that, hey, it's going to be a bust. It's not going to happen. Hurricane season's done. The bad thing is nothing really happened for a long, long time. So now that we had something, it just basically had just plenty fuel. There's no upwelling. I mean, it was untapped waters. Hardly anything came through the Caribbean and came through the Gulf of Mexico. A lot of the stuff went off into Mexico, but there has been nothing really all season long in and around the Gulf of Mexico. And it was just basically an untapped atmosphere. And we got deep into September, basically more or less prime time, hurricane season. And it just had all the jet fuel that was needed in a kind of a perfect scenario to really have all the dynamics come together and just rapidly deepen and, just taking advantage of the whole situation that was on the table for the storm. And that's where we're at. So as we keep moving through time, the coastline is now getting some of that outer eye wall. I mean, so they're starting to get, and that's why we have it. We have an extreme wind warning. This is basically, you hardly ever see that. Storm surge warning. This is your storm surge warning. We're talking about threat to life and property, includes all kinds of aspects of, extreme winds. We're talking life-threatening wind, surge, potential. There it is. I mean, potential of 12 to 18 feet. I mean, I've personally never seen it on the west coast of Florida. Obviously, the average person 6 feet. And then most homes first story is 10, 12 feet. So you're talking about a 12-foot surge would cover literally most homes in the first floor. That's catastrophic, guys. So anybody that's anybody along the coast that's by those little coastal regions that have the potential to see that type of storm surge, they're not going to have anywhere to go. If that happens, I mean, they're going to be hanging out on their roof. It's just not a pretty situation that could potentially unfold as this storm comes in. Yeah, let's switch to the satellite. Yeah, so here's your latest simulated satellite, and you can actually see it because I've got the lightning strikes on this. So whenever you see, basically a sign of strengthening still is lightning around the center, and we're still seeing that. I mean, we're still seeing numerous lightning strikes along that outer wall, and this is more defined as where the eye is. that's not that far, right? So it's literally about to start to approach the coastline as we speak. And there's Cape Coral, there's Inglewood, and there is Sarasota. And remember, it is moving north northeast, and storms do wobble, right? The track is north northeast, but they could wobble a little bit more eastward at time and wobble a little bit more north at time. But the main trajectory is basically right on the cusp and making landfall. And there's if you really zoom in here, we can actually see the lightning display around all quadrants, right? I mean, we got a little bit of clearance on the south side, but that just gives you an indication. And these darker blacks and browns here, those are your colder cloud tops. And so we've got some on either side of the storm. So that still gives you an indication that this storm is holding its own. It's not weakening in no form of fashion by far. I don't see any openness or any clearance out of this to weaken this storm before land. Like I said, we only have to hope that it doesn't get any stronger than what it is now, because it still could potentially get stronger a little bit because it's not technically on land yet. So the center, the basically how they calculate landfall is this center of the storm has to be ideally more than 51% on land. So it's not going to be an official landfall. And this is only moving 9 miles an hour. So, as you say, it's pretty close right now, but it's only moving 9 miles an hour. So even with this, we could still take 4 hours to make landfall, right? Because it's still moving at 9 miles an hour times 4 is 36 miles. And the center has to be, over, 51% over land to classify as an official landfall. So yeah, that's why I was like, hey, it more or less looks between Cape Coral and but especially Inglewood, heading into the afternoon hours. Hey, I've got family south of Sarasota and Vero Beach. How does it look? It looks bad. Sarasota is going to get hard. I mean, this what we're looking at here is the eye right now, and let me zoom this out so you can actually see where we're at. Yeah, so yeah, if you're tuning in from south of Sarasota, yeah, there it is with the eye. You're not that far away, and that's just the center of the storm. So you got impacts well away from the center. Sarasota, with most model guidance, was looking at anywhere from a foot to 2 foot of rain. So you've got storm surge. You're in that zone where they could get some of that 12-foot storm surge. You've got possibly 1 to 2 feet of rain. Compounding on that. So you got storm surge basically with the wind pushing the ocean inland, and then you just got the rain compounding on that because it's only moving at 9 miles an hour. And I'm thinking it actually slows down maybe even a tad bit more because it's going to be feeling the effects of that trough here shortly. And so it could slow down to even less than that, or even potentially stall out. A lot of the model guidance was hinting at that. So it looks like we've got a possible tornado warning. Yeah, this is a tornado warning for West Central Highlands County and South Central Florida. It looks like there's a developing storm that has the potential to drop a tornado that's capable of producing a tornado that was located 10 miles west of Lake Placid, that was moving northwest about 45 miles an hour with this storm. So yeah, we're gonna have tornadoes is going to be a huge concern. We're already under tornado watch for a good chunk of the outer coast here of Florida. So we're going to be looking at little quick spin up, possibly tornadoes. Some of them touch down, a lot of them don't, but we're probably going to be getting numerous tornado warnings unfolding. And these could be like little quick spin up tornadoes, drop a funnel, get some lowering in the atmosphere, and then lift back up as the storm comes through. So obviously you're not going to be able to see these things. You got blinding rain at the time. A lot of these are going to be rain wrapped tornadoes. And like I said, some of them are going to be tropical funnels, which is just basically a funnel without lowering to the atmosphere. But we are going to be looking at some tropical funnels that are able to touch the ground, and could be like just quick movers. And but you're not going to be able to see these things because of the blinding rain and the higher winds already associated with the hurricane in itself. Hey, I've been meaning to ask you, what is the dirty side of the storm? It's always the east side. So you got more or less a kind of a counterclockwise flow. So if you're looking at this counterclockwise flow of the storm, yeah, most storms are, the dirty side, as they call it. The most heavily weighted is the right front quadrant of the storm. With this storm, and like I said, every storm can be different, right? But this storm's pretty compact. So, but typically we got the highest wind speed, the highest just instability, the lowest barometric pressure, and the right front quadrant of the storm. And some storms that are sheared, I mean, not it doesn't it's not 100% bulletproof because some storms are sheared off that it could be left side loaded. It's a more of a rarity, but it can happen. We see that a lot. We probably saw that last year with some of those storms in the Northeast that it hit the colder waters, and then once it hit the colder waters, it spread out and elongated and it pushed everything inland. So it basically, on the right side, you had nothing, which historically you have all the most, but everything was sheared off and it hit that colder waters and spread out. So that put all the instability, um, on the left side of the storm. And I would say that's more of a rarity. But yes, that's why I would say every storm is different. There's no cut and dry to this stuff. Every storm acts differently, and every storm has its own unique characteristics, which makes up the storm. So that's what makes it challenging, if you will, to forecast these things and how it's all going to act and play out. Um, Hey, do you see the eye deforming? No, I mean, I really don't. It's pretty compact. It's pretty solid. It's got fairly good circumference on either side. So I mean, I don't really see anything to stop this from weakening more than what it is. I think it's going to hold its own until landfall, and I think that's the official forecast from the National Hurricane Center. It looks like they got the 11 a.m. They don't have the noon update, but yeah, right now north northeast at 9 miles an hour at 155. Hey, I say it's about to make landfall right now. No, I mean it's not. You see, it's not official landfall until half of the center gets over land. So even though yes, this is not going to count as a landfall if it crosses the land here, it's still going to be a couple hours. Yeah, it's still going to be a couple hours before they make landfall. Hey, Garrett. Well, yeah, it didn't affect the shear. The shear didn't affect it because it basically got pushed further south and further east. So it was moving close enough, or far enough away from the shear where it did not feel the effects of it. Originally, it was supposed to continue north and have and be inundated with more of that shear if it was going to be impacting more of the Tampa Bay area. But we didn't see that. So it's kind of a catch-22. So it didn't impact it, and then it's going to be bringing, coming in sooner now versus than later. So you have the rapid deepening happening just before landfall versus the deepening, and then you have the slowness coming ashore. Hey, it's amazing how the radar matches right with whatever is going on in my area. Earlier, there was the giant outer band coming through. Tons of rain and wind. Right now, it's calm as ever. Yeah, these storms can be fairly eerie. Let me zoom out so you can actually see the big picture here. Yeah, they could be very very eerie with some of these storms. Yeah, here's the water vapor imagery. Let me put the water vapor imagery on it. Yeah, so here's some of the dry air that's picking up from this trough. So you see it's pretty far away from that. There's not much dry air being in. You can actually see more of the lightning strikes with this on the water vapor imagery with this storm. So it's got a ton on the last frame. It's got tons of lightning wrapped all around the center. So just gives you an indication. There's nothing really stopping this thing from weakening before landfall. It's got a lot of breath. It's got perfect circumference. It's got a lot of moisture with it. The dry air is well away from center. There's nothing wrapping around on the south side. You typically like to see some sort of, that yellow wrapped around on the south side, but we're not seeing that anything. It's not cutting off the flow. See how this perfect circumference? See the perfect circumference of this? Yeah, there's no indication whatsoever that there's any type of weakening with this storm. Yeah, some of the wind gusts, I mean, right now they're forecasting a potential wind gust of up to 190. I doubt that gets that high. But yeah, 170 might not be out of the question. I think we saw 97 in Key West earlier. So I'm going to try to keep you updated with some of the wind gust or some of the maximum wind gust. If you remember with Ida, we had a powerful wind gust off Grand Isles of 160 plus, near 170 with that storm. Yeah, so for the 155, those are sustained winds. So you can still have isolated gust a little higher, a little higher than that. Yeah, so what we're looking at here is the overall water vapor imagery on this storm right now. So I always like to look at the different the different satellites. Here's more of the visible satellite on this storm. You can see this rapid, just kind of eye. You can almost go inside of it here, right? Kind of a clear eye in the middle. Pretty ominous to see something like that, where you just have that stadium funnel effect. But yeah, it's right there, guys. It's we're only a couple of hours away from landfall here. Yeah, this gives you a different perspective on the overall oh, it's buffering now? Yeah, sorry. There's probably a lot. I would say this is a big deal. This is a big weather event. There's a lot of people on the weather models. There's a lot of people on the internet watching this thing right now. So sorry if there's any lag time or anything like that on this stream. Hey, no buffering here. Well, that's good. How does the storm rate to others in the past? I mean, it's right up there. Yeah, it's right up there, Steve. I mean, we went over some of the history on that. But yeah, there's only been four hurricanes as a Cat 5 to make landfall in the United States. I mean, we're right there. So if we get another 5 mile per hour increase of 160 and it makes landfall, this could be the 5th storm in all time history to make landfall in the U.S. as a Category 5. So we're literally right on the cusp. But once it gets to 156, then that classifies as the National Hurricane Center. They're pretty they pretty hold back on labeling a storm a 5. I mean, I could tell you earlier during the some of the runs and some of the data that was coming in. I mean, we were getting extrapolated winds 157, 158. They could have pulled the trigger. I mean, they probably, it was right on the borderline. So if it's like right there, they tend to not, unless it's like 160 because they do it in 5 mile per hour increments. Then they decided to hold back and say, hey, not just revise that number upward because there wasn't enough data we were getting some drop zones of, the 157, 158 mile per hour winds on an extrapolated basis. So they didn't feel like it was enough to say, hey, that's a bona fide Cat 5. And they didn't even call Michael a Cat 5 when it made landfall. It was a strong Category 4. It wasn't until 6 months later that they redid all the, they looked at all the data again and said, no, that was a Category 5. And sometimes, it could happen with this storm. It could very easily happen with this storm, since we're like literally right on the cusp right now is at 155. So that's not out of the question that they could come back, they could come back 6 months later and say, hey, no, this was a 5. Because we're just right there. I mean, we're only 5 miles away. Hey, my husband works till 2:00 today, and we're still need to get some gas and a generator. I'm hoping it's not bad during that time. Yeah, I'm hoping there's gas left. I know there's been long lines. Obviously, I mean, it doesn't 156 round up to 160. They tend not to. I mean, they tend not to round up on situations, especially because there's, Category 5 is a rare event. They want to be 100% certain it's a 5, so they're not going to just round up. If it was, that situation where it was, going from 145 to 150, and it was like 145, 146, 147, then they would go ahead and round it up to 150. But I mean, in this type of situation where it makes a huge difference between a 4 and a 5, because you're more of in rare territory, they tend to hold back on, pulling the trigger on a 5. But yeah, so I plan on being here most of the day with this storm coverage. Obviously, this is a big event. There's a lot of lives at risk today with this setup. I mean, there's no other way to put it. I mean, I don't like days like this, because it's just a lot of damage, right? And there's a lot of lives going to be ruined for an extended period of time. There's going to be a lot of homes destroyed. There's going to be millions and millions of dollars of damage. I mean, I hate to see it. This is one aspect of the weather I just don't like. I like forecasting it, but to see it actually happen, I don't like it. But hey, it's Mother Nature, and this is where we're at. So, but yeah, people are going to be impacted from the storm for months. Months on with everything that's going to be unfolding today. So. All right, so let's go back to the radar. I've got my other screen up too, and my other radar. Yeah, so we still have that tornado warning that goes on for another 15 minutes. That was for yeah, it looks like it was West Central Highlands County and South Central Florida, Eastern Hardy County in Central Florida, and Northeastern DeSoto County and South Central Florida. So this was a tornado radar indicated tornado, not a confirmed tornado, but the conditions are ripe potentially for that tornado to drop. But so we do have that one tornado warning for the next 15 minutes or so before that's let to expire. But we're going to be getting numerous tornado warnings probably all throughout the day of these these quick spin ups. Yeah, so you can definitely see the outer eye wall starting to at least the outer bands are starting to come ashore with some of those higher gust of winds from this setup. We can tap into some of the I don't know. Yeah, the storm chasers are out there. Obviously, they're going to have a hard time maybe getting views on some of their ports, but we can keep it right here and see if it actually comes in or not. But yeah, there's obviously numerous storm chasers out there pulling in all the data and trying to give you real time footage what's happening on ground level. And we're back in the station giving you what we can inside the office. But yeah, but right now it looks like they're having a hard time even getting the transmission to go through. And we got multiple people out there, so yeah, but most of these.
But we're just kind of eyeballing between buildings and for impact. We're just kind of moseying with right now.
Yeah, so it looks like he's around, right around the Inglewood area. So of course, he's probably setting up for the landfall from this system. So he's pretty prime area right there to get the brunt of the landfall from this system. So, but it's still well offshore. But here's the cam right now that he's near the Inglewood area. Yeah, so he is near the Inglewood area right now, tracking the storm as it comes ashore. So even where he's at, it's still a good 4 or 5. He's not in the outer band yet. You can see just all the yellows. That's well away from where he's at right now. He's actually in some sort of a clearing a little bit. That's why it's not even actually raining that much at all where he's at. But that's going to be going downhill really, really rapidly as this outer eye wall is heading, of course, heading his way. Hey, do you think Daytona will be getting hit hard? We are bunkered down at home. Hey, Destin. Yes, it definitely looks like it's going to be over the Orlando area and eventually heading off to Daytona Beach area. So I do feel it's going to be, since it's a bona fide strong hurricane right now, it's going to take a long time to wind itself down. So it's probably going to be right on the cusp of a hurricane. Even as it makes it to your area, and that'll be sometime tomorrow. So yeah, I do feel, and you're going to get a ton of rain from this system because you're going to be right on the edge of where it goes back out in the open water. So you're going to get all the backside of the system, and the backside of the system could be even more intense than the front side. So you got a pretty long road ahead over the next 24 to 72 hours from this storm. I could easily see you getting 2 feet of rain from this system. So, hey, is this is this the worst than Harvey back in the day here in Houston? No, I wouldn't say it's worse than Harvey. I don't think it gets that bad. I mean, some of the Harvey rainfall totals, it was widespread 20, 30 inches. Some were 40, 50. Some areas picked out 60 inches, broke the all-time state record. I don't see anything that bad, but I do see 2 feet of rain in spots. I definitely feel like there's going to be some 24-hour totals or 48-hour totals over the next 48 hours of seeing some 2 feet of rain in spots, and that swath from. Let me just go over let me do that. Let's do that. Let me take these off. Take that off. Let me show you the rain. Let me show you where the heaviest rains are going to be. All right, so here's the swath of rain where it's going to be the highest. So today we're looking at, this is high. This is a high excessive rain. This is where we're going to be seeing the most prolific rain today. A little bit lighter amounts, but we still have a moderate risk for excessive rainfall into Miami, the Fort Lauderdale, back into Port St. Lucia. But once you get into where the eye wall is going to come ashore, back into Cape Coral, the Tampa area, the Lakeland area, the Orlando area, Palm Bay, all those areas, even up to Daytona Beach, you're basically in a high excessive rain for the next 24 hours. Now, this is just today, so we have more impacts tomorrow. But if you live in this zone and the purple shaded zone, you're going to be seeing easily 8 to 12 inches of rain from this system. That's just today alone from this storm. So a little bit lighter amounts as you head up to Gainesville, to Palm Coast, all the way to Fruit Grove, back into Jacksonville. Those could be some little bit lighter amounts, but still very heavy, probably in the 4 to 8 inch range up here, and then a little bit lighter amounts as you go up. But that's just today's totals, right? So this is just in the next 24 hours. So as we go into tomorrow, we're going to be even seeing heavier rain as you get more of the backside of the storm. So now the heavier rain gets pushed and still raining. Most of the rain's going to stop in Miami because they got hit hard the first, they've already been seeing a lot of the heavier rain when it was more further south. So by the time we get into tomorrow, most of the area is going to be out of the rain. You're more or less in the scattered rain variety. A little bit lighter amounts as you get into Fort Lauderdale, but then tomorrow you kind of have your slight risk for probably 2 to 4 inches swath into that Cape Coral area, back into Northport, back in the Port St. Lucia. But then a little bit heavier amounts of another 4 to 8 inches potentially into the Tampa Bay area, back into Gainesville. But then all the heavier rain gets pushed into the Orlando area. So even though this is well inland, you could be looking at even some of the highest totals around from this storm, because you're going to get both sides of the storm. So you get the front end, and then you're going to get the back end as it comes out in the open waters on Friday. So as you go into Thursday, there's Orlando, Daytona Beach, and the Palm Coast, back in the Villages area. Those areas are going to be seeing even heavier rain. So that 8 to 12 inches, you could be looking at another 8 to 12 inches tomorrow. So compounding, that's why I feel like some of these areas within the purple shaded area could be looking at 2 feet of rain between now and Friday afternoon. So very prolific. And this area has already seen a lot of rain. I mean, most of this area is pretty soggy. It's been wet for the past couple of weeks. And so, but yeah, so now as we get into the day to tomorrow, we're going to be starting getting in the outer bands of this system, going to be funneling into Savannah. And you could be picking up a couple inches of rain even into tomorrow. And some of those heavier rains could creep back into the Charleston area. But as we go into go into day 3, back into your Saturday now? Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Yeah, Saturday time frame. Now that the storm has emerged back offshore, I think the lighter amounts in for much of Florida, but now a new threat with a new tropical storm making a secondary landfall somewhere around the borderline of Georgia into South Carolina. And then those areas could be looking at some heavier rains from Savannah to Myrtle Beach, of those 4 to 8 inches into this area then. And then lighter amounts as you start pushing inland. But this threat would be just pushed inland, going a little bit further north, but then spreading up the coast back into Virginia Beach, and then it'll eventually head into New Jersey, Delaware, all those areas with heavier rains as you get into Sunday. So that's the progression of this storm as we move through time. So it looks like a high impact event for the next 48 hours for Florida, but then a secondary landfall sometime on Friday from tropical storm by then. Hopefully it doesn't have enough to regenerate back into a hurricane, but it could be at least a strong tropical storm making landfall again somewhere in the Georgia, South Carolina area, bringing all the heavier rains and higher wind gusts for that region. Hey, you're welcome. Hey, thanks for tuning in to live coverage. Yeah, you're welcome to share the feed and let everybody know we're doing live storm coverage and breakdown on this storm. Obviously, this is an historic event, and a lot of major impacts from this storm. There's no two ways to express the catastrophic events that could unfold over the next 48 hours. It's tough. It's tough to talk about. because there's just gonna be a lot of damage. I mean, millions of dollars of damage, um, unfolding from this storm. But yeah, so you're already getting. Let me just expand this out so most people can see this. Yeah, so you're already getting the outer bands. It's still well out in the open waters, right? So it's past Cuba, but they're still getting some of the outer bands from this system, and even when you're away from the storm, I mean, if you get in one of these training setups back into, say, Marathon here, some of these could be picking up some 1 to 2 inch rain amounts pretty quick. I mean, this atmosphere's got rain rates of on the low end 2 inches an hour. I would say on the high end probably over 4 inches an hour if you get locked in one of those bands. But yeah, so every time this storm tries to open up a little bit, it basically closes back in with the perfect circumference. So there's still no signs of weakening, from this storm, as this is going to be making landfall here in the next couple of hours. All right, so I'm looking for a new update from the National Hurricane Center. All right, so it looks like it's still north-northeast at 9 miles an hour, 155 miles an hour. So yeah, nothing's changed from the last update from the National Hurricane Center. Um, from the storm. Should pull some of this. Yeah, here's a live cam from close to the Inglewood area. Yeah, but right now the storm is still offshore, so they're not seeing the extreme impacts from this storm yet. So we'll tap into some of these cameras as it gets a little bit closer on land. But right now, all the higher wind gusts and everything's of course obviously well offshore, out in the open waters, as it is currently. Yeah, but that extreme wind warning, that's pretty rare, and that's for the Cape Coral area, the Bonita Springs area. That's where they're going to be seeing some of the most extreme winds as this system comes ashore, as they get the kind of these outer eye walls, come ashore here in the next couple hours. It's not buffering anymore. Well, hey, that's great to hear. That is definitely good to hear. It's not buffering anymore. Yeah, so thanks for tuning in to live coverage. So we're doing live coverage this afternoon on Hurricane Ian. It is a formidable storm. It's a storm one for the ages. It's kind of rare to see a strong Cat 4 hit the United States. We had one last year with Ida. I think it topped out about 150. This one could be potentially stronger than Ida as it comes ashore. So we're kind of rare territory now, and 100% certain this is going to go be retired. So eventually they're going to start running out of names to name these storms for the I name storms, because it's by far the most retired storm letter in the alphabet. It's not even close. It's like more than double any other letter in the alphabet. Hey Chase, yeah, the drones. That was new footage. I mean, so the National Hurricane Center, it's a test. I mean, this is a test run. It's not They're not doing it on every flight. This is something they talked about before this hurricane season started, was going to be putting these drones in. So historically, they got these, typically how they've always done it is drop these drop zones into the storm. Well, they drop them from the flight level about 5,000 feet, and then they drop it within the storm, and it's able to calculate. They get a snapshot of maybe a couple of seconds, right? So it's falling from the sky down into the ocean. So they get just a quick snapshot of the storm, and that's how they've always done it. But this year they're testing out some drones, right? So how it always was for a couple of seconds, but now that they are able to get a drone in, that thing flew around for 3.5 hours. So not only they can go down into this eye wall now, but they can look at all the circumference of the eye wall and start spreading out. So this is something they're doing as a test this year to see how it works and see how it goes. But they're going to be implementing this into next year's storm season. So all this just gets fed into the data, right? I mean, so a couple of days ago, they sent out 60 drop zones into one of the model output. That was really historic. I mean, I've never seen so many in one model run, but this is when it was offshore. And at that time, that's when it said, hey, this thing's going to get dangerously close to land. All that data went back into the models, and that was the first time it hinted at a potential landfall in Tampa Bay. And then as the trough was being more felt from the newer model data that was coming in, it gradually got pushed more south southeast. But originally, before all that, this storm was not even expected to hit land, or still well offshore, and then potentially hit the Florida Panhandle as a kind of a weak Category 1 hurricane. So it didn't get it started going downhill quickly once they started feeding. So last night they decided, hey, we're close enough to land now. We're going to be dropping some of these drone footage in there, and so that's where they were able to pick up the quick intensity of this storm. So that's when they were able to say, hey, we found some 940, we found some 941, we found some 938 millibar, we found some 936 millibar, from these drones that they were flying into the storm. So that's pretty historic. I mean, they're going to be probably doing this as a test for the rest of the season if we happen to have another storm behind this one. It's not out of the question. Obviously, we still got 2 more months of hurricane season. So I don't think it's going to be Julia, but I think Carl, there is some signs in the Caribbean once we get towards the 8th, 10th, probably around the 12th. We're pretty far out there now of October. There's definitely signs we could be looking at another system coming in from in the Caribbean by then. And that could be Carl. So, and that would maybe have more impacts. It's not going to go out to sea like Julia is right now, or what will be Julia. Yeah, pretty fascinating stuff as far as cutting edge technology of where we're going and bringing the weather to you. So obviously, if they're able to fly into the storm and get down and see what's happening within the eye wall from these storms, and all that data gets extrapolated back into the models, so we can assess the models and say, hey, this is going to happen, this is not going to happen. That just brings just more accurate information to you, and obviously bumps up the warnings even faster. Hey, all that warm water, I expected it to grow stronger. Yeah, it's pretty strong, right? I mean, we've been kind of highlighting that. I think the difference was it wasn't just the water on the surface, because obviously the Gulf of Mexico is plenty warm. It was the deep ocean water. So we talk about not just water at the surface. We're talking water that's basically a half a mile down, being well above average. So when these big storms come over that, obviously you have a lot of upwelling. But if you gotta go a half a mile down and beyond just to tap into some of that cooler waters, there's a lot of wiggle room there. And so that's when we talk about, deep ocean content, that it's tapping not only higher sea surface temperatures, but underneath as far as half a mile down in the ocean. So that's what the fuel this storm had. It had all that fuel that tapped into. And then at the surface, they had no shear. So there was nothing to stop this thing from growing and to something massive. That's why it basically had. That's why the initial advisory from the National Hurricane Center, and that's very rare too, when they say, hey, it just got named a tropical depression, but we're looking at maybe a potential major hurricane in 3 days. They don't really do that very often, right? The only reason why they can do that is that, hey, we've got low shear, we've got all this high sea surface temperature, we got deep ocean water content, we got no dry air. We put all that in together and say, hey, we can probably be confident enough to say, hey, by day 3, we're looking at a potentially major hurricane. So this storm, it took a while to get going. If you remember, we were a tropical depression for a while, and then it went to a tropical storm, but it really didn't get going until it got into the Western Caribbean. Once it really passed basically the south of Jamaica, it really started to feel the effects of that deep ocean water content. And hypothetically, it actually grew even bigger than what was forecasted before it hit Cuba. It was expected to hit Cuba as a strong Cat 2. It hit Cuba as a potentially basically a strong Cat 3. It was 125 mile per hour when it hit Cuba. And when it hit Cuba, everybody's like, oh, it's gonna tear it apart. No, it didn't even phase it. I mean, it didn't even it was just like, oh, it hit land. I hit some land. It's no big deal. It didn't even it didn't even touch it. I mean, it basically had a perfect eye when it was coming offshore. And the millibars, rose a little bit, but that was quick. I mean, it went to 963, and then literally now we're at 937. So it just totally reversed course, really, really quick. Hey, to the right of the Tampa, right next to Highway 41, not close to the shore though. Oh, you're originally from Houston. Yeah, lived through many hurricanes. So you went through Alicia, Mike. Yeah, Alicia was mine. Because I grew up in Houston myself, but I haven't been there since. All my family still lives in Houston, but I haven't. Of course, I go visit, but I live in Dallas now. We don't get hurricanes up here. Are we still at a Cat 4? Yes, it is definitely a Cat 4. It's a strong Cat 4, basically right on the cusp of a Cat 5. We're 155 miles an hour right now with with this system. Yeah, so we got a formidable Cat 4 storm going to be making landfall here in the next couple hours. Yeah, so let's put the track on it on this storm. Yeah, so here's where we're at. So we're basically got 155 mile per hour winds right now, 937 millibar. Yeah, it looks like the gust is not calculating at the moment. But that's the latest update from the National Hurricane Center. And it's, right there, basically projected to make landfall somewhere around the Inglewood area, over the next couple of hours. But as it moves ashore, it's still going to be a formidable Cat 3 hurricane, 120 miles an hour as we go through tonight. That's projected. That's the projected area right now. It could be 120 miles an hour hurricane, even a formidable Cat 3 hurricane, just to the right of Sarasota as we go through the evening hours. And this is all going to be lifting. Right now, it's lifting more northeast. Eventually, it's going to be turning more northeast. So once we get the northeast turn, it's going to be picking up speed a little bit. And so we should be looking at, a direct hit really for Orlando as a minimal hurricane or a very strong tropical storm, sometime tomorrow morning. So we could be looking at, look at some of these wind gusts approaching 85 miles an hour, well inland and into the Orlando area. And that's why we've got, hurricane watches well inland from this system. And then eventually it's going to be heading over the Daytona Beach area by the time we get into tomorrow night towards 7 o'clock. And then, of course, it heads back out into the open waters of the Atlantic. And then it's got a little bit of a time frame to maybe regenerate itself a little bit before it makes a secondary landfall, somewhere between Savannah and Charleston, at least right now. But here's the kind of the cone of uncertainty of where that secondary landfall is going to be. And then it's going to be, lifting further north inland and bringing more inland flooding with this setup. And there's probably going to be tornadic supercells along the way, and these quick spin up tornadoes along the way, and then heading up all the way into the Charlotte area, and then eventually heading into portions of Virginia and even West Virginia as we get into the weekend. Hey, where did I learn all the weather reading? 30 years. 30 years of looking at the weather. That's, just like I do now on a daily basis and bring you all the updates and looking at this stuff and tracking it. Time, you learn, just like anything, you learn by doing. You learn by doing, looking at past events. I'm a big analog guy. I like to look at past events and match up history. This had a similar run that Charlie had. Charlie came out it was back in 2004, right? So Charlie came out West Caribbean. It was basically south of Jamaica. It came through Cuba, and Charlie impacted, a lot of the same areas that is going to be impacted from this storm. So this is a little bit of a similar setup to Charlie back in 2004. I think Charlie was a 150 mile per hour hurricane with 941 millibars. This is 155 with 937 millibars. Yeah, so right there, if not stronger than Charlie. Hey, Naples at a record level of storm surge right now. Yeah, so that's the direct path from Ian as it comes ashore, as we're going to be watching this this storm unfold throughout the day here. Yeah, so Naples is basically right in that right quadrant of the storm, so they get all the brutal surge on the south side from the eye wall here. So yeah, no question that they're probably getting that record surge right now, as everything's going downhill pretty quickly. Yeah, so they're just now getting the effects, right? They're like literally just now getting the effects of the outer bands as as the system is coming ashore. Okay, so that gives you an idea. So that port right here, this is 985 millibars. Just kind of gives you an example how close is this storm's getting. So this is obviously hurricane force winds extrapolated from this. So this is kind of a buoy offshore here. Hey, was getting ready to possibly start making our last supper, and it's been calm for about 45 minutes now. Rumble of thunder, so loud out of nowhere. It has me thinking tornadoes. Yes, that is definitely most of Florida is under a tornado watch, right now. So, and we've been seeing some quick spin ups tornadoes. There's no warnings as of right now, but pretty much the whole side of Florida here is under a tornado watch. Yeah, Cape Coral, I'm already seeing unfolding for catastrophic storm surge. This is just the start of it. Here's one in Marco Island. See. Yeah, it's kind of frustrating. I can't get any of these to load. I'd like to see some of these pictures or some of this video that's coming out of these ports here. Yeah, media couldn't be loaded. Yeah, obviously they're having a hard time with the wind. Maybe did that try to load? We'll try it back. We'll try back here in a little bit. Hey, Rain, how you doing? Thanks for tuning in, buddy. Yeah, I'm going back to some of the comments. Hey, I went 5 days without power because of Charlie. Yeah, I bet. Wow. Yeah, and this one's expected to be a little bit stronger than Charlie. Yeah, so here's the latest totals in Florida without power. So there's customers about 255,000 right now without power in Florida, and it's still offshore. It's still well offshore here. So that just kind of goes to show you that it's going to be a long day and a long 48 hours of this storm coming ashore. Oh yeah, CNN, Fox, and MSNBC covered the storm. It's a very big deal. Yeah, even we got every probably news outlet out there, right? I mean, it's this historic event. I mean, there's no other way to put it. I mean, it doesn't happen very often that we're seeing it's just a massive storm to potentially hit the United States, and we've only had basically four of them. They raise it to another 5 miles an hour, and it makes landfall. It's only happened four times in history since we've been looking at this stuff for the 170 years. So yeah, I mean, luckily this does not happen that often. But we could be looking at history unfolding today with this landfall, and especially this storm surge that's projected. If that 12 to 18 feet, comes to fruition, that's going to be leaving. Just I don't know. I mean, it's just hard to imagine. Catastrophic. I mean, it's an 18-foot wall of water, coming right at you. And then you talking about all the heavier rain compounding with it as well. So if that comes anywhere close to fruition, that's going to be causing just catastrophic damage. I mean, I'm looking at some of the video right now in Fort Myers. I mean, it's obviously already starting to flood. You got the storm surge gradually starting to push in. You got all the heavier rain, adding to that. So if you got, an 8-foot storm surge and then you have 2 feet of rain, on top of that, all that adds up and just compounds to just major problems. Yeah, Katrina was a 20-foot storm surge. Yes, I do remember that. Yeah, so we're, you know, but this is West Florida. So yeah, every storm is different. Obviously, this is not like all time, but for it to hit Florida, for this area of Florida, for the west coast of Florida, they have never seen this type of storm surge before that I know of, that I can recall. There hasn't been a storm to hit this western side of Florida with this potential magnitude of what this storm could be. Because this storm surge is a lot higher than what Charlie was, for sure. Yeah, so the new update will come out in about 20 minutes from the National Hurricane Center, and I'm just kind of watching and waiting and see if they potentially bump this up to a 5. I mean, honestly, it could go either way. I mean, I don't think it goes any lower, but we can only hope it stays the same at this point before it makes landfall. But yeah, they got all kinds of hurricane. No, it has not made landfall yet. So we're still a couple hours. We're still a couple hours away from landfall. Remember that the center has to, more than 51% of the center has to cross land, but to make it an official landfall. So right now they're getting the far extremes, outer wall. So the outer eye wall has not even actually made it on land yet, and so then you have to have, you know, 50% of this, that area, 50% of that has to cross over land. So we're still a couple hours away, moving at 9 miles an hour. Everyone smash that like button on the YouTube. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, hitting the like button, commenting, all that feeds the algorithm, and obviously share it. You can share it to your friends, family, people obviously in the area who are going to be impacted from this storm, letting them know we got live coverage happening. So they've got questions, they've got impacts, they want to know what's happening. They can come here and get all the latest data. And hey, Sherry. Hey, what's the current wind speeds? So right now we're looking at a formidable, strong Cat 4 hurricane right at 155 miles an hour. We had a massive bump overnight. So we're right on the cusp of a Category 5 landfall potentially. We're right on the cusp of 937 millibar low pressure. It's stronger than what they experienced with Charlie back in 04, at these current levels. And we're about a couple hours away. We're still about a couple hours away. So it's 11:40 Central Time here. Obviously, Florida is Eastern Time, so it's 12:40. Projected landfalls anywhere from 2 to 4 o'clock to make landfall. So we still got a couple hours away before it actually makes official landfall. Hey, I've got to go. Thanks for watching. Yeah, appreciate it. Thanks for tuning in, buddy. Enjoy the rest of your day. At what cat level will this hit, sir? How much wind speeds approximately? Well, it's already, I would say, maxed out. We're right now at strong Category 4. Wind speeds 155 miles an hour. Millibars is 937. So we're right on the cusp of a very, prolific event, if not, Cat 5 event. You got to go at least 156 or higher to be a Cat 5. Obviously, we're right there. So if they bump it up to 160, we'd be right there at Cat 5, and it would only be one of 5 storms all-time history to make landfall in the United States. Hey, Ron, I'd like to say thank you for your time and early, much appreciated. Hey, you're welcome. Says it could become a Cat 5 before landfall because of the warm waters. Is this accurate? Hey, Jennifer, I mean, we're right there. I mean, we're basically 1 mile away. So, saying it's a potential Cat 5, yeah, it's pretty accurate. I mean, it could easily bump up another 5 miles an hour to be a Category 5. I mean, we're literally right there. It's not like we're at 120. I mean, we're literally we're almost at a Cat 5 right now. We're at a very, very strong Cat 4. So anybody that says, hey, it has the potential to be a Cat 5, well, that's basically accurate because it's only 5 miles away. That's not going to take much to do that. So yeah, they could easily bump this up to a Category 5 really at any time. But they're flying the drones in there. Right now we're at 937 millibars. I would think we'd have to get down closer to the lower 930s for them to pull the trigger and say, hey, this is a Cat 5. Yeah, Naples now at record storm surge. Okay, so Naples at record storm surge. The previous level was 4 feet, 4.25 feet. In Irma, they're at 4.8. So yeah, right now Naples is recording their highest storm surge they've ever experienced with Ian here. The old record was Irma back in 2017 of 4.25 feet. Right now they're experiencing 4.8. And they're just now getting the outer edge of this storm. So that storm surge basically is just now starting, unfortunately. So if they're already at record levels, I would say they're going to easily probably double that before the storm is done. So you're probably going to be hearing that a lot today because, highest storm surge ever, breaking records, level breaking storm surge. You're probably going to be hearing that a lot today from this storm, with all these different cities coming out with their own different records of storm surge, over time. Because this is easily a historic event. I mean, there's no other two ways to put it. I mean, yeah, there's all kind of storm chasers out there. There's Josh from iCyclones out there in the storm. He's in Punta Cana. Looks like so he's waiting for he's waiting for that eye wall. He was up in Fiona. He went up in Nova Scotia and experienced Fiona up there. They had the record breaking, so hypothetically, this could be 2 back-to-back events of, highest. So the Fiona ended up being the lowest pressure, calculating at 931 millibars up in even Nova Scotia. That was the lowest pressure all time recorded on land in Nova Scotia in Canada for Fiona. And that was just a couple days ago or a week ago. And now we have this one, right at 937. So we're basically right there again, as this is just as strong as what Fiona was just a week ago. Yeah, I can't get any of these ports to work. But yeah, the outer bands are far reaching, all the way up into Orlando. I mean, Daytona Beach right now is getting hit pretty hard with some very heavy rain on the outer bands of this system. It's pretty big. I mean, you've got the wind field expanding over 300 miles from the center of the storm. So Yeah, so thanks for tuning in. If you're just now tuning in, we're doing live storm coverage of Hurricane Ian that is developing, potential catastrophic event for west of Florida here. Going to be bringing record storm surge potentially from this system. We've got extreme wind warnings, which is very rare. Extreme wind warnings from Ian here. So there's a lot of rarities with this storm. Let me go back and show you, because there's a lot of people just coming in and out of the stream and not knowing really where we're at with this storm. So here's the storm surge warning right along this area. Looking at potentially 4 to 6 feet potential storm surge, and some of these areas could expand up to 8 to 10 feet. Highest areas of 12 to 18 feet storm surge from this system. So this whole area into Tampa, into Lakeland, into St. Petersburg, but especially into Sarasota, Inglewood. We're talking Bonita Springs area, the Cape Coral area. That's where they could see the record surge. I mean, they're projecting surge of anywhere from 12 to potentially all the way up to 18 feet, especially somewhere around the Port Charlotte area. This area could really be inundated with extreme surge yeah. So the Josh is in Punta Gorda here. That's where he's at. He's a hurricane hunter from iCyclone. So he's stationed right there waiting for the eye of the storm. And he's the one that was chased Fiona there. But yeah, you can see these storm chasers just kind of waiting on the storm to come in. But they're going to be right there. You can see they're not going any further, right? They don't want to get past. That's where they're not dumb, right? I mean, these are people's lives at risk. They're going to be well inland from the storm surge. But yeah, if you live right along the coast, that's where they've got all the evacuations unfolding. 2.5 million people were ordered to evacuate because of all the areas that along the coastline here. This is the area, as the winds increase and as the water gets pushed inland, could see that record surge of 10, 12, 14, 16, as much as possibly 18 feet, a wall of water coming at you. So that's why they're well away. I mean, they're stationed. This is where they're at. They're probably not going to go any further than that, because it's just way too dangerous to try to get out of harm's way once that surge rises. So this is why they have all the evacuations in place. So people that are staying, they're definitely risking their lives for sure. Hey, my elderly dad is in Bonita and he couldn't evacuate. They were out of power. Wow. Yeah. I mean, we can just pray for your dad and hope everything is the best. And hope it didn't get as bad as they're projecting. I mean, obviously these are all projections. These are all projections based on, the winds, the trajectory of the winds, the northeast movement. This is all just a calculated trajectory. So we can only hope it doesn't get that high, right? So Naples is already confirmed they're at 4.5 feet, which is basically already higher than Irma was in 2017. And the storm is still well offshore. So they're getting record levels already, and the storm is still well offshore. So, and they're actually far away from, they're not even in the 12 to 18 foot zone, right? And they're already getting those record levels, at least for them. So 4 feet is still bad. It's still, 4 feet covers most cars. I mean, it at least covers the up to the windshield of a car. And most of the houses, if you got 4 feet of water in your house, you're going to be upstairs. I mean, you can't even be up on the countertops. They're right up to the countertops in the kitchen and stuff. So Even 4 feet is nothing to play with. I mean, it could still be very, very dangerous. Because once, essentially what happens is once you get above 2 feet, right? I mean, the storm surge, you get 2 feet of water everywhere on the roads. You're not going anywhere. You can't drive in that stuff. So basically, you're immobilized. You're trapped. You can't go anywhere at that point. And only thing you can do is hope for the best, and it doesn't get high. So, but it becomes a dangerous situation because it gets trapped into your home. If you live in a 1-story, there's nowhere to go. I mean, you can only go so high, and eventually you got to go through the attic, and that's what happened with Harvey. People were, carrying axes in their attic and punching holes in their attic to get out in the open, to get on the roof, because it was completely underwater. There were people that had 20 feet of water in their homes, right? And they were just hanging on their roof because they had literally nowhere to go. I mean, it's surrounded by floodwaters. And so eventually that's how bad it can be. I mean, there was no other end game than that. Because there's water surrounding everywhere. And unless there was a boat nearby, which there won't be, that's why they tell you to evacuate, if you can. I understand, worst case scenarios, some people just can't. It's just unfortunate. So it's just a dangerous situation. Hey, had to rely on Mayday to Coast Guard sector last night. Yeah, so there's going to be a lot of first responders out there. I mean, it's all hands on deck right now, guys. I mean, it looked like Florida was going to get hit hard, and now there's probably people coming all over. The Tampa Bay airport closed down yesterday. Numerous airports closed down. I mean, it's basically no one's coming into Florida. I mean, everything's shut down. I mean, everything is shut down. It's the Tampa Bay game is probably going to be moved. The football game is probably going to be moved. Obviously, Disney World down here in Orlando is closed. I mean, that didn't happen. Like, it takes a lot to close down. The Waffle House closed. I mean, so. It's a big deal. It's a big deal. I mean, of course, everything shuts down for the economy too. There's no one can spend money. So it's just a nasty situation, and all the insurance claims are going to be coming to this, and it's going to take months and months and months to rectify it. And these things, just like I said, it just takes forever. You after the storm, you got all the aftermath. Like Puerto Rico, still you got 300,000 people still without power, and it's been gone for 10 days, a week at least. So you got prolonged impacts for many, many weeks and months after the storm. And if your house is damaged, then you got delays on insurance. I mean, those things could take months. Hey, Florida's already struggling. Yeah, it's a blow to the economy. I mean, like, no one can spend money. Everything shuts down, right? You got all the insurance money coming. You got all these claims. Then the insurance companies are gonna be writing checks for months. Whew, yeah. So it's just nasty. It's a nasty setup for sure. But yeah, that's where we're at in the alerts. I mean, all these alerts, even on the other side, all these yellow shaded areas, that is your tornado watches, even currently right now. So these areas, and even Orlando. I mean, Orlando is on a hurricane warning when it makes landfall on the west side, just because it's going to come in so strong. It's not going to be able to lose as much as punch, as you're still going to be on the cusp of a hurricane, even well inland, even into Orlando. So, it could potentially stay at least hurricane strength all the way through the entire state of Florida, and then merging back out in the open water. So that still has that potential to be a hurricane still. Yeah, it looks like we've got another tornado warning here. Like I said, we're gonna be seeing these, but yes, another tornado warning. For East Central Florida at 12:53, there was a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado by Kissimmee Prairie Preserve, or about 10 miles northwest of Basinger. That's moving northwest of about 30 miles an hour. So most of these are going to be radar indicated, and it's going to be difficult to probably get a confirmed tornado on most of these. But some of these are going to be able to drop and go to the surface and classify as a tornado. So we're going to be seeing a lot of these try to kind of spin up every now and then, and most of them won't touch the ground, but some of them will, and they'll be adding to the tornado count. But yeah, tornadoes are going to be a prolific concern. Nothing long track or nothing like that, but at least enough to have isolated damage in those particular spots. It's going to be more tornadic damage versus the wind damage, at least at that time. So yeah, but these extend well north, right? So as this emerges out into the open waters, it's still going to be out in the open waters and be near, Jacksonville by the time we get into, late early this weekend. And then we've got those tropical storm warnings, tropical storm watches right now, because we're past the 48-hour mark, even up here into Savannah and Charleston. So this has the potential to basically keep its own or even reform into a potential maybe low end hurricane and make a secondary landfall very, very late Friday night, or probably early Saturday morning. Hey, Crystal. Yeah, Jacksonville looks pretty bad. I mean, I think you're in the swath where I think you get a lot of rain from this system. You're close enough to get the onshore. You're going to get the front end side of the storm, and then you're going to get the back side of the storm. So as this is moving directly over the Orlando area and probably directly over Daytona Beach, as it reemerges out here in the Atlantic, you're going to get the backside of the storm and get all the heavier rains on the backside. So you're probably going to be hit twice from the system. That's why some of these models are hinting at 2 feet of rain in the Jacksonville area. And that would include the Orlando area and the Daytona Beach area. That whole area into Palm Coast here could be looking at potentially 2 feet of rain from the system. Yeah, some insurance companies have already pulled out of Florida. Yeah, probably. They're like, I don't want any part of that. I mean, obviously they put stop gaps. When this storm was coming, like you couldn't bind coverage, you couldn't get new policies, and so they put you basically have what they call a freeze on insurance policies, and you can't place new coverage because and then even after the storm, it's tough to even get new coverage because you got to pick, pictures and all that, because of, the high likelihood. And that happened with Harvey. The high likelihood of storms having flood damage and wind damage, or at least some sort of damage, is like extremely high. So you got to do inspections before they come out and bind a policy, all that stuff. So, I mean, it becomes an insurance nightmare. So there's probably a lot of insurance companies that says, hey, I don't want any part of this mess. It just makes it difficult trying to get insurance going Florida after a big event like this. You can imagine if you're like, hey, I'm going to be closing on a house in 2 weeks. You still got to close in the house, but to get insurance in that house is going to be very difficult. So, yeah, so let's go back to the radar and see the latest on this storm. So this storm is definitely making an impact for many from this system as this is coming ashore. So I appreciate you tuning in to live coverage. We're just watching storm activity from live Hurricane Ada. I mean, Eden, look at all these I names confused after a while. Ian, uh, as this is coming ashore. So it's a very pronounced eye wall right now from this storm. It's pretty ominous. I mean, it's like basically a perfect circumference. And so we're already getting some of these areas that are seeing some of the high impacts from this setup from Ian, as this is definitely coming ashore. So you got the outer bands, and then you got the eye wall coming ashore with all the potential record surge that could unfold over the next 48 hours. All right, looks like we may have a newest update. Yeah, I'm trying to refresh my update. And I think obviously everybody else is too, because it's not coming in yet. Obviously, the people's bandwidths on these some of these weather pages have been challenging lately, because right when they come out, obviously it's very slow. All right, so basically we got no difference. Same thing at the 1 p.m. Eastern update. We still got the formidable Category 4, strong Category 4 hurricane moving northeast at 9 miles an hour. So essentially no changes in the last, which I'm not expecting. I'm not expecting it to really any change. The only thing I can hope for is it doesn't get any stronger, which it hasn't. So yeah, northeast at 9 miles an hour. Still 937 millibars, and still a formidable strong Category 4 hurricane with 155 mile per hour winds. Yeah. So overall, the storms surge. Basically, nothing's really changed from what it was about 2 hours ago. Nothing has really changed. We talked about it. There was a ton of lightning around the storm. Just perfect eye. There's not much to stop this thing from weakening before it comes to land. So everything's pretty much pretty much the same for the last couple hours now. All right, so we're getting some updates here. Redfish Pass in Florida recently reported a sustained wind of 75 miles an hour and a wind gust of 100 miles an hour on Sanibel Island in Florida. It looks like we have another wind gust of 107 miles an hour. And the highest wind gust looks like right now on Naples Grand Beach Resort just reported 112 mile per hour wind. So Naples, where right along in the Naples area beach resort, we have a confirmed wind gust of 112 miles an hour that is just reported. And they're just getting the far outer edges of this eye wall. They're not even taking the brunt of the storm yet. So it looks like, look at all this intensity really wrapping around on the south side. Look at all that heading towards Naples right now. That is going to be your peak winds right there. When that wraps around and starts entering the Naples area, that's when they're going to be seeing that storm surge just really rapidly rise in that area. Once they get these deepening yellows, I mean, this is fairly ominous as this is coming around now. You see all the yellows and even some reds really starting to elevate and getting really wrapped around that center. If anything, it's gotten more pronounced now. I mean, look at that. I mean, you can see how thick it is. You can see all the thickness of the yellows and the reds. That like literally just gives you an indication that this is holding its own or just trying to intensify even further as it's coming ashore. Hey, my parents were on vacation in Naples and they were resistant to leaving. I've been sending them your updates on PAL since early this week and they finally listened. I'm glad they did. I'm definitely glad they did. It's no like you. I mean, basically, when you're there and you have no place to go, it like there's just no other options, right? You're stuck. I mean, like I said, once that storm surge reaches over 2 feet, which Naples is already at 4, you're trapped. You got nowhere to go. You can't go anywhere. The only thing you can do is hope for the best because you can't drive your car out of there, and there's probably not going to be many boats around. Your options are very, very limited versus just trying to stay there and hope it doesn't get that bad, right? Because um, yeah, so I'm glad they left. I'm definitely glad they left. But yeah, things are going to start going downhill in a big way. I mean, it looks like they already are in the Cape Coral area. They're getting that north side of that quadrant of the storm right now. Yeah, things are going rapidly downhill. You can almost see the eye technically trying to shrink a little bit, right? I mean, you see in the last frames, typically your smaller eye is your more compact, intense storm. Just to give you an example, I know last time I looked, it was 18 miles wide. It was 40, and then they shrunk it to 18. It's probably a little bit lower now, but Wilma got all the way down to 2. Remember Wilma back in '05 when that bottomed out at 882 millibar was the strongest recorded in Atlantic Basin record history? And that only had 2 mile wide eye. So the smaller the eye, the stronger, more compact, more condensed the storm's going to be. And typically the highest wind speeds are going to come out of that. So you typically get a lower pressure first, and then the winds rise. So we're not seeing lowering the pressures on this storm. It's still at 937. If we all of a sudden get a drop zone and say, hey, it's at 930, the winds are going to follow. So the pressure is going to drop first, and then the winds will follow down to the surface. So, but right now everything is kind of holding its own and staying kosher and not staying. It's keeping its strength, but not getting any stronger. But it's definitely, it has all the makings that it can. Right? It's got a perfect circumference, and it's got tons of yellows and reds wrapped around the outer eye wall. So, and then you can almost see like the whole eye itself is trying to condense and trying to shrink further. And so there are subtle signs of indications that this is definitely trying to even intensify even more as it comes ashore. I can almost argue when Michael made landfall, and I was watching it just like I'm watching this, I can almost argue it actually hit category 5 like after it made landfall, because you get what they call a brown ocean effect. So you get these what they call the brown ocean effect. You get all the storm surge out ahead of it, but it's so inundated with water, even though the eye is over the land by then, it's picking up like it's still over the ocean because you have all the water inland. And it happens for a short amount of time, but that still could happen with this storm. So it still has the potential as the eye crosses land that the brown ocean effect could kick in and still potentially get stronger on land. I could swear Michael did that. And that's why they actually upgraded this later to a category 5 when it came ashore 4. And this very well could happen with this storm, in the long run. If it doesn't get upgraded to a 5 at the current time, it could easily be probably maybe even upgraded later after they assess all the stats from the storm. So that is definitely on the table with this setup, since we're so close to it already, and we're going to have the storm surge and the slow movement. It's only moving at 9 miles an hour. So we've already got confirmed 4 feet in Naples, right? So that's got a ground layer. It's not going to tell, the hurricane's not going to say, hey, well, we're on land. No, we got 4 feet of water, right? I mean, all it knows is we got 4 feet of water to feed off of. So it still can act at least for a short period of time and still within that storm surge zone, that they could still act like, hey, it's over water still, even though technically it's over land, and it still has that small window where it could still technically get stronger even then. So that is definitely something interesting that could unfold with this storm. But yeah, that's the latest update from the National Hurricane Center. We're still expecting prolific storm surge of 12 to 18 feet into the Charlotte Harbor area. Some of the highest levels that area has seen really in probably their lifetime, if that comes to fruition. Sorry, I'm just trying to look for any updates here. Yeah, but Fort Myers is pretty flooded right now. That area has already been seeing a couple inches of rain already. The storm surge is already somewhat hitting that area. All right, so Josh is in Punta Gorda. Where was that? Yeah, up here. Yeah, it's up here. Okay, so here's iCyclone. iCyclone is right here in Punta Gorda. As of 3 minutes ago, he calculated a 988 millibar low pressure. And that's as of 3 minutes ago. So obviously he's well away from this intense band. Yeah, none of these storm chasers or hurricane hunters are going to get any further than where they are now. So they've calculated they're going to be at least far enough away that the storm surge, if they see it start coming up, then they're going to be starting to head the other way, right? But they're still far away from the shore where they've got time to get out of harm's way for sure. So that's why they're not getting any closer than where they are now. That's for sure. So right now he's calculating 988 millibars on the pressure as he's waiting, he's waiting for the eye wall to pass him, but it's probably still at least a couple hours away at least for him. Hey, I guess we're lucky to have tornadoes, not so lucky that they always seem to come at night. Yes, tornadoes, there could be a big problem with this, unless it's Reed Timmer. I don't know. Where's Reed at? Yeah, I know Reed tries to push the envelope a lot. That's why he's an extreme storm chaser. I would say he's the rarity. He likes to push the envelope. It's probably something I probably wouldn't feel comfortable with, but hey, that's yeah. So multiple power flashes in Punta Gorda right now. That's where at least seems like most of the storm chasers are kind of hanging out. And it's pretty bad. I mean, it's pretty intense winds. I mean, even 98, that's nothing to sneeze at. That's still a hurricane, folks, guys. I mean, they're getting the brunt of the hurricane force winds right now, and it's still well offshore. If I was a storm chaser, I would totally be pushing the envelope. Yeah, well, most of them do. I mean, but hey, Reed's been through this. He's been doing this all of his life. He lives, eats, sleeps, breathes this stuff. That's all he does. I mean, it's obviously you don't even have a house. It's just travels and storm chases. So, yeah, he's devoted his entire life to storm chasing. There is no playtime. There's no outside activities. Essentially, he eats, breathes, sleeps. Storm chasing. That's how he wants to live his life. That's the path he chose. Yeah, hurricane hunters. Okay, here we go. Hurricane hunters are working their way through Ian, northwest Iowa. So far, nothing to support an upgrade to a Category 5. Not that matters much on folks to the ground. So yeah, So they're literally just now getting back into the storm. So this will be good. They'll be in there for the next hour or so sampling data. But right now, on that first run, there's nothing to support a category 5 at the moment. So, but they're literally just in one side of the eye wall right now and has to sample all quadrants of the storm. At this point, it's not going to really make much of a difference. It's just like kind of going from 99 degrees to 100 degrees. It's like, oh, well, did we get 100 or we hit 99? Same thing with this storm. Is it strong Cat 4 or Cat 5? 5 miles an hour difference is nothing on the scale of things. It's just the labeling of it. It could be a Cat 5, and that puts it in a little bit more rare territory versus a category 4. That's it. That's really all we're looking at, folks. That we're not talking huge difference in impacts whatsoever if this happens to bump up to a 5 and another 5 miles an hour before landfall. The difference in impacts are going to be negligible. There's no change whatsoever. It's just it could be labeled as a Cat 5 versus a Cat 4. Just like when they calculate 100-degree days. Oh, did it hit 100? No, it hit 99. Well, 99 didn't count, but 100 did. So it's yeah. So that's what we're looking at as far as this storm. But yeah, so we're seeing the outer edge starting to cross land. Again, we're not an official landfall yet. We're still probably at least 2 hours away before they give it the official landfall, because it has to be at least 51% over the land. But we're not that far away. It's 12:18, so I guesstimated 2 to 4 o'clock. Hey, Rachel. Hey, American friends, thought I was weird. Oh, that you want a storm chase? Yeah. Well, I guess you got to experience it. If you go through a storm like this, and if you still want a storm chase after you go through a storm like this, then you're good, because this is probably something that you definitely don't want to start with. That's for sure. I would say anybody taking the aspects of the storm chasing has to be a veteran, or at least know what they're doing out there. You don't want any rookies out there right now, because their lives are way too much at risk chasing something like this with the storm surge. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm looking at Reed Timber's footage now. Of course he's by the ocean. It looks like a webcam. Oh wow. So Naples. Okay, guys. It looks like Naples now showing 6.25 feet. 6.25 feet in the Naples area. So we're now up another 1.5 feet. I'm just looking at a webcam from the Naples area. It looks like they recorded widespread surge or flooding homes is underway in the Naples area right now. So we've got confirmed reports, confirmed webcam footage of 6.5 foot storm surge in the Naples area. And they're still, again, I reiterate, they're not even in the highest band yet. They're not even close to the highest band yet. So that 6.5 foot could easily go to double digits. Hey, Chase. Hey, try to walk the dog in the lovely weather and was interested in Fort Myers. Yeah, so if you're in the Fort Myers area, let me zoom out. So, yeah, so there's yeah, so you're kind of in the clear right now, but you're going to be getting the brunt of this pretty shortly. You're not that far away to getting the brunt of this storm. So the actual center is probably going to be traveling just northwest of you, but you're going to be in the right side quadrant of the storm. So if you walk the dog, you got to walk him quick, because things are going to go downhill fairly quick in your area. And this is probably going to be your last opportunity for a long time to walk the dog, because you got the front end of the system, and then it looks the eye. You might get a little bit of the eye from this storm. You might even see some clearing, but maybe not. I mean, it might be too far away, and you'll be in that right side for the entire time, which sometimes that even can be more devastating, because if you're in the eye, nothing happens in the eye. You basically have clear skies in the eye. It's pretty clear. So a lot of areas that don't actually get the eye, especially the right side of the eye, get the worst of the storm because they never experience the calmness or the lull in the activity. You get the full brunt of it the entire time. So the areas that do get the eye at least get some sort of lull in the activity for an hour or two before the backside comes in. But it doesn't appear Fort Myers will be able to do that. I mean, it appears that you're probably going to be on the cusp of the at least the edge of the eye wall, or at least going to be in the full brunt of it for almost the entire time. Well, we're by the airport in Fort Myers. I'm sure you know where we are. Lives in Naples. Is it still moving at 8 miles an hour? So yeah, it looks like it was still moving at 9. As right now, the forward speed is 9 miles an hour, which is, realistically nothing for a tropical system. Average tropical systems, typically move about 12 to 15 miles an hour. Remember Fiona? That thing got up to 46 miles an hour. It was flying once it got caught up in the jet stream. This one's 9. It's 9 miles an hour. That's not much. I mean, it's at enough of a speed where it's not gonna make it the upwelling enough in a time in the ocean enough to pull down the storm. So it's moving just fast enough to where it's going to be able to keep its intensity, versus, if it maybe slowed down to a crawl out in the ocean, that alone with the upwelling of the ocean would actually help lower the intensity. But I think it's just moving just fast enough where it's not going to be able to lower in intensity. Hey, my birds can walk faster than Ian is going. So, yeah, if you really think about it, 9 miles an hour is like, yeah, it's still, you feel like if you're in a school zone, that's 20. 9 miles an hour is not much, right? It's if you're actually, like in a car and trying to drive 9 miles an hour, sometimes it's very difficult even to do. Yeah, but it looks like, yeah, we did in fact have tropical depression number 11 that formed out in the open waters of the Atlantic. And it looks like it's going to be one of those systems. It's expected to be a tropical storm probably sometime tomorrow. It'll take the name Julia. But then it's expected to fizzle out just like Gaston and Hermine did in a very, very short amount of time. So yeah, Julia is going to be another name that will probably get another name out of the deal tomorrow, but it's not going to have any impact on land whatsoever, and it'll just take another name, and then we'll be on to the next one. I think this is going to be a flooding hurricane, maybe not so much wind event. No, it's definitely wind event for sure. I mean, this is bigger than Charlie. It's basically right on the cusp of a Michael. It's not that far away. So this is definitely a big wind event. That's why they've got extreme wind warnings out. That's something you don't see very often, extreme wind warnings. And that doesn't come out lightly. You have to have extreme winds to have some sort of a warning like that. Hey, I don't get people understand the destruction that Ian is going to leave in its wake. That think about nuclear device going off. It's a lot, right? I mean, it's kind of heartbreaking to know what's going to unfold once this storm makes impact, and it's already getting impacts. I mean, we see pictures of Naples right now underwater. I mean, 6 feet. It's got 6 feet of water. You know, if you live anywhere in the coastline there, your home is flooded. I mean, there's not much to stop water. You can't stop that stuff. Like, there's only so many bags you can get. I mean, you can't stop water. I mean, so all you got to hope for is it doesn't come up any higher than that, you know. But when a storm is still offshore and you're already looking at a 6 foot storm surge and the storm is not even in your area yet, that's concerning. That's definitely concerning. That you would think it's going to go higher, right? I mean, it would have to if the storm is not even in your area yet. Hey, I don't believe Cape Coral's at 78 mile per hour wind gust. Um, I mean, it's possible they're not. They're not in the. I mean, they're not in this, yellow shaded area yet. I mean, it's they might be just in a lull, but yeah, I mean, it could easily pick up pretty quickly and start. It's starting to. Yeah, that eye is really getting more condensed for sure. It'll be interesting once they come out with the 1 o'clock update and see if they bump this up. I'm trying to look at the hurricane hunters and see what kind of millibars they're getting out of the drops. All right, so that's some of the footage coming in near Inglewood right now from a storm chaser. So he's just on the outskirts of that outer band. So those winds should be rapidly picking up pretty shortly now in his area. And obviously it's buffering. It's having a hard time seeing, with all the high impacts. But downtown Fort Myers is flooded. Yeah, so downtown Fort Myers is flooded. Here's my Twitter, and you can follow me on Twitter for those that get the. Yeah, so I'll be retweeting. Oh, I don't have Twitter. That's okay. That's just a visual. I mean, I'll be talking about it. But yeah, so for those that have Twitter, you can go on there and I'll be retweeting some of maybe the storm footage that's not maybe not coming in here that I can't visibly show you here, but yeah, so there's just a lot of impacts happening. I wish I had better coverage here. This was able to pull it through, but yeah, so we're still looking at a formidable storm, 155 miles an hour coming ashore in the next an hour or two, as we're waiting for the new data from the National Hurricane Center that'll come out at 1 o'clock, and that'll be a full update. So that'll be a full update at that time. Yeah, it's just out Pal Ponder. Yeah, it looks like most all storm chasers are in Punta Gorda here. Yeah, that seems to be the favored spot, that they're safe enough away from the eye wall. They're not going to get the storm surge, but still be able to cover the storm. So they're definitely playing it smart, that's for sure. Yeah, so Naples, Naples storm surge is up to 6.25 feet. So 6.25 feet is the last estimate on the storm surge in and around the Naples area. So we'll go back to this one as it gets closer. But yeah, so Naples is just about to get really close to that outer eye wall now. And that storm surge, unfortunately, is probably going to be going up here shortly, as they're going to start getting the beginning impacts of the intense storm surge from the system. Yeah, Charles Pollard. I don't have any cameras that are working over here. Yeah, it's hard to get these cameras on the storm right now. I mean, obviously, with a potential Category 5 barreling down. Yeah, so Tampa is not, not 100% out of the clear. I mean, obviously, they're not going to get the record storm surge that it could have been, that could have happened if it kept on the same rate at where it was. But Tampa should still get, um, the some of the four. I would say their storm surges for Tampa is anywhere from the 4 to 6 foot range. So that's more likely what Naples is getting right now. So they're still going to be in that zone of 4 to 6 feet potentially from the storm surge, even after the storm comes in. Looks like the iCyclone just measured a new one in Punta Gorda, 986 millibars. Yeah, so he's in Punta Gorda, and it seems to be where most of the storm chasers are right now. And he's calculating the current millibar at 986, which is essentially a formidable. That's a formidable hurricane right there. He's already getting that hurricane force winds. Core gradient is extremely steep, and the eye wall is concentrated and violent. That's how he describes the system. Okay, so he just was describing the millibars. That just kind of goes to show you. I mean, he's gone through at least 60 eye walls. I mean, he's had 60 eyes experience in his lifetime, and based on what he's seeing with the 986 millibars, and the winds aren't really that bad now. That's basically he just describing it as extremely steep, like the core gradient's extremely steep, and the eye wall is concentrated and violent. So that, like, what typically within 30 miles, I mean, that's 30 miles of this storm, that's where the most intense winds are, and the most extreme winds. So if it is moving at 9 miles an hour, I mean, some of these areas are going to be in that zone for 3 hours of the most intense storm surge and intense winds. And he has not experienced that lately yet. So you remember, you get the millibars, you get the pressure goes down, and then the winds follow. So he knows at 986, without much wind right now, he knows what's coming on the backside, what's coming from this system. So, so for those areas in and around the Cape Coral area, maybe, this Port Charlotte area, you're going to get 3 hours on the front side and then potentially 3 hours on the back side. So you're going to get a full 6 hours of the most intense storm, intense winds from this storm. This is a prolonged effect. And of course, all the heavier rain. So that's why the heavier rains, you get, 3 hours of 3-inch rainfall rates and another 3 hours on the backside. So that's 9 hours. That's 9 inches on the front side. That's 9 inches on the backside. That's how you get to a foot and a half in a short amount of time. Hey, thanks, Noes. Hey, Tiffany. Welcome to the live stream. Thanks for watching. Good to see you on here. Thanks for watching me daily. I know you're a regular on the channel. Yeah, so we're getting confirmation from the webcam in Fort Myers that, yeah, very destructive storm surge is happening right now in and around the Fort Myers area. Yeah, that northern eye wall is really starting to fill in now. I mean, it's you saw these deepening yellows. It's really starting to deepen. They're really kind of taking the brunt of this the initial eye wall coming ashore. Hey, I got to go do some work now before it gets too hot outside. Hey, Armag. Yes. Thanks for tuning in. Hey, wouldn't the wind mitigate the storm surge for Tampa? Yeah, but I mean, you're still forecasted to get 4 to 6 feet in Tampa potentially from this setup. But I know, again, it's been moving further south over time. But yeah, Tampa's not that far away from the eye of the storm here. And it's moving northeast. So it's gonna take the, this kind of trajectory. So you're gonna get the outer side of the eye wall for sure. Because right now it's forecasted to go directly over Orlando. Hey, all my prayers for everyone in the Florida area and surrounding areas. Yeah, mandatory evacuations. They should have heeded the orders. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, that's they can tell people the risk, and then that, yeah. So that's why they. Wow, this camera in the Fort Myers area is just being crushed with storm surge. This camera's at least 6 feet above ground. Hey, thank you, Promise. Appreciate the donation. Yeah, so you're watching storm coverage. So those that have just tuned in, so we're watching this eye wall trying to come ashore. So it's still about an hour or two away, but this looks like a dangerous storm. It's 155 miles an hour, very strong Category 4, right on the cusp of a Category 5 hurricane, making history in the west coast of Florida. And we're already getting numerous reports in Fort Myers and now Naples area of 6-foot storm surge. 6-foot storm surge happening right now in those cities. And we still got a ways to go. I mean, that's not even really come ashore yet. So this is just now getting started and going downhill. Yeah, it looks like there's some breaking news. There's 23 people missing in a boat just off the southern Florida here during Hurricane Ida. So there's 23 people missing in a boat and in South Florida. So that's breaking news. Hurricane. Yeah, so I'm still looking at the drop zones. Last pass at 2 minutes ago from the hurricane hunters have confirmed 937 millibars. So that's where it's at now. So that was just the initial last pass. So they're flying through all the quadrants. So basically, it's holding its own. Just like we talked about, there's nothing to lower this thing in intensity, but at least we're not getting confirmation that that's intensifying. But that's just one side of the storm. But right now, we've got confirmation that's at least holding its own at 937 millibars. There's fatalities already. I don't know. I haven't heard anything. I know they said there's 23 people missing in a boat, but they didn't say they were confirmed dead. So I'm sure. I'm not hearing anything of that nature yet. This is what kills people. But yeah, obviously we're just getting going here. So this was shown yesterday, not sure when. Hey, Florida has been seeing very strong roofing with building and security code and securing the shingles compared to the other states, especially the more expensive homes. Hey, Ross. No, it's not making landfall yet. Yeah, we got to have at least half of this area in overland. So we're still probably at least 2 hours away. Yeah, it's got to have more than half of this overland. So we're not quite there, moving at 9 miles an hour. So I'd say we're still probably 2 hours away. Yeah, so thanks for tuning into my live stream. I'm streaming actually on Facebook and on YouTube right now. So if you got friends on those platforms on YouTube or Facebook, you can obviously share the stream with them. Let them know we're doing storm coverage today and for most of the day. I mean, the storm's obviously not going anywhere, and it's going to go well inland, having plenty of impacts. Well inland with storm surge, and expected to be a hurricane still all the way into the Orlando area. And it could easily cross the entire state of Florida, still being a hurricane. So we're going to be having a lot of impacts well inland, not only just with the wind and the storm surge, but also the just the flooding rain that's expected of easily 1 to 2 feet in a lot of these areas, especially up in Orlando and Daytona Beach, even up to Jacksonville. All those areas are expecting a good solid foot to even 2 feet. Yeah, it's hard to talk about rain in feet, but it definitely appears that 2 feet of rain is not out of the question. I mean, we saw with Puerto Rico, they had numerous areas of 20 inches, and some of those areas picked up 30 inches with a system. And this is not supposed to, it could be 48 hours crossing over the state of Florida, and within those 48 hours, that's why we could pick up, 1 to 2 feet of rain. And this zone, essentially, this corridor, basically is in the kind of the bullseye, if you will, of picking up 1 to 2 feet of rain from this system. But yeah, so when you're watching it on a radar perspective, it seems like, hey, it's just kind of creeping along, which it is. It seems like. But here's the latest track from the National Hurricane Center. This is where we're at right now. So it's out in the open waters. It's still out offshore. So this is the latest update. They'll be updating again at 1. So right now we'll take a look at this. But yeah, it appears it's going to be, basically making landfall between Cape Coral and Inglewood, a little bit closer to Inglewood over the next hour or two, very, very near the Port Charlotte area. This is where most of the storm chasers are, near Punta Gorda and the Port Charlotte area. But this is still supposed to continue to be a major hurricane, continuing all the way up just to the right side of Sarasota. So Sarasota is still in the cone. You're going to get the pretty intense winds even in the Sarasota area as this crosses over 70 here, as a Category 3 hurricane, is deep into the 7 o'clock hour tonight. And it's still going to be a hurricane, even when it's going to be towards the Orlando area, right there on the cusp of a minimal hurricane, even in the Orlando area. And then it's going to merge back out into the open waters towards the Daytona Beach. That's why Daytona Beach is going to get hit twice from this system. And you could have some sort of redevelopment for a short period of time before it makes a secondary landfall sometime late Friday into Saturday morning near the Savannah, Charleston area. And then it goes inland back into Columbia, back into Charlotte, heading into late this weekend. So we got long-term effects with with Aiden here. I bet no football this weekend. Yeah, they're already talking about, Tampa Bay's playing Kansas City at home. I mean, they're not going to have that game there. I think at first glance at New Orleans, I think they were playing in London this weekend, if I'm not mistaken, that they'll probably be relocating that game to to Louisiana to play it there. That would be my guess. Of course, the national, the NFL is going to make that decision, but they're not going to be playing in Tampa this weekend. Yeah, let's go back to that satellite picture, because we can actually see this a little bit more pronounced on satellite. See, we're actually getting the eastern side of the eye now. It's just now trying to come ashore, but that doesn't classify as a landfall yet. But you can definitely see we're pretty much locked into where landfall is going to be, right? Right there around the Inglewood area. That seems to be where landfall is going to be in the next hour or two. Yeah, for those just tuning in, you gotta have at least half of this center on land to classify as a landfall. And at 9 miles an hour, I would say we're still an hour or two away. So although it looks like it's made landfall, it's not a classification yet. Yeah, so let's go to the water vapor imagery. Yeah, at least that stadium effect on the dome on the visible satellite. I mean, it does not appear to me that it's going to be able to go to a Cat 5 now. Or it's just kind of too close. But the hurricane hunters are in this storm right now, sampling all sides. And the last update was in fact a 937, which is basically where they're at right now. But it's got a lot of lightning. That just still gives you an indication that it's definitely holding its own. I mean, it's got a lot of lightning around the center, on the outside of the center. So it's definitely holding its own, that's for sure. It's definitely not weakening, but we're getting more confirmation that's not strengthening. So that's always a good sign. But if we zoom out on the water vapor, you can see there's not much dry air, right? I mean, sometimes you get some dry air that tries to sneak in on the south side, but I mean, look at that. I mean, it's almost like a perfect circle, right? I mean, look at that. There's no dry air to speak of. There's nothing, no dry air to speak of. So there's nothing stopping this thing from being, weakening at all. So that's why it's definitely holding its own. But we're seeing pretty big cloud tops, heading towards the Orlando area. They're getting all the outflow from this system, which is still intense, even on the outside of the system. They're getting all the outer rain bands from this setup. How do you think Daytona Beach will fare? It looks like it's going right over it. Yes, it is. It is. It is expected to be over Daytona Beach. It will go over Daytona Beach. So you're going to be expecting probably hurricane force winds. I mean, it's expected to remain a minimal hurricane, if not a very strong tropical storm, even up in your area. And you're going to get both sides of the system because it's going to be reemerging out into the Atlantic, and it's possibly going to, kind of strengthen again a little bit. And you're going to get the whole backside from the system. So even though you're well away from the actual center, you're going to get a pretty good hit in Daytona Beach for sure. You're going to get hurricane force wind gust. You're going to get probably 1 to 2 feet of rain, and you're in that tornadic area as well. So you could have some quick spin up tornadoes. And so you're going to get really pretty hit hard in Daytona there. Hey, pal, is this going to basically plow right through this cold front? No, I mean, it's not going to be, it's not heading north, right? It's feeling the effects of that trough. And so that's why it's moving north. It's moving northeast now, but it'll start moving northeast. But yeah, so what your question was, once it gets into and redevelops and possibly gets into and makes landfall again and South Carolina and Georgia late Friday into this weekend, then once it heads north, it'll be a weakening storm and then a tropical depression once it plows into that cold front. So, yeah, hurricanes don't like cold air. I mean, they just don't like it. So that's going to be the sign that eventually it's going to be able to weaken this storm. But I mean, that's not gonna be until late Sunday going into Monday, where it's finally probably a depression by then. Then it's just a low pressure center dumping heavy rain inland, Virginia, up the East Coast, and then everything kind of merges together. So yeah, I'm retweeting some of the storm surge in Fort Myers Beach now of this camera offshore. Yeah, at least 6 foot of storm surge right now, confirmed by Ian here. Yeah, so there's been four Cat 4s, Cat 5 hurricanes that made landfall in US history. There's been four. There's been the Labor Day hurricane 1935 with 185-mile-per-hour winds. There was Camille back in 1969, had 175-mile-per-hour winds that hit Louisiana. And then you had Andrew back in 92 that hit Fort Lauderdale, Miami area. That had 165-mile-per-hour winds. And then we had the upgrade of Michael from a 4 to a 5. That was the fourth, Cat 5 hurricane to hit the United States. That was back in 2018. So that's why what makes Ian a kind of a rare territory, having a storm of 155 miles per hour plus making landfall in the United States. This is a fairly historic event. This has only happened 4 other times in history since they've been tracking this stuff, and it goes back to 1851. So it goes back 170 years of data. We're saying, hey, this is the 5th strongest storm to make US landfall in history. That's a big deal. This is what you're watching history unfold right now in Florida, especially West Florida, that when this makes landfall, this is going to be going down as a historic storm and would be labeled within that group of storms. Hey, thanks, Sue. Appreciate the donation. Yeah, so hey, I appreciate everyone's donating to the live stream. It definitely helps support the page and the channel. I know if you're on Facebook, obviously they give you an option to do the little stars, to do the stars on Facebook, and YouTube. They have what they call super stickers or whatever they call them. There's like super thanks, but yeah, it's just a way to donate towards the live stream, donate to the Pal Ponder, and support what I do, and on a daily basis. I mean, obviously it goes a long ways to help me continue to do what I do, which obviously I love it. So, but yeah, I love the weather, and I love to bring it to you, and I love to forecast the weather, and just and keep you out of harm's way. My slogan is protecting you before and after the storm. So I do. I was actually talking about this storm 9 days ago. I mean, if you go back to my video on the 19th, I really set the synoptic stage for this setup for this storm. And even then, 9 days ago, I kind of hinted at it was going to Florida. I've been doing this a long time, and but yeah, I love what I do. So I appreciate everyone's support out there. But yeah, so we're just watching Ian come ashore. Okay, so we got the next update. All right, so let's see where we're at. All right, so the 2 o'clock update basically shows the same. It shows the same. So we're still getting 155 mile per hour winds, northeast at 937 millibars. This is exactly where we've been for the last 3 hours. We have not budged. So if it's going to weaken, it's definitely running out of time. And if it's going to strengthen, it's definitely running out of time, because in an hour from now, we'll be talking landfall. So right now it's holding its own. So confirmation from the National Hurricane Center as of the 2 o'clock advisory Eastern time. We've got, a formidable hurricane, basically the strongest Cat 4 you can have, 155 mile per hour winds. Gusts are approaching 180, and then you have 937 millibars, low pressure, and then northeast at 9. So it's continuing on that northeast trajectory, and Inglewood definitely appears to be in the bullseye of a landfall on this system. Hey, it's been hot here too, waiting for it to cool off. Yeah, so the at least the northern states, the Great Lakes and the upper Midwest, they had a little cool shot, a little cool shot of air. Some of those areas were freezing this morning. But further south, it's dry in the United States, folks. I mean, it's a dry week. I mean, it's these systems, these hurricanes, you can imagine the energy it takes out of the atmosphere to a massive storm like this. It's basically sucking a lot of the moisture out of the atmosphere and pummeling it right into the state of Florida and then into the southeast and up the east coast. So the rest of the country is pretty dry. I mean, there's 20, 30 states that probably won't get a drop of rain for a week. Extremely dry air, dew points in the 30s and 40s. Um, it's bone dry air, so you tend to spike down at night. So you got radiational cooling. Temperatures drop when there's nothing to stop it. No clouds, nothing to stop the coolness to come out of the atmosphere. But then, there's nothing to stop it to go back up again once the sun comes up. So once the sun comes up, you rocket back up to, at least average or above average conditions for a good chunk of the U.S. So we've been getting some, pretty wild swings. I had a 40-degree difference in between the low and the high yesterday at my house. That doesn't happen that often, to get a 40-degree swing like that in just a 7-hour time span. That just goes to show you how dry the air is. And I live in Dallas, so how dry the air is underneath high pressure. Um, but yeah, so yeah, Ian will be the main story for about another week. We got all the inland flooding in the southeast, up the east coast, and then it does go inland. So, I mean, I think Ian will be around for through Monday or Tuesday, at least having the after effects of Ian. Hey, Doug, I'm in Phoenix and have loved the monsoon this year. Yeah, Doug, the monsoon was pretty prevalent this year. Especially the Eastern Pacific storms have really kept the monsoon alive, maybe even longer than what they typically are. So, typically monsoon season, well, 9:30, it starts to wind down. We're on the cusp of it starting to end. So we're still seeing some storms in the Eastern Pacific, and that might extend it a little bit further than it normally is. But it's been a rainy season, and obviously, it's kept the temperatures down too. I mean, it hasn't been like it's been hot. Phoenix is hot, right? But it's not like crazy hot. They've had some crazy hot, but not like extended crazy hot for an extended period of time. When it's like 105, that's like average for them. so, but it's not 120. But California has not been so lucky. They've had some pretty bad heat waves this year. And of course, the Pacific Northwest, it's been high and dry for them. I know Portland hit 61 days in a row, or I think 67 actually, without rain, without measurable precipitation. That was like their fourth, highest all time ever. So it's been pretty dry up in the Northwest, but I'm actually seeing signs, and it's typically when it starts, the atmospheric river does come back for them. So if you live in the Northwest, it might be another week, but after that, I think the steady stream really comes back for an extended period of time, um, for the atmospheric river flow, if you will, of just steady rains coming back in the picture. That would be cool. The longest live stream in history on YouTube. Well, I heard that. I think like okay, so basically, I think Facebook allows me to stream for 8 hours, and then they cut you off. And then I think YouTube is 12 hours, if I'm not mistaken, and they'll cut you off. I know you can't have a video longer than 12 hours. That's the cutoff on YouTube. So if it lasts longer than 12 hours, I would imagine that YouTube would just like end the stream. I've never done that before. I've had some longer ones. I think I've had 10 hours, but yeah. Hey, flush first floor anywhere. Yeah, I don't like Facebook. Let's see, first floor anywhere is now tremendous danger of storm surge. Yeah, so it's definitely getting real with this storm surge for sure. It's starting to it's starting to come up in a big way in a lot of areas. And yeah, Naples is getting hit hard with the storm surge right now, and Fort Myers area. Yeah, but the outer edge of the eye wall is just now coming ashore. So you're starting to get some of the higher impacts from this system, and this is when the storm surge can get downright dangerous, if not deadly, if you're still out there caught in it. Because once once it starts to rise, there's nothing going to be able to stop, and there's nowhere to put the water. The only way to go is up until the intensity starts to go down, and that's the only way it's going to be able to go down is the storm has to pass you. And so if you're in the eye wall, you got to get both sides of the storm. So I guesstimated 3 hours on the north side and 3 hours on the south side. So if you live in the Fort Myers area, if you live in Cape Coral, if you live in Inglewood, you're gonna have 6 hours of pretty intense storm from this system. Josh from My Cyclone said gusts are over hurricane force in Punta Gorda, entering the violent core, need to get inside. Yeah, so he's a lot of storm chasers are right now or in the Punta Gorda area, waiting for the storm to come, which is essentially right here. So that was 18 minutes ago. He confirmed that they were getting hurricane force wind gusts. So, and he had to go inside because it's you can't be out in the elements with stuff like that. So he's safely inside now, and he's getting the outermost band of this eye wall impacting that area right now. So yeah, definitely appears Punta Gorda could basically be right there in the center of the eye of the storm. So, and because if it's moving northeast, it's essentially going to be between Inglewood and Punta Gorda. That seems to be a good spot to be. You can definitely see that's where most of the storm chasers are. Hey, I'm a little behind on your videos, but never miss one, pal. Love your videos. Thank you. Hey, thanks so much. I will catch up in the next couple of days. Hey, I appreciate Daniel. All right, so let's zoom out. I guess the good thing is we're not getting. Let me put all the warnings back on. I don't want to miss anything. Sometimes it's so busy it gets cluttered, but there's definitely at least there's no tornado warnings currently right now. Well, I lied. There's one. There's probably one I couldn't see. Okay, so it looks like there's one just south of West Palm Bay here, northwestern Indian River County. There was a storm that was capable of producing a tornado that was located near the Blue Cypress Lake area, moving north at 25 miles an hour. So this was northwestern Indian River County and southwest Brevard County. and east central Florida. Yeah, in this atmosphere, it's going to be tough to have a confirmed tornado, but it's not to say that these don't touch the ground. It's just you got to have some sort of observation, from a storm spotter, and it's definitely hard to do when a situation like this. With most of these are going to be radar indicated. It's not implying that these might not touch the ground for a short amount of time, but it's going to be difficult to get maybe a confirmed tornado with some of these, just because you're not going to be able to have spotters out like a normal severe weather setup with such a prolific wind event with this storm. The outer part of the eye wall is the most constructive, furious beast of the hurricane. The center of the strong winds, along with the storm surge. Yes, absolutely. So things are going to be going downhill fairly quickly in these areas, and they know it, as that outer eye wall is just now starting to come inland, and they're starting to feel the effects shortly. Yeah, so all these areas in purple here, that is an extreme wind warning, and that's also a storm surge warning. So these areas back into Marco Island, back into Naples, you're already getting 6.5 feet. Those areas in purple, Cape Coral, Inglewood, all those areas are expected to see record storm surge. Anywhere between 12 and 18 feet is what is estimated for storm surge in those areas, which makes that really extreme and something this area probably has never seen in their lifetime, potentially. So right now, the highest storm surge is 6.5 feet in the Naples area, but I think that will obviously go up as this outer eye wall is getting closer and closer, and especially into Fort Myers, where it's also 6 feet, and they will be for sure going higher than that. Yeah, it looks like Mike Seidel. They're in Fort Myers right now. He's safely inside, taking pictures from out of the elements. But yeah, the storm surge is rapidly rising there. Winds are ferocious. And I think Cantori was in Clearwater, if I'm not mistaken. He might have moved, but yeah, they're all around. They're all right around that area. But I can assure you, they're all inside. Wow. So major flooding over at Diamond Head Beach Resort in Fort Myers Beach. Absolutely devastating. Wow, some of these pictures of the flooding is already coming in, guys. That's it's getting bad quick. Oh wow, so it looks like the European has just ran. It's about 15 minutes in, but the European model, wow, this is okay. So the Euro just updated, and it definitely has Ian coming back out in the open waters and pulls it a little bit further out in the open waters. And it actually has it dropping back down again to a 980 millibar low pressure. We could be looking at some fairly significant strengthening coming back out of the open waters. This is the newest run from the European guidance. This is in 2 days, making another landfall in Georgia and South Carolina, and it could get down about 980 millibar. Just to kind of give you an idea, before this ran, it was a 994. So that'll be interesting on the latest update once we get. I haven't looked at the GFS, but Yeah, the latest Euro has it dropping all the way down to a 980 millibar low pressure right off the coast of Savannah and Charleston and coming back inland again as a strong category 2 hurricane. So that's definitely new developments. And of course, that's just one model run, but that's pretty pronounced when the Euro is suggesting that 2 days from now. Yeah, a potential another landfall between Savannah and Charleston on Friday. And they're already guesstimating 9 feet. I mean, if that run comes to fruition, we could be having some 9-foot storm surge in between Savannah and Charleston on Friday. Yeah, that's definitely new developments. Of course, that's not official from the National Hurricane Center. That's just based on the latest model run from the European, but and that is just 2 days from now. We already know it's going out in the open waters, but it definitely appears it goes out a little bit further out of the open waters, right off the coast here. So it's going to hang out here for, you know, almost 24 hours, and it's implying that we could be looking at intensification, redevelopment coming off of Orlando near Jacksonville as a minimal hurricane, potentially still maybe strong tropical storm, and then reemerging and keeping that and then making a possible secondary landfall sometime late Friday, and between Savannah and Charleston as a formidable Cat 2 hurricane. Yeah, so it's kind of rare to get back-to-back landfalls with the tropical system, but the way this is looking, this is definitely might be the case. A double header headline, man. Yeah, I know, right? I mean, that's man, this it just keeps getting worse, right? I mean, it just keeps getting worse with every update. So not only are we dealing with a hurricane across the entire state of Florida, but it could re-intensify once it gets back out in the Atlantic, and we could be looking at another formidable hurricane making land fall between Savannah and Charleston late Friday night as potentially a strong category 2 hurricane with 6 to 9 foot storm surge. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. So we had a calm hurricane season, and then all of a sudden Fiona came, and then now Ian came, and now all of a sudden we've had it's 2 majors back to back like that within 10 days. Um, take all that off. Yeah, so let's look at some of these model runs. All right, I'm going to let this run, and then we'll catch back up. Oh, is it on here yet? Oh, it must be late. That's not on here yet. Sorry. We can look at the GFS. Yeah, the 12Z's there. So we'll let me let that run through, and then we'll look at it again. Yeah, I wanted to look at the latest some of the latest model runs that have just come out now that some of the model data has come back. Of course, this one's 16 days, so it's got to take a long time to go through all the whole entire way. Okay, so it completed. All right, so here's the latest data. So here's the latest model run from the overall GFS model. Yeah, still has it as a strong, 91 mile per hour hurricane tonight in Central Florida. This is the latest GFS model, and if we go to 1 o'clock in the morning, it still has a 65 mile per hour hurricane over 65 mile per hour tropical storm, at least 65 mile per hour winds in and around Orlando area. And Thursday at 1 o'clock, it's got 81 mile per hour winds by Palm Coast. This is just the latest update from the GFS model. And let's see what it has it coming back, emerging offshore. So yeah, there's 10 o'clock on Friday night. It's got 86 miles an hour in Augusta, 85 mile per hour winds in Columbia. So this is, even the GFS is implying we could be looking at another hurricane reforming back out in the open waters. Coming back inland again. And even gosh, look at that. I mean, Saturday morning, all the way in Saturday morning, Greenville, 80 mile per hour winds. Charlotte up to 76 mile per hour winds potentially. Well into Saturday morning, as this would keep hurricane intensity. Yeah, so it definitely appears this may form into a hurricane again as it comes out over the open waters of the Atlantic. Yeah, so here's the latest hurricane model. All right, so here's the latest hurricane model. Has it over a 987 millibar low pressure over Jacksonville, near the Jacksonville area. This is the latest HWRF model. This particular model doesn't have it going all over water. It actually keeps it inland. So this particular model actually keeps the storm inland and doesn't actually have it going back over open waters. That's the latest HWRF model, which is basically the hurricane model. Yeah, let's look at the NAM model. The NAM's got, hurricane force winds over Orlando by 1 o'clock in the morning, implying it stays a hurricane, which is what's forecasted from the National Hurricane Center. So this is the latest NAM model, high resolution guidance. And still a formidable hurricane, even towards the, Orlando, Tampa. It's got 83 mile per hour winds overnight tonight in Tampa. 75 mile per hour winds in Orlando. We're just looking at some of the latest model runs. This is tomorrow morning. near the Daytona Beach area, 83 mile per hour winds tomorrow morning in the Daytona Beach area. And that one too definitely has it going back over the open waters. And this is probably too bullish. I don't agree with this. Of course, this is the name. It's not the best model to look at for hurricanes. I was just trying to look at some of the wind speeds. But I would say it's a little high. I don't think it's going to get up to 108 miles an hour. I don't think the NAM's the best model. I think we can look at it for like, for hurricanes. I was going to look at the, for some reason, the euro is not pulled through, but we already had confirmation the euro's down to 980. Here's the HRRR guidance. Of course, this one only goes out 18 hours. Yeah, so here's the HRRR guidance. Yeah, this one actually even has more intense winds. I think this is a little overdone. But yeah, that's some of the model data that's coming out. But it definitely appears that this is going to remain a formidable storm well inland as a hurricane. And it's going to merge back out of the open waters and in the Atlantic and redeveloping into another potential landfall hurricane going into let's look at some of the rain amounts. Yeah, typically the NAM is better at that. I can only imagine what some of this model data is printing out for the rain amounts. Huh, that's interesting. It's not even picking up on the where the storm is. Pulls through. Hey, Charles. Yeah, so we're just going through some of the latest model data right now as we're waiting for the storm to come ashore. So here's the latest GFS run. So we'll let this run. We'll look at some of these totals the latest GFS is spitting out. All right, so we can zoom into some of these totals. Yeah, I mean, obviously you're going to have really sporadic amounts, but yeah, it's anywhere from 12 to 14, 15 inches. Of course, this is just a model run. I mean, a lot of this data looks like it's being skewed by the winds, and maybe it's not pulling through all the way on this radar because of the storm. But a lot of this, it seems like it's misinformation here. All right, so let's go back to the radar. All right, so we're back to live coverage here. Hey, pal, my prediction is going to be on cruise right over Disney World and destroy the place. I hope not. All right, so if we zoom in here, yes, obviously the eye wall is just getting a little bit closer. Yeah, so there's Port Charlotte, and you can always see the bay here. But at least the right side of the system, right side of the storm is definitely has moved on shore. Yeah, water rushes into a parking garage at Pelican Bay and in the Naples area. Wow, it's looking really bad in Fort Myers now. Oof. Yeah, Fort Myers is really taking a beating right now. Video circulating shows houses floating off their foundations in Fort Myers Beach. Wow, they're just being inundated with the storm surge right now. Yeah, storm surge outside my mom's house in Fort Myers Beach. I'm so sick. This is crazy, y'all. This water is up to the roof. Yeah, I'm retweeting some of these pictures on Twitter. I mean, these pictures coming out of Fort Myers is pretty insane right now. There is a prolific flooding. Um, I mean, to get water to the roof, I mean, that's water rise to 10 feet. Hey, Buck. Hey, thanks for becoming a member. Appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Yeah, so we're starting to get some of that pictures coming in from Fort Myers. Is pretty insane right now. Of all houses are destroyed and some are floating away off Ian's eye wall hammers Southwest Florida. And that's from a meteorologist, guys. I mean, this is bad. I mean, this is bad, y'all. Oh. So we are definitely starting to see some of those confirmations come in with the storm surge that was predicted of over a foot storm surge, and it's up to people's rooftop. And based on my calculations, that's easily 10 feet, if not higher, right now, and into the Fort Myers area. Yeah, looks like we got a new tornado warning for Deer Park, Florida. Deer Park, Florida, brand new tornado warning that goes into 3 o'clock Eastern time for the next 25 minutes. Yeah, so we're seeing essentially a historic storm surge happening right now in and around the Fort Myers area of literally homes confirmed seen floating off their foundations with under 10 feet of water right now. And things have turned drastically downhill in a big way with this storm and especially the storm surge happening right now. They are getting the outer eye wall from Ian, and based on the trajectory, they're going to be Fort Myers. They're going to be like maybe crossing the eye, but they're going to get the whole backside of the storm too. So they're in a not a pretty setup right now of getting the full brunt of Ian. Yeah, cars are floating down the street in Naples. Yeah, you got to realize if there's a car out there and it's got 4 feet of water, it's just going to be basically floating. So yeah, it's the things are turning downhill quickly in a big way, fast. Yeah, it seems like a lot has changed seems like a lot has changed since I left. Yeah, I just checked your Twitter feed, pal. Speechless. Yeah, I know, right? I mean, it's just insane. We're watching homes literally floating off their foundations, guys. I mean, this is every bit of what unfortunately was forecasted with the storm surge like this coming in, and this is why they ordered people to desperately evacuate because there's nowhere to go if there's water reaching to your rooftop. There is nowhere to go besides your roof. And then you get blown off the roof with the heavy rain. So it's just a bad situation unfolding right now in and around the Fort Myers area. Also in Fort Myers Beach, there were two homes that were swept off their foundations. This is one of the most tremendous storm surges this town has faced in history. Yeah, I mean it doesn't get any worse than that, guys. I mean, I've never actually seen uh, what is happening right now with these. It's one thing seeing a car float down the street, but it's another thing seeing an entire house being lifted from the foundation and literally starting to float. I mean, that's about as bad as it can get. I mean, wow. I don't even know what to say right now. That's and we're literally just getting started. I mean, they're getting the initial brunt of the initial eye wall. Yeah, surge has now been confirmed in Fort Myers of 12 feet. 12 feet has now been confirmed on and the Fort Myers area. This is happening, guys. This is truly happening right now. Catastrophic damage in the Fort Myers area happening right now with confirmed 12-foot storm surge. This is unbelievable of everything that is unfolding right now in West Florida with confirmed 12-foot storm surge in and around the Fort Myers area, and they're they're literally in the right front quadrant of this storm. It looks like they're barely going to be touching the eye of this storm, and they're going to be having the entire backside as well. So this is just a oh, I mean, some of these homes. I mean, gosh, guys, like I said, I mean, people's lives are if you left, hope you did. There's not going to be a house to come back to. Yeah, like you said, pal, this is just getting started. Speechless. I mean, I just don't know what to say. I mean, I didn't think I would ever read that sentence before my lifetime that they were literally homes floating off their foundations. But what do you do when there's 12-foot storm surge? I mean, there's nowhere for that water to go. I mean, obviously, it's going to moisten up all the soil underneath it. I mean, inundated under that water, it's going to detach eventually. It's going to detach. I mean, it's got nothing where to go. I mean, and then on the wind, the forcing of the wind is going to help it detach. And then you basically just have a floating house, which is almost unheard of. But this is exactly what looks to be unfolding in the Fort Myers area. Hmm. Yeah, insurance is one thing. Supply chain issues and inflation will definitely hinder people's recovery. Yeah, oh, it's a nightmare setup. I mean, it's. 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 I me Yeah, so if you're just now tuning in, things are just drastically going downhill quickly. We still have a major Category 4 hurricane, 155-mile-per-hour winds. We're getting the right side of the eye wall right now in the Fort Myers area. I would imagine Inglewood's just about the same, but right, Fort Myers seems to be right in that right front quadrant right now, and they are taking the brunt of the storm with confirmed 12-foot storm surge right now in the Fort Myers area. And quote, there's homes literally floating off their foundations at the moment, and the video showing them floating down the street. Essentially, it's pretty insane what we're looking at here, of what is unfolding here. But I see the Weather Channel. They're in Fort Myers. They're trying to get a live shot outdoors. They're having a tough time doing it. It's the brunt. I mean, they're getting the brunt of it right now. I mean, the full effects of this storm. Yeah, it looks like Cantori's out in the elements. I mean, of course, yeah, trees are breaking and debris is flying everywhere in the Punta Gorda area in Florida. Oh yeah, see all this debris flying down the streets. Power line explosions just happened in the Naples area. Power lines just exploding everywhere. Like everywhere you turn. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm retweeting some of this on Twitter. I mean, I can't show you it on this platform, but I can. Those for those that have Twitter, there's definitely video out there. I don't know if we can pull in some of these webcams. Yeah, there's a live webcam. They're near Port Charlotte area. A shark. Oh wow. The storm surge is so powerful that Hurricane Ian brought in a shark into the city streets. A little baby shark. Huh. Wow. It was a little one, but it looks like they even rushed ashore a shark. I mean, imagine the storm surge is everything's pushed in. They can't swim that, they can't swim against that. So they're going to be they're basically pushed a shark into the city streets here. Yeah, so this is a live cam of the Port Charlotte area right now of a storm chaser that's in that area, waiting for that eye wall to cross that region. We don't have confirmed landfall yet, but it's not that far away. At least half of this has got to cross land. So we're not that far off now. So I thought we'd be at between 2 and 4 o'clock. So we're almost there. Yeah, so cars are now completely submerged on the Naples webcam area. Significant storm surge happening right now. Oh my gosh, and high tide. To compound the things, high tide is at 250 in the Naples area, and high tide is happening right now as the storm is coming in. That's the last thing you want to see is compounding with high tide, just the timing of high tide now, which makes it even worse. that it's coming in at high tide. Yeah, I know. I can't believe it. I mean, every time I read something, it's like, oh, now it came in at high tide. Really? Like, God, what are the odds of that? I mean, hey, pal, we have a tornado on the ground in East Central Florida. All right, sorry, let me zoom out here. All right, so we have a brand new tornado warning for southwestern Brevard County in East Central Florida, or Osceola County in East Central Florida. There was a tornado that was located about 7 miles northeast of Kinsville, moving north at 20 miles an hour. Yeah, I'm not seeing that's confirmed. Let me- Sorry. Yeah, please post the Fort Myers houses floating, please. Yeah, I don't know have a way to show this on my screen. I mean, it's on my Twitter. um, yeah, okay, so let me zoom out here. I guess I could share my Twitter feed. Here, let me do that. Um, all right, stand by. All right, can y'all see that? All right, so here's here. This is storm surge. What we're looking at into the Fort Myers area right now, showing some homes, and there's all different footage. So I'm just scrolling through my my Twitter feed right now for you guys, and some of the posts that are shared. Here's some of the storm surge right now happening into the Fort Myers area. This was actually an hour ago that had some 6-foot storm surge, but it's a lot worse than that right now. There's live coverage from the Weather Channel of some of the scenes that's unfolding right now of 13 minutes ago from Ian, with all those extreme winds happening. Some of the strongest winds may be on the backside of the eye wall, still yet to come ashore, as the eye-popping drop zone shows. All right, so they're still sampling this storm. So they're definitely still sampling the storm, and so it's showing signs that possibly there could be even stronger winds trying to develop on the backside of the storm. Yeah, there's that shark that someone says got pulled in. It's tiny; you could probably barely see it, but it's a little baby shark that got pulled in into a Fort Myers neighborhood from the storm surge. Yeah, here's some of the footage of these homes, right? So more images coming through the Fort Myers Beach homes and buildings are completely destroyed. I mean, this one's pretty much gone. I mean, there's water literally coming up, 5, 6, 7 feet in spots. It's bad, guys. But there was definitely one that was you could actually see the some of the home. Yeah, so here's a picture from this guy's mom's house in Fort Myers Beach. I mean, it's basically up to the roof, right? I mean, that's easily 10 feet, right? I mean, that's got to be easily 10 feet. If they're inside that home, they've got to be on the roof, or there's no way out. I mean, that's just a dangerous situation. There's plenty of scenes like that in the Fort Myers area. Here's another look from Punta Gorda 42 minutes ago. It looked really bad then. Yeah, run from the water, hide from the wind, cars completely submerged, storm surge climbing in Naples, high tides at 2:50 Eastern time, which is basically right now. Storm surge of 8 to 12 feet with waves on top expected in the Naples area. So, I mean, there's basically cars basically completely submerged underwater, nowhere to go, seen floating at times. So things have turned drastically downhill in a big way. Yeah, winds are howling. This was 6 months ago. Winds are howling in the eye of the storm and Hurricane Ian and the Punta Gorda area. So that's easily hurricane force wind gust happening right now for them, and they're probably going to be getting the eye wall. I would imagine Punta Gorda is one of the ones that's actually going to be in the calm of the storm. So we may be looking at this an hour or two from now and seeing the complete calmness, and then they'll get the backside of the system. Oh, wow. So that's an eerie feeling, right? I mean, the water is almost gone from the bay in Tampa. That rotation around the storm is pulling the water towards the Gulf of Mexico. I mean, look at that, guys. I mean, some of these pictures coming out of the Tampa Bay area, the water being sucked out from and heading back into the Gulf. Yeah, you don't see that very often. That happens during a tsunami or a hurricane, depending on what side you're on. Yeah, there are scenes from the Port Charlotte area. Just devastating winds right now in the Port Charlotte area. Yeah, more pictures of some of the storm surge that's happening. Yeah, I mean, that's as bad as it gets, guys. I mean, Fort Myers is definitely taking the brunt of this storm for sure. I mean, I hope no one's in those houses. If anybody's in those houses right now, they're in serious trouble. Hey, are you getting enough to eat and drink, pal? Thanks for what you're doing. No, thanks for the reminder. So, I definitely gotta stay hydrated. But yeah, I should eat something here in a little bit. I haven't. I was been so looking at the weather. I did a video this morning, but I haven't had breakfast. I haven't had lunch. Obviously, I mean I've been concentrating on the weather. It's a big day, and I was watching this storm. Just rapidly deepen this morning. But yeah, I mean, it's a pretty eerily similar path to Charlie, right? I mean, this was Charlie back in '04. So essentially south of Tampa. That's basically where we're at now. Going to be coming in through Orlando, basically just right of Jacksonville, and then reemerging. Yeah, that's an eerie setup, guys. That's pretty much what Charlie did, because it's going to be possibly reemerging back over into the Atlantic and possibly reforming and making another landfall. But Ian's expected to go more further north after it makes the secondary landfall versus where we are now. But still, that's a pretty similar path. Yes, the track of Ian and Charlie is remarkably similar, but they are totally different storms. Charlie was small, causing damage, but not like large tornadoes. Ian has higher winds, lower pressure, and a much larger system is bringing much more storm surge. So yeah, just based on the track alone is the same. But like I mentioned, every storm is different. I mean, Ian is basically twice the size of what Charlie was. So it's not even it's hard to compare them in that stature because so the track is the same, but every storm is different, and this storm makes it more devastating because it's just the expansiveness. This is literally twice the size of what Charlie was. But yeah, so that just kind of gives you an idea of what's unfolding right now. Just crazy stuff, right? I mean, and things look to be worse than this, and what's to come. With this storm. Yeah, landfall imminent. Pineland and the Pineland area. Yeah, it should be landfall shortly. We're not that far away from landfall now. But yeah, this footage of Fort Myers is just incredible. I mean, you don't see a storm like this. This is basically worst case scenario. This is worst case scenario. I don't know how else to describe it besides catastrophic damage. Oh, AccuWeather's calling it. They said landfall North Captiva Island with 155-mile-per-hour winds. It looks like we got a landfall on. I guess they counted one of those islands out there. North Captiva Island in Florida as 155-mile-per-hour Category 4 hurricane. I mean, that's AccuWeather, so I'm going to look for the National Weather Service and see if I can get more confirmation on that. Yeah, so here's some of the flight drops, 938, 939. Yeah, so the storm is basically holding its own. It's been the same intensity for the last 4 to 5 hours now, ever since it ramped up into a strong Cat 4. It's been of course that one's fake. It's been it's been holding its own for a long time now. Yeah, 938. That's the last. That recon flight from before. Yeah, still up there, making another pass at the eye. All right, so they're about to head back out through the eye. The first two passes calculated 938, 939. And you can see they're actually coming in from the other side now. But we're right there. It's essentially holding its own for sure. But yeah, so that's some of the devastating footage that's coming out of the storm, right? I mean, that's pretty extreme stuff. But yeah, so there is that tornado warning. This might be a new tornado warning. So a brand new tornado warning. Another possible tornado happening right now in northwestern Osceola County and east central Florida. This was issued by the Melbourne Weather Service there. That one's moving northwest. So we're seeing another possible tornado happening right now near 192 up here, just southeast of the Orlando area. All right, so okay, so these are the islands out here. I mean, I don't know. Is the National Weather Service calling that a landfall? Yeah, these are all islands out here. And then let's see, update, 3 o'clock update. All right, so at the 3 o'clock update, there was a weather station in Cape Coral. A weather station in Cape Coral experienced a wind gust of 118 miles an hour. 118 miles an hour just recorded. Looks like Redfish just reported a 942 millibar low pressure and Redfish Pass, Florida. I don't know. I'm not seeing any word from the National Hurricane Center that they're calling that official landfall as of yet. I know AccuWeather said that, but I'm not seeing it anywhere on the National Hurricane Center site. Yeah, I mean, there's a possibility some hail. Does Florida get hail with their tornadoes like West Texas? Oh yeah, Florida gets hail. No, I mean, I wouldn't say it's as big as what West Texas gets, but they definitely get some hail. Yeah, so I'll wait for word from the National Hurricane Center on them calling the official landfall as of yet. I'm not seeing any other confirmation that a landfall has been made. They counted one of these islands out here. But either way, we're not that far. Obviously, the outer bands are moving in right now, and they're taking the brunt of this storm. Yeah, so we're watching this come in, guys. I mean, it looks like it's still going to be a formidable 155 at landfall. It's definitely holding its own. Tampa Clearwater Bridge is covered by Gulf water. Yeah, everywhere you turn, things are bad. Yeah, here's Tampa getting some of the outer bands from this system. Orlando's raining pretty good right now, and Palm Bay. Yeah, so it looks like Naples is not going to experience the eye for sure. It's going to be too far north of them. Fort Myers, like I mentioned, they're going to experience at least a little bit of the eye, but not much. They're going to be just on the far outskirts of that eye. They're not going to have much of a break before things start to go downhill drastically again. Yeah, CNN reporting huge waves. Yeah, it's bad. We were just looking at some of the footage out there, and it's about as bad as I've ever seen. Yeah, so far what we're looking at is the highest wind storm surge out there so far has been confirmed as 12 feet, and the Fort Myers area. Yeah, I see. The hurricane's making landfall just west of Cape Coral as we speak. 937, 155 max winds. We'll have an official landfall within the next 30 minutes, likely. So yeah, I don't think officially it's made landfall yet, but we're not that far away. Like I said, I'm waiting for the National Hurricane Center to call it on the actual landfall time and stuff. I know. I think AccuWeather really jumped the gun on that one. Yeah, Florida is wet. Yeah, me too. I hope they left. Yeah, I mean, if they're in there, Sarasota. Yeah, Sarasota is. You're just on the outskirts of the eye wall, so you're going to get. You're in the northern eye wall, so you're going to get a prolific rain. You're going to get some of the storm surge, but you're not on the right side of the storm. This is just going to be just southeast of you. Yeah, I would say the Fort Myers area, unfortunately, they're in that right quadrant, right? They're in the right quadrant of this storm. And they are getting the brunt between Naples and Fort Myers. They're getting the brunt of this storm, being where it's coming, making landfall, and where it's going from now is northeast. So they're about to get eventually inundated with all this yellow coming back into play on the backside. So they're not going to have much of a break at all. Do you have an assistant? No, it's just me right now. It's me, myself, and I. No, it's just me. Um, yeah, I mean, hopefully I can add some people. I would love to. I would love to add some people to the team, but that's got to come over time, right? But right now, I've done everything myself from the beginning. It's always just been me. Yeah, the backside of the storm, the eye wall is no joke. This will unfortunately accelerate any damage that has already occurred from the front side. Cat 5 winds have been observed from the drop zone. Yeah, so what we're seeing is potentially is in this backside of the system, this orange part, this all this yellow and orange on the backside of the storm. We're getting confirmation from some of these drops that some of these pressures could be lower than the actual storm right now is. So uh, unfortunately, it looks like again, every storm is different. At least the way it looks right now, based on the latest data, that the worst is yet to come. Basically, the backside of the storm could be the most intense side of the storm, if that's even hard to imagine right now, because we've already seen some pretty pretty bad pictures. But drop zone from an hour ago had 137 knots, the surface at 136, and the bottom, yeah, borderline Cat 5. What? Let's see, knots to miles per hour. Yeah, 137 knots. Oh, 157. Yeah, so right there on the cusp, but they're getting 137 knots, which equates to 157 mile per hour winds as of 2 minutes ago on the backside of the system here. So it's every bit of holding its own for sure. Yeah, landfall just happened, 155. Should have been a category 5 landfall NHC. Yeah, we'll see. I don't have official confirmation yet. They're calling it landfall. I'm not seeing that from the National Hurricane Center, but we're just right there. Let's see. This is 310. Here's a statement from 310. Okay, so now I'm seeing it. At 310, Doppler radar indicates that the eye of the Ian made landfall along the southwestern coast of Florida near Cayo Costa. If I'm not mistaken, was that where Charlie made landfall in the Cayo Costa area? That city rings a bell. That might have been the exact city it made landfall. I don't know. Does anybody have confirmation on that? I have to look it up. But yeah, so it made landfall, the Cayo Costa at 3:05 Eastern time. Maximum sustained winds. The latest minimal pressure from the recon plane is 940. That was the latest pressure from the recon lane, 940. So strong category 4, 155 mile per hour wind. So we got confirmation that this is an official landfall with 155 mile per hour winds and 940 millibar. And Charlie was at 941. Pretty spooky. So now I got to find out where Charlie made landfall. Cayo Costa, right there, guys. Made landfall on the coast of Florida, Cayo Costa Island, just north of Captivia. I mean, that's spooky, right? I mean, that is the exact same spot, right? I'm not. Am I reading this wrong? It's Charlie and Ian made landfall at the identical spot. Wow. Yeah, that is very spooky. Yeah, that I knew that city rang a bell. Yeah, Charlie made landfall southwest coast of Florida near Cayo Costa, just west of Fort Myers, around 3:45, August 13th. And this was a 940. Charlie was a 941 millibar. Wow. Charlie's brother. Yeah, I mean, that's too ironic. That's 18 years apart. I mean, exact city, almost the exact strength, but two different beasts, right? I mean, Ian's going to be far superior than what Charlie was. But as far as the location go, I mean, that's pretty eerie that 18 years later you get hit in the exact same city. Mm. Yeah, they can still upgrade to a 5 with post. I mean, there could be backside, right? We get the backside of the system. Right now, we have drop zones confirming, um, 157-mile-per-hour winds on the backside of the system. So, um, just like with Michael, remember Michael made landfall as a strong Category 4, and it wasn't until 6 months later that they went back and they upgraded it to a 5. And we're literally on the cusp of this system. I mean, trust me, 6 months from now, after this is all said and done and we're in the middle of a spring storm season, uh, they're going to be reinvestigating these storms. And depending on what happens the rest of the next couple hours, they'll be, it could, yeah, I mean, 5 miles an hour is, it could easily bump back up to 5 miles an hour if they have enough data to support it. So move to Florida for me, hurricane ghost time. Yeah, so I mean, Florida's been quiet, right? I mean, it's been pretty quiet in Florida. It's been since Michael. It's been 4 years since they've actually even had a hurricane. We had Alex, but Alex never technically made landfall in Florida as a tropical storm. Had a lot of rain, but it wasn't technically a tropical storm in South Florida. It wasn't a storm until it went out in the open waters. Yeah, they've got hit by tropical storms, but they haven't been hit with a hurricane since 2018. Andrew also upgraded from 150 to 165. Oh yeah, that's true. That is true. So that's what I'm saying. They don't that's a tough call to make it, unless it's just evident that that's a 5. But yeah, that's right. Andrew got bumped up too. So originally there were only 2. Yeah, that just shows you how rare these Cat 5s are. I mean, just like in tornadoes, for an EF5. I mean, those are rare. It's been a long, long time since we've had an EF5. So they don't make those calls very easily. There's got to be enough evidence to support that. And we just don't have enough yet. But they will definitely be analyzing over 800,000 people without power now. Wow. Yeah, I was going to look at that. Wow. Yeah. 808,000 people now. Whoo. Customers. Yeah. Customers without power. That is drastically jumped from 250 since the last time I saw it. But yeah, so that's wow. I mean, that's 800,000 people, and we literally just made landfall. It hasn't even remotely tried to cross Florida yet. I mean, we could be looking at a couple million people without power. I mean, we're not even in the brunt of this. It hasn't even covered most of the state yet. But yes, those that are just now tuning in, looks like we had an official landfall with Ian a couple minutes ago near Kaya I'm pronouncing that right? The Cayo area, basically where Charlie made landfall as a 155, 940 millibar low pressure. Yeah, so yeah, it looks like Inglewood, looks like Port Charlotte is really taking the brunt of it now. Yeah, here's yeah, so here's some footage from the Port Charlotte area right now. You can see he's pretty much sandwiched in between two buildings, getting out of harm's way. He's kind of has a block. He's basically getting the block from the winds. He has basically the winds protecting him on all sides. So he's not in the he's not in the elements. He's not passing those buildings, that's for sure. But you can definitely see how intense the winds are. Everything's pretty much boarded up right now, and he's getting the brunt of the storm. Hey, Stephen, how long will it be over Florida? At least we at least for about a day and a half. It's not going to emerge back out into the Atlantic until probably sometime on Friday. So we're looking at least a day and a half over Florida, and could be a hurricane the entire time. It's going to get really close as we get towards Daytona Beach area, dropping down to a strong tropical storm, but all indications looks like it reemerges back into the Atlantic and re-intensifies. And some models have actually re-intensifying back up to a category 2 hurricane and making a second landfall near Savannah or Charleston late Friday, heading into the weekend. So yeah, this may not be the only hurricane landfall that Ian has. But yes, I can promise you after Ian's done, that'll be the last of Ian. Well, they're going to be retiring yet another storm, I named storm, and they'll just have to they're running out of names in the alphabet for sure for the I name storms, and a lot of them they're using. So oh yeah, so that's a pretty big gust coming through there. Yeah, that was one of those powerful wind gusts that came through. Hey, Heather, you might nail your forecast after all. Hey, Florida's two largest electric utilities have 22,000 workers ready to help in power outages caused by Ian. Smaller companies on standby. So yes, the eye wall is now officially coming ashore, as some of these areas are experiencing the eye wall from Ian, as the Fort Myers Beach is kind of on the far outskirts of the eye wall here, but they're literally going to get the outside of the storm here shortly. Is Isaiah retired? Oh, hey, Weather on the Go. How's it going, buddy? Is Isaiah retired? I don't know. They usually name these 6 years in advance, so that all the names are there for the next 6 years. Let's see. All right, so 2023, it looks like Idalia. Idelia's next in 2023. Isaac, Imelda, Isaiah. Looks like Isaiah's in 2026, and Imina. Yeah, so they have the next 6 years already planned out. It's just Ian won't come back again in 2028. So if Ian wasn't bad enough, then they would be reused in 2028, but that's not the case. They will be basically eliminating that name. So they got the next 5 years covered. And it's just they'll have to come up with another name to replace Ian for 2028. That's how that works. And then, of course, the Pacific has their own separate I-name storms. Those are completely different. So eventually, you kind of run out of I-name storms. There's just not that many names that start with I, you know. And then, of course, nowadays they have a whole complete secondary list. So they got rid of the Greek alphabet. They made that decision this year, and if it was bad enough where they had more storms than they had letters, they would basically start over again. And then you have a whole secondary list they start from. So then there's a whole backup list that hopefully most years they won't get to, which I could probably safe to say we hopefully won't get to it this year. We'd have to have another 12 named storms between now and the end of the season. I hope we don't do that. But yes, there's a secondary list too, as kind of a backup list. All right, so yeah, that gives you an idea of where this storm chaser is. Hey, Fox is reporting a Hurricane Hunter had to turn back. Ian is too strong. Fox is a Hurricane Hunter, like what? Josh had to turn back. Well, he was in Punta Gorda. You're talking about maybe another Hurricane Hunter. Yes, I absolutely have. Yes, it's so good. Great. I'm starving. And we made it hours without that starting. Oh yeah, like yeah, the webcam, the little the dating stuff. I see that. Yeah, we did make it a long time. Gosh, we've been on here 4.5 hours. Yeah, so we did make it actually a long time, and we didn't. I didn't see that one time yet. So. Mm. Hey, thanks for real-time live coverage for everyone in the path of the storm. I live in, and we could use some of that water in California. Yes, you absolutely can. Yeah, I didn't realize that was that long, Snowies, but I mean, we're basically just at landfall right now. But I should probably take a break and eat. 106 mile per hour. Okay, so that was an hour ago. The Punta Gordon Airport in Port Charlotte reported a gust of 106 miles an hour, but that was over an hour ago now. So it's got to be higher than that now. Oh, wow. So this is in Naples Park and a surge has entered their homes. Yeah, people are literally swimming inside their homes in Naples. What do you do when there's water 4 feet in your house? And I think you just got to make the best of it, you know? Yeah. So official landfall hurricane 305, Costa, Florida, 940 millibars, 150 mph. That's the official hurricane assessment at 150 mph, 940 millibars. As winds are official at 150, Ian will not be added to the top 4 list. Okay, so it dropped down. So officially it went down from 155 to 150 and won't be included into the Michael, Andrew, Camille, and the Labor Day storm list because they are at 150 versus 155. So Charlie was 150, 941 millibars. Ian's 150, 940 millibars. Then landed the exact same spot 18 years later. But Ian is twice as big as far as a hurricane goes. See, some storms are like really small and compact. I think Marco was the one that was like really, really small, right? You get these small storms, but then some storms are really huge and they can have devastating, more wider spread impacts, but still the same strength. Hey, everyone, smash the like. Oh, Metal, you're back. Yeah, so for thanks everyone for tuning into the live stream. So we're doing live storm coverage. I mean, we've been tracking the storm for 9 days now, and it's coming ashore, and it's every bit that was forecasted, if not stronger. We saw a rapid deepening this morning. Unfortunately, that's when it went pretty severe and dangerous, and turned this storm into another level. Literally went from 120 to 155-mile storm, and in a matter of 4 hours, it rapidly deepened. I probably never. That's probably some of the strongest deepening in such a short amount of time I've ever seen. Wilma was definitely up there, but 35-mile-per-hour peak, increased winds in just a 3 or 4 hour time span. That's hard to do, and that's exactly what happened. And unfortunately, it happened right over land. And I guess because of the slowness of the storm, it did officially tick back down a little bit, 5 miles an hour before it made landfall at 150 miles an hour. Hey, I'm going to get some more water. So I'm going to take a break for a couple of minutes and maybe get a snack or something. I'll be back. All right, I'm back, guys. All right, I refilled my water. I got some snacks and a couple of protein drinks. Who is in here from Florida? Yeah, is anybody on here from Florida watching? All right, I'll probably be quiet for a couple minutes because I got to eat something. Yeah, it looks like Punta Gorda is taking the brunt of the eye wall right now. Oh, wow. So Cantori's in Punta Gorda and getting, I don't know, those 100-mile-per-hour winds. He's putting himself out in the elements like that. He got hit with a large tree. It's just not safe to be out there. A large tree branch. I mean, that could have hit him in the face. No, it's not a Pop-Tart. It's a Power Crunch protein energy bar. I think these are my wife's. Then I went to Costco and got some, these were actually for the kids, but I was like, grab one of these. These protein drinks. So I got chocolate, organic, clean protein. And I got a Kind bar. Blueberry, vanilla, cashew. I figure with all that, that's probably pretty good. Because this is 60 grams of protein. I mean, 30 and 30, that's 60 grams. Plus whatever's in these bars. Prepare it. But yeah, I'm pretty sure they're going to move that Tampa Bay game to probably New Orleans this week to play. I mean, that's if Tampa can get out of there. That's yeah. Storm surge and Fort Myers looks like a yacht has broken free and is roaming down the street. Oh wow. Yeah, that's somebody's really expensive boat. How often do you look out your window and see a yacht floating down the street? Wow. Yeah, I'm anxious to see what the backside of the system produces if they're getting some of these drop zones like that. But the back end of the eye wall is about to hit those islands, so they're going to be finding out shortly. You can see Fort Myers is already somewhat back in it. They're already getting back into it, so they didn't really have much of a lull there. They were just on the far. Please reduce carbs and sugar intake and keto rules. Oh, goodness. Hey, will it come towards Texas or Louisiana? What, this storm? No. No, this storm is heading towards the southeast. It's heading towards Florida and then heading towards Savannah and Charleston area later on. I'm already starting to feel better drinking this. Because I can feel myself getting a little lightheaded. But yes, the storm made landfall about, 40 minutes ago now at 3:05 officially. So the storm has made official landfall. And so right now we're watching the inland effects as this pushes inland. And we'll be traveling north-northeast over time. And yeah, let me finish eating here. Wow, those things are really good. Sorry, you'll have to watch me eat, but I got to eat something. All right, so let's look at the updated track from the Hurricane Center. They have all the new data now from the models that ran at noon and 2 o'clock. So I want to look at I want to look at the next projected path of the storm. All right, so here's the latest run from the National Hurricane Center as far as the path goes. So this is where the storm is now. It made landfall. It's gonna projected to be on that northeast track where it is now until it gets in between, say, Sarasota and Arcadia. It's a strong Category 3 still at 7 o'clock, so it's still supposed to continue to remain a major hurricane for the next at least couple hours, if not 5 or 6, 7 hours from now. It's still going to be a major hurricane. And then it's going to turn more of a northeast turn, right? It's going to turn more northeast, feeling the effects of the trough that's in the East Coast right now. So by the time it gets to Orlando, it's either going to be a minimal hurricane or a strong tropical storm. But it's going to be in Orlando somewhere early tomorrow morning. Going to be going directly over Kissimmee and Orlando area early tomorrow morning as essentially a minimal hurricane or a strong tropical storm. And then it's literally going to go right over the Daytona Beach area as a tropical storm. Here's a Daytona Beach area guesstimated at 65-mile-per-hour winds tomorrow night by 7 o'clock. So right now it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So that, what is that, 30 hours or so? So it's going to be over Florida at least for the next 30 hours, which is what's forecasted. So it's not going to cross out of Florida until, hey, 0 Day, thanks so much. Hey, I appreciate the donation. Greatly appreciate it. So yeah, so we're tracking this storm, and so this is the latest update from the National Hurricane Center, and we're finding a formidable tropical storm right into Daytona Beach by tomorrow night time frame, and then all estimates have this reforming out into the open waters. The official guidance doesn't have that, but there have been some computer models that have suggested that it possibly re-strengthens into a hurricane again and makes a secondary landfall, in between Savannah and Charleston. Right now, the official track has about a 50-mile-per-hour tropical storm, late Friday night, making a secondary landfall. But there are indications from models that these may change and possibly have a hurricane reforming again. Because some of the models actually bring it a little bit further out into the open water, so it spends a little bit more time out in the open waters versus the official track here yet. So we'll have to watch and see if this actually changes over time, which my suspicions think it will be. So, but I'm definitely seeing, regardless, tropical storm or hurricane, it's going to be a secondary landfall for sure. Sometime around late Friday night, early Saturday morning. I would say in between Savannah and Charleston area. So yeah, Florida's got another, a long time from now to have just a lot of impacts. And there are 800,000 people without power in the state of Florida right now. And the storm is just literally hadn't even remotely touched the entire state yet. Yeah, 810,000 people without power, or customers, 810,000 customers without power, and in Florida. Hey, love the on-camera eating. So, yeah, and the on-camera drinking the protein shakes. So wow, this is really good. I went to Costco yesterday and got these Premier Protein energy and immune health support booster. I'm drinking the vanilla right now, and man, this is really good. All I know is I plow through about 80 grams of protein, and I should I feel a lot better. So, but yes, we're watching storm coverage today with historic Ian. I mean, this is going to go down as another retired storm for the letter I, as this is brought already 12-foot storm surges and into the Fort Myers area. Yeah, so it's already been, and unfortunately, it looks like it came in at high tide with a lot of these alignments of in Naples, exactly around the high tide area. So that was just an unfortunate scenario that played out. Hi, pal. How much longer will its storm surge last for Fort Myers? It's going to be a while because you still got the whole entire backside of the storm coming. Yeah, you got the whole backside of the storm coming, so you're not even like halfway over yet, unfortunately. Yeah, Fort Myers is just one of those positions that it looks to really take the brunt of the highest impacts from this storm. And there's basically radar drop zone data, hurricane data saying the backside could be as intense or maybe even a little bit more intense than the front side. So yeah, so here's Fort Myers here. So you've got all this on the backside has to come through. So it's a little bit calmer where you are right now if you're still in Fort Myers. But it definitely appears it's going to be going downhill rather quickly because you're going to be getting this backside storm. There's Fort Myers Beach and there's Fort Myers from this system. Is he literally in the eye wall right now? Oh yeah, he is in the eye wall. Wow, so he actually made it inside the eye wall of the hurricane, which basically that's the dry side, right? He's not getting any impacts whatsoever, just being in the kind of the donut right now from the hurricane. He's right smack dab in the middle of it, but he'll be getting the backside of the storm shortly as the back end of the storm comes through. That's always an eerie feeling being inside the eye because you know what's coming on the backside. NBC 2 foot Myers looks to have went down. Yeah, I would say 3 or 4 hours on the backside from the system. I need a bag of pork rinds. Well, it's only still moving at 9 miles an hour, so it's not moving very fast still. So yeah, we're guesstimating 3 or 4 hours for that backside to move through. I mean, you got to realize it made landfall about a 3:05. So that's almost 55 minutes ago. And that was right here on these islands. So these islands are about to get hit with the backside of the storm, but that's not that far, right? I mean, this is an hour worth of movement. So just kind of, do the math. That's basically an hour right there. So then you have, you got all that on the backside. See, you got, I mean, that's a lot, right? You got all this that has to come through. So that's at least 3 or 4 hours once it starts. Yeah, so it's kind of eerie to watch him being in the eye of the storm like that. Okay, so here's an update from the Hurricane Hunter. He was in Punta Gorda. Taking a beating from the storm right now. Yeah, he's right here. This is essentially where Josh from My Cyclone is located in Punta Gorda. He's in the northern eye wall right now. Yeah, but it looks like Port Charlotte's just about out of it. Yeah, and it's closing in. It's actually filling in. This eye wall is not as maybe not as big as it was. Seems like it's trying to close in here. But yeah, look at that. Look at Sarasota getting some of those heavier bands moving into that area. So they're starting to feel the brunt of it as well. It looks like they might have updated at 3 o'clock. So let me get this update for you guys. Okay, so the 3 o'clock update, not northeast at 9, so the movement hasn't changed. Looks like the pressure has gone up another 2 millibars at 9:42, and the winds have gone down to 145. 145 is still a Cat 4 hurricane. So 145 at the latest update from 3 o'clock Central, 4 o'clock Eastern. It looks like we've got a confirmed wind gust in Punta Gorda of 124 miles an hour. 124 miles an hour confirmed wind gust in the Cape Coral area. We had the fire department recently report a 110 miles an hour in Cape Coral and 124 miles an hour in the Punta Gorda area airport. Yeah, Orlando, we were looking at some of the data on some of the model output. You were looking at experiencing possibly 70, 75, maybe up towards to 80-mile-per-hour winds as the storm approaches your area. Yeah, but the outer bands aren't anything to sneeze at. I mean, you got a pretty good band coming through right now, about to hit your area. And that's just all the outskirts of the storm. I mean, look at the massive wind field. Well, it's even raining right now in St. Augusta and the Palm Coast area into Daytona Beach. Yeah, we can look at some of these. Yeah, let's look at some of the rain amounts that we've seen. All right, so right now we're looking at some of the rain amounts we've seen. So it looks like about 7 inches in and around the Miami area. Fort Lauderdale, about 8 inches. West Palm Beach, about 7 or 8 inches of rain. All right, so where the storm has made landfall right now, in and around the Inglewood area, just right on the coast, 11 inches. These are confirmed radar estimated rainfall totals with the storm so far. Sarasota, 8 inches of rain in the Sarasota area. Tampa Bay, more like 2 inches. St. Petersburg, 2 or 3 inches. Yeah, luckily this band is offshore. Yeah, that's 19 inches of rain there from that storm moving in. So yeah, we're going to be adding to some of these totals. Let's go further north. Yeah, luckily the heaviest amounts right now has been offshore. And here's another foot of rain offshore. Daytona Beach so far is 2 to 3 inches. Orlando's coming in at about 2 inches of rain so far, but they're about to get hit hard with the storm. I know Key West got hit hard last night. There's some of these islands around Key West, 7 or 8 inches. Here's back into Marathon, 7 inches. Yeah, there's Key West, about 5 inches. And you know, of course, this storm is just now kind of getting going. I mean, so that gives you an idea. I mean, it didn't even come close to Miami or Fort Lauderdale, but they're still, even right now, they're at 9 inches of rain in Fort Lauderdale. That's a lot of rainfall, guys. And the storm wasn't even close to them. Yeah, so if we zoom out, yeah, this is the rainfall over the last 48 hours, and you can definitely see it's pretty high and dry for the rest of the country. We have another storm in the Eastern Pacific. I mean, this one looks to continue to go northwest and kind of fizzle out towards the Cabo San Lucas area. It's just been really active. This is what's keeping the monsoon flow alive. Yeah, so in Cuba, I mean, it went past Cuba pretty quick. Yeah, only a couple inches there. It wasn't over Cuba very long, really. But yeah, so that gives you an idea of some of the estimated rain amount so far, and we're just now kind of getting going. I got the hail map on. I don't see any hail that fell. I don't really see any hail that fell over from the system yet. But yeah, so that's some pretty intense rain rates already. And you get these feeder bands that it's locked over Fort Lauderdale. Or this is why they're adding those 9-inch totals, because I mean, you get these outer bands that kind of train over the same areas. Look, see, this kind of a, they're skinny, but they can do a lot of damage with rainfall. You get these outer bands just kind of get the alignment, just the, picks up the Atlantic and just dumps it inland. Oh, like, oh, Yosemite. Yeah, kiss me. It took a while to figure out how to say it. But yeah, so we got a lot of condos in Naples underwater, power flashes. Oh my gosh. Storm surge rushing into the bottom of the floor of the condos here in Naples. Please, everyone, be safe. People are in water up to their chins inside their homes in Naples. We need a helicopter to escape. Oh my gosh. Yeah, so there's literally people stuck on in condo buildings in Naples. Some are actually stuck inside the homes with the storm surge rising, and it's the water's coming up to their chins, and they're literally trapped. They can't go anywhere. But there's other people on top of the roof, and they need a helicopter to escape because there's no way out. So yeah, a lot of this is unfolding now. It's just a dangerous setup with the storm surge and all the rain that's inundating those areas. And that's the bad thing is just that's the scary scenario. They haven't even got to the back half of the storm yet. All right, so there's Naples. Yeah, hopefully they'll miss this. I mean, they might actually be just south of it. But yeah, that's just an insane situation unfolding right now in Naples. Yeah, but Jim Cantori got hit with a large tree branch while he was doing his live report. Looks like it hit him on the leg, but he tried to do a live report out in those 100-mile-per-hour winds, and of course, you got all debris flying everywhere, and you get a large, tree branch that gets broken off, and I mean, what if that hits you in the face? I mean, you don't know how it's going to come. It's just dangerous to put yourself out in the elements like that. Hey, I'm just now tuning in where the eye hit. Hey, Tina. Well, if you remember Charlie back in '04, ironically, it landed in the exact same spot. As Charlie did. What was it? Coyote Beach area at 3:05 Eastern time as 942 940 millibar and 150-mile-per-hour winds. which is essentially on one of these islands out here. I mean, basically near Cape Coral. That's essentially where it made landfall about an hour ago. How else would we without Wendy if we don't understand it? Right, I wouldn't have it to be able to leave this week. Yeah, so we're watching storms coverage here. This is storm coverage of Hurricane Ian that officially made landfall. I mean, like crazy, same spot as Charlie did just 18 years ago, and almost basically taken on almost an identical track as Charlie did as well. So that's what makes it spooky. But the big difference is Ian is basically twice as big as what Charlie was, and it's got twice the amount of storm surge than what Charlie did as well. So it's, even though it's taken almost an identical track and, you know, same location, it's, you can really define it as two completely different storms because they're not even on the same caliber. Ian is far worse as far as widespread impacts from the system. Yeah, so video from the Naples Fire Department shows the whole fire station basically underwater. They're wading out of there. They got about 3 or 4 feet deep of water. Yeah, and that's the fire department, guys. You got all the first responders. I mean, it's just hard to get around when you got, 3 or 4 feet of water everywhere. It's hard to help people. It's those people that are stuck on their roofs they are asking for help, but that's really difficult to do in this situation. And I don't know if it's safe to fly a helicopter in those winds either. There is no safe scenario. Hey, Ken, big up in Jamaica. Thanks for the earlier warning last week on the storm. Yeah, you're welcome. It turned out to be, even though it really wasn't coming close to Jamaica, you got all the outskirts on that system. And then, of course, it really developed over the Grand Cayman Islands there. And then you got all those outside feeder bands in Jamaica. So you had some pretty high impacts, even though the storm, at times you were under a tropical storm watch. But yeah, it looks like it might be a week or two, but it looks like we might have another storm heading into the Caribbean around the 8th or 10th time frame. It looks like right now, possibly, or at least that's another time frame to watch. So there's a pretty high likelihood we're not even remotely done with hurricane season yet. We still got October, and October is one of those months that's typically the Caribbean is the hotbed for storms. That's when the Caribbean is pretty much primed for development because of all the heat that's accumulated over the entire tropical season. So they tend to really impact the Caribbean, and and then since we got started late with this season, you got to even, keep your eyes out for November, just because we had such a lull in the beginning. It's one of those things that we could definitely have a very active second half of the season. And September has already been fairly active. We've had 6 storms. Julia, if it gets named, will be 7. It's already tropical depression. Oh yeah, the weather stone. If it's wet, it's raining. If it's frozen, it's winter. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the John's forecasting stone, right? The weather stone. Wow. So those power outages, unfortunately, are really they hit over 1 million now, people. There's customers without power in the state of Florida is over 1 million now. And we're not even in the second half of the system yet. I mean, that's what I'm saying. These power outages could easily climb a couple million because the brunt, the eye wall is just now coming ashore. And so that's a scary scenario that already 1 million people are without power in Florida, and the back half of the system hasn't even come ashore yet. And it's got to cross the entire central Florida as a hurricane for the next 30 hours. So things are just now, things could be a lot worse. Things could turn a lot worse for a lot of people in a short amount of time quickly. Hey, 5 or 10 more miles an hour will be a category 5. Yeah, absolutely. It's not that far, right? I mean, it's not that far off. Yeah, some of the drop zone data was indicating this back half could be a little stronger than the front half. So it'll be interesting um, what confirmation lands to be once this back half comes in. But you can see it's pretty intense, right? We got a lot of deep oranges on this back half of the system. But yeah, it looks like Fort Myers Beach again. They're going to be in the bullseye again. So you're somewhat quiet now, but you're literally going to go downhill in just a matter of minutes here as this back half of the system really might just be trained over your area for several hours. Yeah, so winds are the talk right now, but when the core of Ian arrives tonight, this is from Orlando. This is from the Orlando station there in Orlando. My friend Brooks Garner, he's a meteorologist there in Orlando. He's seeing bands of 4. This is insane, folks. He's seeing bands of 4 to 6 inches per hour. 4 to 6 inches per hour in like Orlando, Daytona Beach, those areas could get crushed with extreme rainfall later on tonight. Yeah, so once this thing moves inland, guys, it's going to dramatically turn from, yeah, we're going to have winds, we're going to have hurricane force wind gusts, but um, it's going to be a prolific flooding event. Then I mean, he's we're seeing short range guidance now, saying, hey, this has the potential to see rain bands up to 4 inches per hour in some of these training storms. And that could be prolific in itself, having all kinds of inland flooding tonight through this whole swath and going into the day tomorrow. Um, so, I mean, if you live within this cone right here, here's your cone, guys. Um, that's the swath you got to be concerned about of literally 1 to 2 feet of rain, if not more, in this whole area. So you could get, you know, a lot of flooding inside homes just because of the extreme heavy rainfall. and all the winds are going to be compounding on the system as it moves inland tonight and going into the day tomorrow. Hey, Clint. So the power is out in Sarasota. Yeah, so you're pretty close to that outer band now. You're not that far away from the eye wall, so you're getting some of those higher winds on the left side of the storm. Power companies in Texas and Florida are supposed to be ready to move. Yeah, absolutely. My phone keeps charging. Y'all need it on me. I'm sorry. No, I don't know. I don't think they're purposely turning off the power. Yeah, these winds are way too much, and the storm surge is way too much. Yeah, but 1 million people already is pretty serious. And just to think that this storm is not even like remotely even crossed. Okay, so as of 15 minutes ago, Josh from iCyclone has reported he is now in the eye wall. So he's now in the eye wall and Punta Gorda. So he's kind of experienced the clearing of the storm right now, and then he'll get the back half of the system. But you can see the overall eye in itself is kind of closing in. That's, definitely a sign of weakening now that it's actually coming to shore. It's been confirmed that we've got, 145 mile per hour winds now. Hundreds reportedly trapped on rooftops in South Naples. So as of 8 minutes ago, hundreds of people reportedly trapped on rooftops in South Naples. I would imagine that area was under mandatory evacuations. So it's definitely a tough call for first responders. It just puts everybody at risk if you're not leaving and then you're trapped on your rooftop and you were under a mandatory evacuation. It puts the first responders at risk to come save you. That's crazy. A shark was floating down the street in a residential neighborhood. I mean, it's kind of crazy stuff. We've seen a yacht float down the street today. We've seen that. We've seen literally homes floating off their foundation in Fort Myers, over 12 feet of storm surge. We've seen hundreds of people trapped on their rooftops in Naples. I mean, we're seeing some signs. We're seeing scenes that we've never seen and during storms. I mean, this is. I've personally never seen a home float off their foundation before. I've never seen that. Imagine getting bit by a shark in your own damn yard. Well, it's kind of weird looking at the neighbor. You look, is that a shark? There's a little bitty thing. It's still a little tiny thing, but still. All right, so it looks like they've issued a new tornado watch for the eastern side of the east side of Florida, from basically Palm Coast to Jupiter Farms until 1 o'clock in the morning. So brand new tornado watch just issued on the eastern side of Florida as the hurricane gets near your area. And that goes on until 1 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, hotel room inside Naples looks like the Titanic. Yeah, people are rushing through the stairway, trying to get out of there. Yeah, storm surge has just inundated Naples. Oh, Fiona did make homes float away in Nova Scotia and Newfoundland. Yeah, I mean that was, it calculated that was a record low pressure for them, 931 millibars on Hart Island there. That was the lowest all time. It broke the 1977 record of 940 millibars. So that we're looking at two back-to-back historic events within just a 10 days time span. And if you recall, it was all this kind of started, if we go back to my videos, Typhoon Murbach, when Typhoon Murbach actually recurved, and when it recurved, it accelerated big time. It became extra tropical, but it bottomed down to a 937 millibar low pressure all the way up into Alaska and the Aleutian Islands. It was the biggest storm to hit that area in literally over 50 years in the Aleutian Islands area. That brought down a significant trough, and it literally altered the weather pattern for the next 2 weeks. I could argue that was the culprit that made Fiona what it was, because it really amplified the ridge and the trough of where it is, and it was able to rapidly deepen Fiona and lift it up into Nova Scotia and Newfoundland. But once Fiona was cleared out of the way, then there was that storm, which was now Ian here, that was left on the south of there. And Fiona kind of cleared the atmosphere. So it left a perfect runway for Ian to, really rapidly intensify, because it was just like the perfect fuel that it left in its wake. And now that we're dealing with the effects of Ian here now in Florida, that's also going to be another high impact event for Florida, and now going to be possibly a second landfall into, Georgia, back into the Carolinas. And that's going to cause all kinds of inland flooding inland well into the next week. So yeah, that was, that's kind of how everything unfolded over the last couple of weeks, a couple big time events, but it all really started on that recurving typhoon out in the West Pacific. Hey, question: who thinks cities should plant native trees? Hey, I bet, Snowies. I mean, you had all that warm water, right? So you had all the cooler waters. We had drier air. We had a lot of Saharan dust, basically inundate the main development region for, a good chunk of hurricane season. That's why it's been so slow. It basically, forced all the warmer waters to the north. It was basically up 45 north, right? Which is really rare to see all those warm waters so far up north. And that's why we had some of those storms develop well north. And that's one of the reasons why, Fiona was able to keep the intensity for an extended period of time, a lot longer than what it normally would, because just the waters were so warm. Usually they drastically cool well to the north there, and by the time they make it to Nova Scotia, it's it's more of a kind of an extra tropical, a much lighter system, but it was one of those situations where it was rapidly accelerated. At one point, it got up to 46 miles an hour forward speed. And then, then you got to add on the 30 mile per hour winds. So, and then it became more or less extra tropical. But when it did that, it still was able to lower the pressures, and it bottomed out at a 931, confirmed on Hart Island on land, which broke the old record by 9 millibars back in 1977. So just a couple weird historic events that all unfolded, but really started by that recurving turf typhoon. Yeah, so we're watching the eye wall come ashore right now, in and around the Port Charlotte area, and places into Fort Myers, places into Cape Coral. You're about to get hit with the second side of this storm, and things are going to start going downhill rather quickly. I mean, and notice Inglewood. That's an area that just never got the eye wall, right? So they've been in the heart of it from the beginning, and they just never had a lull in the action. The dirty side is coming, Heather. Absolutely. Yeah, I don't want to. I don't know if I'm prepared to see what's going to come from this dirty side of the storm, because that is some intense stuff out there. Where is that at? That's 44 dBz. That's some pretty intense rain right now. Yeah, that's a pretty intense rainstorm coming out of the backside. Mm. So Pine Island, Florida, storm surge, strong cat 4, battered small island community. Yeah, so Pine Island was another place that get hit hard as well from the storm surge. All right, so it looks like we got a breakdown. So remember, okay, so if we take you back, right? So remember Harvey? Of course, everybody remembers Harvey back in 2017. But before Harvey, we went 10 years, count them, guys, 10 years without a major hurricane to hit the United States. We didn't have one for 10 years before Hurricane Harvey. And then Hurricane Harvey really started it all. So ever since Harvey, we had Harvey in 2017 that made landfall of 130 miles an hour. Then the following year, we had Michael, Category 5 Michael, 160 miles an hour. But we also had Irma in 2017 that was also a Category 4 hurricane, the same year as Harvey. And then, of course, back in 2020, we had Laura that hit Louisiana. Remember Laura? That was a 150 mile per hour hurricane there. And then just last year, we had Eden, that 150 mile per hour, hit Louisiana as well. And of course, we have Ian right now. So we've had what, 6? This is number 6. Ian is number 6 major hurricane to hit the United States in the last 5 years, right? And then we went 10 years. That's an extremely long time. We went 10 years since the last major. So it was all the way back to 2007 since we had a major hurricane before Harvey. And now we've done 6 of them in the last 5 years. So it's been a dramatic turnaround for hurricanes to make landfall in the United States over the last 5 or 6 years. Yeah, and then all of them, the one thing that always has in common, I mean, typically when you have a 4 and a 5, typically they have rapid intensification right before landfall, and every one of them that occurred besides Irma. So all 5 of them, Harvey, Laura, Ida, Michael, and Ian, all had rapid intensification before landfall and basically, maxed out or peaked, if you will, right at land with all 5 of those systems. So that's one thing that you always see from, big storms is they typically go from a small storm to a rather large storm, an intense storm in a short amount of time with that rapid intensification. Well, Katrina was in 2005. These were just the last, 5 or 6 years. And then, of course, Katrina was 12 years. Yeah. So you had 12 years in between Katrina and Harvey. But yeah, obviously 5 was a big year. We had 28 storms. What was that? 3. We had Rita, Wilma, Harvey. No, Rita, Wilma, Katrina. Yeah, three 5s that year. Yeah, tracking northeast. Yeah, it's still moving. What is it? 9 miles an hour. So it's still fairly crawling here. Yeah, northeast at 5 miles an hour. So we got another update. All right, so we got some more updates. Indicates the eye of Ian has made landfall on the mainland southwest Florida peninsula, just south of Punta Gordon near Pirate Harbor, with that 145-mile-per-hour winds. So we had confirmation of a wind gust in Charlotte Harbor of 128 miles an hour. So Charlotte Harbor had a 28 mile per hour wind, and then the Cape Coral Fire Department had 110 mile per hour. Yeah, so some of these wind gusts that were coming through as the storm came ashore. All right, so if we zoom in, the backside of the system is getting a little bit closer. So, okay, trees were along without buildings there. You think people are staying? I live in the cities. I think they let grade school kids name the storms this year. Yeah, they name these storms like 6 years in advance, But yeah, you just Google the storm names. They'll give you the whole list of storms. for the next 6 years. And then, now that Ian will, more than likely be retired, then they'll have to come up with another name for in 2028. Yeah, but if there's a storm that, if there's a name that doesn't get retired, they keep using it. They literally keep using the same name for every 6 years, unless it's bad enough to deem retirement. And there's been some names that's been literally been repeated, probably, that have actually came storms, but they weren't enough to retire, probably 7 or 8 times since the 70s. So there's definitely been some storms that have been, again, that named the same storm, at least making a storm, and it took the storm name 6 or 7 times, over the history. Yeah, Heather. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much certain that Ian will be retired, especially, when you got floating homes. I would say that's deemed retirement. Yep, that's a pretty much a guarantee thing. Yeah, but right now it looks like Orlando's taking a pretty good hit on some heavier rains up in that area. They're just getting the outer bands right now, and like they mentioned, I mean, we could be looking at 1 to 2 feet of rain, and that's whole swath of as the storm moves inland. So it's at some point just going to transition to more of a wind threat, and then to more of a just a flooding threat. My cat is smarter than this guy. Yeah, I've heard everything. So water is coming up in the second floor of a hotel in Vanderbilt Beach, Florida. Cars are completely submerged. Yeah, so the whole bottom story is completely submerged in water, and they've had to go up to the second floor to get out of the rising waters. And of course, everything below them in the parking garage is all underwater. Any updates on Tampa? So yeah, Tampa's. I haven't seen a storm surge on Tampa. They were You were just far enough south where I guess it came ashore in Port Charlotte area, and then right now you're getting some of the heavier rains and some of the outer bands, but you're just on the very very outskirts of it. Here's Tampa as we zoom in, and there's the Clearwater, and it goes drastically downhill as you move further south. But I think as this is taking more of a northeast turn, northeast turn, you'll be getting a little bit more in the winds and the rain as this moves further inland. Hey, yeah, I'm watching from Tampa. It doesn't look too bad. Yeah, I mean, essentially, that was a good thing about Tampa. It just, it turned so far south there over the last day or two. It really put Tampa out of the brunt of it. Hey, Steve. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, so I appreciate everyone donating today, and yeah, so I mean, if those that don't have the super stickers or the stars, I can put my Venmo in there, and if of course, it's optional, but if you like to donate and do it that way, then you're more than welcome to do it. Donate through my Venmo account. But yes, we're just doing live storm coverage here. We've been on for almost 6 hours now with live coverage. We started several hours before the landfall, and then we had official landfall about an hour and a half ago. So we were watching this unfold. It kept the intensity the entire time until it really just got dropped 5 miles an hour as it was coming ashore. Well, I guess 10 technically. It dropped to 145. And then now that it's ashore, now it's coming ashore. We're waiting for there's always a back half, right? There's always a second side of the storm. And that's what we're waiting on now is the second side of the storm coming in. And there's definitely indications that the second side of the storm is just as intense as the front side. So areas that got hit hard earlier that have been near the eye wall has been experiencing maybe a little bit of a lull or at least lighter in the action, or about to get really impacted on the back side of the system. As Ian comes ashore. But you can definitely see it's starting to feel the effects of land, right? It's we're not seeing an overall closed off eye right now. I mean, we're definitely feeling the effects of the landmass, and that's typical. I mean, it's typical with tropical systems. I mean, they're not expected to keep the intensity as it goes over land. So gradually, it's going to lose at least the wind aspect of it. But at some point, we're going to transition away from the heavier wind threat to more of a really extreme flooding threat, because most of the model guidance has really hinted at we could be looking at a prolific rain setup, especially with these nighttime storms. I mean, typically during tropical type systems at night, just like last night, you saw it rapidly deepen overnight. They tend to really start to enhance in the overnight hours, and it might not be a wind threat overall because it'll be over land, but it's going to be transitioned to an extreme rain event for many. So I think that's when things can start going downhill with the flooding aspect of this system, because we've already laid a pretty good coating of 6 to some of these areas 8 inches already, and some of these areas already. And then based on some of the short range model guidance, we could be looking at rain amounts upwards to 4 inches per hour at times at night tonight. So that's the concern, going forward as we go into the overnight hours, as these tropical systems tend to be not nocturnal, and they tend to feed off, all the heat that went on during the day, and it's a perfect combination of setting yourself up for a prolific rain event, especially when you get locked into one of those feeder bands, and you get these what they call training. It's like train tracks. You get these training thunderstorms that kind of go over the same places over and over and over again. So that's the concern in the overnight hours, is something like that could unfold and transition into more of a flooding, heavy rain, threat. Still hurricane force winds, but not the intense, 100, 120, 130 mile per hour wind gust event. How's it in Punta Gorda? Last I heard, we had 106 mile per hour winds in Punta Gorda that I saw confirmed at the airport there. Sounds like my kids are home. But yeah, so we're just waiting on that second half of the storm to come through. My family is in Northport and Venice. Yeah, it was really close to Northport earlier. Yeah, you're not that far away from the eye wall right now. You're getting that northwest eye wall right now. Pretty, probably pretty intense at the moment. And Northport. And there's Venice. Yeah, so that area is pretty locked into that heavier band just north of the eye wall there. Yeah, I would guess nighttime would be a heck of a scary. No one going through the night in the roof. Horrible. My aunt's home is in Cape Coral right now on the water. Oof. Wow. So Naples houses are moving. So oof. Yeah, more footage that's coming out of Naples showing, I guess, again, more homes that are being completely lifted off their foundation and just kind of floating down the river, if you will. It's not a river, it's a street, but everything's underwater. But yeah, we're up to 1.1 million people without customers without power now in Florida. So these power outages are just adding up in a big way. As we're getting, we're getting the storm action, just the backside of the storm. I mean, you can only imagine the storm, the power outages are more than likely going to be going up from here because, once the storm goes inland, it's going to be covering up more real estate. I seen a video of a shark swimming through a neighborhood. Yeah, yes, there is one. Yeah, that was a sight to see with the little bitty shark, looking outside your window and kind of floating down a residential street. Yeah, you get a little bit of everything when storm surge comes in. You can imagine it just pulls the ocean with it, and then Tampa got the opposite effect. Since the storm came on the south side, they had the ocean pull out the other way. But they are going to get that second half of the storm once the storm moves through. So you're not done in Tampa. Don't think you let the guard down. So this storm is still going to be lifting, northeast. So you're going to be getting, you're still going to be getting the storm surge once this storm gets a little bit further northeast. That's why they still have you in the 4 to 6 foot zone of some storm surge in that area. So don't think things are just they're calmer now, but I'm not 100% certain that it's going to be remaining that way for the rest of the evening. Yeah, water is so scary. I mean, it really is. It's just there's nowhere to put it, right? Sustained Category 3 wind gust in Cape Coral, Florida at 4:27. That was as 20 minutes ago. They reported at the yacht club there 135 mile per hour wind gust at the yacht club in Cape Coral. But yes, there was literally reported hundreds of people trapped up on their roofs and around the Naples area. So just a very bad situation. First responders just obviously can't get to everybody. I mean, it's sometimes it's impossible for them to even move around. So the manpower is not there to get you, and that's why they put out these mandatory evacuations. And it's always better to prepare for the worst and hope for the best. And this one, it was, I would say, it's almost worst case scenario. When you have a storm that's just keeping, to intensify, right before land, and not only that, but expand and almost double in intensity, or like wind field, because of that, we had that eye wall replacement cycle, right before, and then it landed at high tide. So you have all these chain of events. That just an unfortunate situation, especially with the high tide in Naples. I mean, it pretty much right at the peak of the storm at 2:50 Eastern time, when they were getting the northern eye wall, is when the exact high tide was there. And that combination was the culprit of just bringing in horrific storm surge for that area. And now people are literally trapped up on their roofs. There's so much water in everybody's homes, that it's not going to go down anytime soon, because we've got the whole back half of the system that has to come through. We got to get the winds to turn around on the other side, before we can have some sort of relief. More yachts floating down the street. Yes. Yeah. So I mean, can you imagine, like, you get a call and say, "Hey, is this your yacht?" It's like in the neighborhood somewhere, or they're just floating down the street. So I mean, everything basically becomes the ocean when you get the storm surge, and everything kind of looks the same, right? Because you get the rain, you get the wind, you got the storm surge, and everything's flooded. It all becomes the ocean at that point. And then the boat can go wherever the wind takes it. It's got a kind of a mind of its own, and it's gonna just kind of meander around and just kind of float around. Mm. Okay, so it looks like we got an update. Oh yeah, the 4 o'clock update. So let's see what it says here. All right, so we got here. Oh wow, it slowed down even more. That's not good. So northeast at 8 miles an hour now. Northeast at 8 miles an hour. So it's even slowed down another mile per hour from what it was. It's gone from 10 to 9 to 8. It's at 945 millibars. So the millibars have risen a couple of more, and then sustained winds at 140 miles an hour. So we continue to see the slow progression of this storm, and this is what was predicted as it started feeling the effects of the trough, right? And this is why we're expecting such prolific rain totals in this area, because it's just the overall slow moving. And realistically, it could probably slow down just even more as we get closer. Um, All right, so this is where it's at now. So the eye of the storm, this is the latest update. So it's basically just right of the Port Charlotte area. It's got 140-mile-per-hour winds. I mean, it's saying gust at 180. I'm not seeing anything remotely close to that. But right now we got sustained winds at 140 miles an hour. And it's literally going to cross Arcadia. It looks, the eye of the storm looks to cross Arcadia shortly. That would be the next major city that's going to be taking a direct hit from Ian. And this is going to continue northeast. So it basically puts it near 37, I guess the same parallel as Tampa, at about an 85-mile-per-hour hurricane late tonight into the overnight hours and the wee hours of the morning, as a formidable hurricane. And then it gets, pretty close to Orlando in the overnight hours. And then tomorrow morning, crossing just near Orlando as a very minimal hurricane or a very strong tropical storm near the Orlando area. And then all indications, it goes out to sea, right? It goes out to the Atlantic. Jacksonville's pretty much on the brunt of this system, getting all the heavier rain. And it looks to regenerate and possibly reform, maybe into a strong tropical storm, maybe into another minimal hurricane again. Some data is hinting at Category 2 status. Depends on, if it takes more of a righter side of the storm and travels over water for longer. But either way, it makes a secondary landfall at least as another tropical system. And then it'll head up to, Columbia through the Charlotte area. And eventually this will just kind of wind itself down and be caught up in this trough that's going to be plagued this area for the next week, and then just literally become just kind of an overall low pressure center. But that probably won't make that transition until sometime late this weekend, or, as we start the day on Monday. Then it's just a low pressure, spitting out heavier rain. But this whole area of the Southeast is going to be, impacted, from the storm. So you've got heavier rains really just in this area. That's kind of the main bullseye area, if you will, for those areas that's going to be seeing the heavier rains over the next week. Oh, you're in Arkansas? Yeah, Arkansas is going to stay dry probably for at least a week. I don't see any rain in Arkansas, or really much of Texas, or really much of Oklahoma City. There's this the middle of the country is going to be pretty dry. Why? Well, there is a cool front that has a lot of extremely dry air back behind it. And then, of course, Florida has taken Ian has taken all the heavy rain. There's an extreme amount of rain. There's a lot of water coming out of the atmosphere because of Ian, and it's dumping it over Florida. I mean, Florida alone is going to get, I don't know, do the math. It's an extreme amount of water dumped across Florida over the next 48 hours, and then across the Southeast. So, these hurricanes, because of the intensity of these hurricanes, I mean, they tend to be the dominant feature for weather for a week while they're there, because, you don't get a Cat 5 very often, or, strong Cat 4. But when it happens, it kind of sucks everything out of the atmosphere. It's one of those things. So it's kind of feast or famine. They get all the rain and the other sides get next to nothing, and begging for rain. So that is not going to go away. And we're still going to be dealing with Ian for at least several days to come. So, I mean, it's not really until Ian moves out, once it finally lifts out, but it probably won't be past a week from now, that the atmosphere can, again, kind of reset itself and get a little bit unstable again, but it's gonna be a week at least. But so yeah, just enjoy the I don't know, dry air is one of those things that cools down at night quick, but it heats up quick during the day, so but you have these pretty far swings during the middle of the day. So where is it at here? Oh, 91. So it's at 91 in Dallas. Yeah, but see the humidity is at 19%, right? So that's bone dry, 19% in Dallas. And the heat index is 88. So you get these times because of the dew points are in the 40s and the humidity is in the teens. You essentially get the heat index, lower than the actual temperature. So, the feels like is, it doesn't feel that bad when it's 91, but it feels like 88, versus, sometimes in the summer when it's humid, it's 91, but it feels like 105, so that's a big difference. So for everyone that's just tuning in, we're just doing a storm coverage here with our Hurricane Ian that made landfall about 2 hours ago now. It made official landfall, and now we're just tracking the system as it moves ashore. And we're going to be looking at pretty high impact events for the next 30 hours or so for Florida, as this is going to be just a widespread event over a good chunk of the state. And we literally already have we're at 1.1 million people without power right now, so it's definitely concerning. We've got numerous homes underwater. How long are you going to be awake? Keeping everyone up to date. Awesome channel. I'm from the UK. Oh, cool. Praying for Florida. Hey, thank you. I don't know. I'm going to be up for a while. It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon here, but I have been live for 6 hours. So, hey, thanks so much. Yeah, so we're just keeping everybody updated on this storm with hourly updates from the National Hurricane Center, updates on power outages, updates on storm surge, rain amounts, storm tracks, just anything the storm's going to be, unfolding for the next couple of days. And it looks like we might be even talking about a secondary landfall near the Charleston area, near Savannah, and by late Friday night, early Saturday morning. So that could be another potential landfall with this system. So Ian is not going to go out quiet. That's for sure. It's definitely going to leave a name before itself. It wants to be in the headlines for many, many months to come. And apparently that's what it's going to do, because, Ian had no plans of slowing down or, losing its luster, if you will, before landfall. It kept the intensity, and it's outperformed any model data that we had available. So it was a model busting storm, and And even now, the storm surge with some of these experimental, guidance that we've got, um, have been confirmed. I mean, we've had 12-foot, storm surge in Fort Myers. That's already been confirmed. So we'll wait to get the official numbers once this storm really plows through. But it seems it's going to match up to everything that was forecasted and then some. With these prolific rain amounts that could still potentially to unfold, and these areas. So this is nothing short of a historic event that's happening for the state of Florida. They put them out under a state of emergency. They sent out 300,000 evacuations in around the Tampa area a couple days ago, and the storm shifted southeast. So they had to make the dramatic call to start implementing evacuations in a short amount of time because the storm movement looked like it was real. The hurricane hunters sent out 60 drop zones and some of this model data that they got the best data available that they could at the time. They've actually flown drones into the system for the first time ever since they've been, tracking these storms. So they've been pulling out all the stops with Ian to try to give everything the most updated guidance possible to keep everybody safe because of the intense storm it looked to be. And even that, it wasn't enough because we have prolific flooding, prolific storm surge. You can't stop the water. You can only forecast it and lead people, let them know, hey, these are the potentials on the table. This is why we have mandatory evacuations. If this happens, you're going to be stuck on your roof like those people in Naples begging for help now. And now we have hundreds of people stuck on their rooftops in Naples, surrounded by floodwaters, and no one to help them. And then we have the whole second side of the system, having to come through. So hopefully Naples stays just on the south side because here's Naples. It's kind of covered up here, but it looks like possibly just maybe because now the storm is lifted northeast, right? That as it's coming, they might not get the backside of the system now because it's lifting northeast. It's technically moving away from them. So hopefully we can, at least for Naples, potentially, that they might not get the back half of the second half. But that's definitely not going to be the case. That's not going to be the case in Fort Myers Beach. That's not going to be the case in Cape Coral. It's not going to be the case in Fort Myers. They're going to get hit with the brunt of it, of that second half of the system. So yeah, as this moves inland, the storm becomes, in its own right, another type of storm. It has its own characteristic, and it involves another type of beast with now that the storm is inland. So at times we're going to have a wind threat, but I do feel once we turn nightfall, then it's going to be really transitioning over to potentially a prolific rain setup and heavy rain, training rains setting up with the system. Hit that notification button, subscribe, keeping you people ahead of a storm. So yeah, it could be, this could be a long night, Florida for sure, with just the whole scenario that's looking to unfold tonight. Fort Myers Beach is getting hit again. Yeah, so they seem to be in that kind of a perfect alignment of this band, unfortunately. So they're getting the back half of that eye wall for sure, as things are going to be going drastically downhill for Fort Myers for sure. How is Sarasota, Sister Beach looking? Yeah, they're going to be more in it now that the storm is lifting further northeast. So here is Sarasota. They're getting the outer bands on the backside of this system. I mean, St. Petersburg and Tampa's just about on the outskirts. I think there are going to be getting a little bit more in line as the storm continues to lift northeast. So they'll be getting more backside into Tampa as this storm lifts northeast. I'm making sure my wife picks up my son at school. Hey, very accurate information, keeping me weeks in advance notice of these storms and very accurate weather. Hey, you're welcome. I'm happy to do it. Yeah, so we've seen a lot already with Ian as a storm. I'm at the school. Okay, good. Oh, wow. So east of Deer Park, Florida, about an hour ago, looks like there was maybe a tornado trying to form. Downtown Fort Myers is flooding fast. Yeah, there's Fort Myers. Yeah, Bonita Springs, it got crushed. The Gulf of Mexico just came right in. Picture sent to me by. Yeah, so the Bonita Springs, I mean, that area was under that 12 to 18 foot storm surge. Yeah, so that was the area. Charlotte Harbor, Bonita Springs. That was the area that looked to get the worst of it, at least the storm surge, and that definitely looks like it happened for sure. Yeah, the highest storm surge that Charlie got was it Charlie? No, I was thinking back in Tampa, back in the 1921 hurricane, that there was 11 feet, and obviously the storm moved south. But we've had confirmed a 12-foot storm surge in Fort Myers. That was the highest that I've seen, at least confirmed. But I'm pretty certain we'll see some higher amounts come out of the storm. And certain spots. I feel so bad for the folks in their precious positions, and when it gets dark, yeah. So there's a whole nother element to the puzzle now that nightfall is creeping a couple hours away. Yeah, it's even more of a spooky feeling. Obviously, you don't have electricity, you have nowhere to go, you got floodwaters everywhere. It just makes for a long night, guys. I mean, it's a long night ahead. And just wondering if the storm surge is going to rise, and you got to sleep with one eye open because your home is already has water in it. It's at some point it gets very difficult. I mean, where are you going to go to sleep? What are you going to eat? Like it goes downhill quickly in situations like this. Hey, thanks, power. Not heavy here, but constant. But now power is out in Palm Harbor in Tampa Bay. Family members still have power now. Hey, I lived in a little house close to the beach in Bonita Springs. That area is probably a disaster. I would imagine. I mean, considering some of the pictures that I've looked at, um, once you get water in your home, I mean, once you get past 4 feet of water in your home, it's pretty much toast. I mean, all the sheetrock and the wood, and you got mold and all that stuff with all the water damage, and it's it took a long time for homes to recover and Harvey, and and then I got pictures. I'm looking at pictures of people swimming in their homes. What else you gonna do? You got to make the best of it. You got 4 feet of water everywhere. You might as well just make the best of it. Delray Beach, 9 inches. Homestead, about 10 inches of rain. St. James City, about 10 inches of rain. Yeah, so we're already seeing, close to double-digit totals in spots. And then, this storm is just now kind of getting going. 1.1 million people without power now in Florida. Yeah, it goes downhill fairly quickly. Punta Gordon backs out of the eye wall, about to get hit soon. Yeah, it looks like the back half is in Port Charlotte. Northport's getting hit. Inglewood really never ever came out of it. Does it look to hit Tootsville, Florida sometime tonight? Tootsville. I'm sorry, I'm not sure exactly where that's at. Tootsville. Oh, here it is. Oh, okay, so you're on the just right side of Orlando. Yes. Yeah, so the official track from the Hurricane Center is I mean that storm takes it like literally just to the right of Orlando, and it's probably going to be getting pretty close to Tootsville, I would say. Yes. You're going to get the brunt of it with the heavier rain, probably some high end tropical storm force winds. Late tomorrow night from this system. But yeah, you're definitely in line to get hit pretty hard for sure, especially with the rain. You're more in line with probably a foot to foot and a half of rain. The KFC in Haines City didn't get fixed for a year after Hurricane Charlie. It stayed closed to a year. Wow. Yeah, a lot of it's like insurance money, right? It's some of these. I know when like just locally there was 10 tornadoes in October of like 3 years ago in Dallas one night, and nothing. I mean, I'm talking nothing happened for 8 months to those houses. They just basically stayed like they were identical for like 8 months, and it took a like I don't know 2 years to things to get back to where they were. And and still to this day, you can actually see where the tornadoes cross paths with some of the billboards and some of the buildings that but yeah, there were buildings that got all the windows blown out, everything just they just sat there for months and months and months and nothing happened, like no one wants to take on a project like that. You get a company that they got to float a lot of money, right? It's typically for those bigger companies, you're not going to get a smaller company come in, because you get these scenarios like this where it's almost like a total loss with flood damage. You got roofs, you got sheetrock, you got all the furniture, the whole, like these contractors is like, well, I don't have these, deep pockets to float all this money for months and months and months to wait on insurance payments. So no one wants to take hold of the work. It's like, I'm out. I don't want any part of that. So no one wants to work on the projects. So. All right, let me get some more water. Hey, Snowies. Oh, where are my glasses? Well, I mean, I basically have to see, I can see good up close, but I can't see good far away. So I still have my glasses. They haven't gone anywhere. but to like to see, like when I'm doing my videos and looking at my screen, I don't really see them. I don't need them because I can see great up close, right? It's the far away stuff, So I tend just not to wear them because I feel like I don't need them, when I looking at up close stuff. So it's really I typically wear them when I'm like driving or at night, or if I have to see like far away type stuff. But anything up close, if I'm in the house or doing my videos and stuff, I just don't need them because but I have them. I got my glasses. They haven't gone anywhere. But hey, thanks for everything you do. You're welcome. I say the same thing, and then I put my glasses on, and I'm like, "Wow, everything's so clear." No, it is pretty clear. I'm looking at this. I'm looking at these cities, and I'm like, it's the same. Because honestly, my up close vision, I'm like literally like a 20/30 or something. I'm like barely anything. But the far away stuff, I it is blurry. Yes, it is blurry for the far away stuff. Hmm. All right. So there's any new updates here? Yeah, it looks like that Wink News in Florida there. He's there's a lot of water outside the stations. and water is actually coming inside the news station. We saw that during Harvey. It flooded a lot of the news stations in and around town. It looks like that's happening again in Florida to some of those stations. And at Wink News there. Oh wow, a door buckled from the water pressure. Yeah, so this is a new video I'm seeing. They were in the stairway, and all the water that came, was outside. Uh, just it kind of exploded the door, and eventually the weight of the water was too much for the door, and all of a sudden it just kind of exploded on them. It's still a Cat 4, so it still has 140-mile-per-hour wind, so it's still technically a Cat 4. It still has 140-mile-per-hour winds at the 4 o'clock advisory. So it's still considered a major hurricane. It's still considered a Cat 4 hurricane, and that's still having devastating impacts. Just watching this backside of the storm come in now. Yeah, look, it looks like the initial eye wall is just now coming into the islands here. That is starting to cross the back half of the system, starting to cross the islands. So the eye of the storm is now completely on land now. But it made landfall at 3:05, so that took that took about an hour and a half, right? So, and you get the half of it. So it took an hour and a half for that back half of the system to come completely on land. It just goes to show you how slow it's moving. It's only moving at 8 miles an hour. Yeah, so let's look at some of these updated totals. We had a couple of feeder bands in and around the Miami area into Fort Lauderdale earlier. Yeah, they're adding up now. We got some double-digit totals popping up in Fort Lauderdale. Up through West Palm Beach, 6 or 7 inches. South of Port Lucia, another 6 or 7 inches. So we head up to Palm Bay, another 7 inches. Yeah, that one was in Tootsville earlier. You already have 5 inches of rain. So, I mean, you already have 5 inches of rain in Tootsville. Daytona Beach, you're already at, 3, 4, 5 inches of rain. Orlando's coming in at about 2.5. Kissimmee, about 2.5. But once we get closer to the storm, so Tampa's been on the outskirts of the storm so far, 2 inches. St. Petersburg, closer to 2, 3, 5 inches. But once we head into Sarasota, that's when we can start seeing some of these double-digit totals. So Sarasota's coming in at 10 inches of rain. And you go back into Inglewood, which they've been in the brunt of it this entire time, right? So they were just outside the eye wall. They were never out, in the actual eye wall. So they never got any calmness of the storm. And right now they're checking in at 16 inches of rain, guys. That 16 inches of rain have fallen. That's on land. This is on land and Inglewood. So we're already seeing some. And there's Venice. I know someone asked earlier about Venice. That's 15 inches of rain. And then Northport, that's also 15 inches of rain. So we're already getting double-digit totals, and we got a lot more to come with this system. So offshore over waters, we've seen some 20-inch totals here. So you got the whole backside of the system has to unload. So we're already getting some 15-inch amounts on land. And think about that. It hasn't been that long since landfall. So you had all the impacts ahead of the storm, and then now that it's made landfall, you're getting all just the heavier rain aspect from the storm. So that's why some of these totals were, spitting out these insane amounts of 20, 25, 30 inches of rain, because I mean, we're literally already halfway there in Inglewood. Highest elevation in Florida is just over 300 feet. Yeah, that's basically next to nothing. That's not very high at all. Are they projecting power outages in Orlando? I mean, I would say so. I mean, they're going to have at least tropical storm force winds hit that area, if not, on the cusp of hurricane force winds. They're gonna have a lot of flooding. I mean, they're only hitting at 2 inches right now, but don't think they missed it. They're gonna get the brunt of this system once it comes up. I mean, they're gonna get some of the higher impacts, not just on the front side of the system, but also the back side. So I'm still expecting this area in and around Orlando, Daytona Beach, Palm Coast, back into Jacksonville, to see some 20-inch totals when they're sitting at about 2 inches right now. I'm still thinking that's going to play out. Yeah, I can't believe we're already at that much rain. Yeah, so they've been in that band the entire time. Port Charlotte, a foot of rain. Northport, 15 inches. Venice, 14, 15 inches. And then Inglewood's the bullseye at 16 inches. Sarasota, double digits. And Fort Myers. So Fort Myers had 5 inches of rain. So we know Naples had at least, close to a foot storm surge plus 5 inches of rain. So they've and here's Fort Myers that we saw that they had confirmed 12-foot storm surge. So they already had confirmed 12-foot storm surge. Then they've added 7 inches of rain on top of that. So you're adding to that storm surge just with the rain element of it. Yeah, Disney cleans up fast after a hurricane. So yeah, that gives you some perspective on some of these rain amounts that's unfolding. And if we look at Inglewood now, I mean, they're pretty much locked into that yellow shaded area. So they're just adding to these totals. This is probably easily 1 to 2 inches per hour, at least, if not more right now in that area. So they're just, they're just getting inundated. Many asked about Disney during storms. My son worked there for many years. Disney has their own electric grid and power company, so they are not tied to the local power outages. Oh, really? Weather Channel confirmed 18-foot storm surge in Cape Coral. 18 foot. So they confirmed that. Wow. Out of power in Florida, you're not alone. 1.2 million in the dark. The worst comes tonight with unrelenting torrential rain and flooding. Most of Central Florida got wind gusts of 40 to 50 miles an hour, and some gust over 70 miles overnight. Yeah, 21 minutes ago, Josh from My Cyclone reported in Punta Gorda that he was like literally in the eye of the storm. The winds just turned dead calm. So he likes to pick out the exact center of the storm. Storm surge in Punta Gorda 2 minutes ago. Yeah, cars are just basically completely submerged. Yeah, I'm trying to get confirmation of that 18-foot storm surge. I know the Weather Channel said it, but I'm just quick. I'm doing like a quick search, and I can't find any other confirmation on that yet. So I hate to, because that's pretty extreme. I know that was forecasted 18 feet, but 12 to 18 feet. But I'd like to get a little bit more backup and confirmation on that than just because the Weather Channel said it. I feel like that would be listed more places than just the Weather Channel. One hour ago, Cape Coral, 7 feet water levels. Yeah, I can't find any confirmation on that 18-foot report, so I think we'll take that with a grain of salt right now and see if we got any more confirmation on that. I know that's the projections. I mean, the storm, surge map has that 12 to 18 feet in the storm surge map. That's what's projected. But until we get confirmation that it actually happened, where was that? Atlanta is already feeling the wind, just a nice breeze. By morning, we were supposed to be getting gusts of 35 miles an hour, and we're still 3 days out from the side of this getting sideswiped. The Weather Channel got nothing on PAL. So, I know everybody's doing coverage today. I mean, I think every weather guy out there is talking about this event, which is good. I mean, we need them to. It's an historic event. I mean, yeah, people need to know and get everything out of harm's way as best as possible. I mean, hey, I was without electricity for 1.5 days after Charlie. I was one of the lucky ones. People in Haines City didn't have electricity for a month. Yeah, I would say, a day and a half, that's not bad after a storm. I mean, when I went through Alicia, I was out for 3 weeks. So that's yeah, those prolonged power outages can really take its toll on you when you just have no power, because you got to find other sources to keep the food cold and keep keep your sanity when there's nothing to charge your phone, there's nothing to charge there's no computer. I mean, obviously everything just doesn't work. Yeah, Josh looks like he's still. Let's go back. Let's see, 48-hour Northport. I'm seeing 15 inches, 5 point. So how accurate this is, but yeah, up to 30-inch measured if Northport isn't playing. Yeah, at some point, I guess the weather's 30 inches. I'm not sure about that. Let's see. Okay, so I was answering a question on Twitter. Hey, yes, the strong winds are now in the yellow and the red areas. Yeah, how's it looking for Bonita Springs between Naples and Fort Myers? Yeah, so you got hit. You got hit pretty hard earlier. So right now, um, you know, Naples is basically on the southern side of this storm, so it feels like they're not going to get the back half of the system. And Fort Myers is a little bit further north, and so you're probably going to get just on the cusp of the back half of the system and closer to the Fort Myers area. I think Naples has already had their fair share of the storm, but you're still probably going to get at least a pretty good amount of surge left in the Fort Myers area. Hey Doug, thanks. Hit the like button if you appreciate Roy. Appreciate it. There's been 100-mile-per-hour winds recorded. That's crazy. How do they measure rainfall on top of storm surge? Well, they've got official rain gauges out, so it's, I mean, it gets pretty, during wind and these high wind events, sometimes it can be a little distorted, but these are official rain gauges, so however they calculate it, I know they have to be at least 6 feet off the ground and be in the right elements and stuff. But one hurricane dropped 30 inches of rain when I lived in Florida, and after that point, flash floods started. Yeah, I mean, you can get some. I mean, we're going to probably get some 30-inch totals. There's no question somewhere in the storm. We're already halfway there. Yeah, Garrett, Cape Coral, about 10 inches. Yes, they have. I was going over some of the rain amounts earlier, and they were sitting at double digits. Well, that's the easier answer, Sandy. Yeah, rainfall comes from the sky, and storm surge comes from the ocean. You know, how's Arcadia? It's actually that storm is going to go directly over Arcadia. I mean, they're getting the intense storm right now, so they're in the brunt of it. They're in the northern eye wall, right now. So they're basically in the thick of it right now, as the eye of the storm is going to go directly over your area and to the Arcadia area, Branson. Yeah, so it looks like the Hurricane Center. I'm looking through weather stations data in Southwest Florida, and I'm seeing 30 inches reported in Northport, and 29 inches in Sarasota. I don't know. I'm not seeing those high of amounts yet. But I mean, you get some of these, what we're seeing here on here, these are the official rain gauges, right? So just like I have a rain gauge in my house, right? It's my Tempest. You know, you get all these individual rain weather stations. Yeah, I mean, you could get some, isolated amounts. I mean, just because it rained a lot in my house, but it didn't rain officially 5 miles down the street, then that 5 miles down the street, didn't get calculated. The only thing that got calculated to the reports are the official rain amounts that are like at the airports or the weather stations, for the official rain gauges for the National Weather Service. But there's tons of people that have their own weather stations at their houses, and that can easily get a little bit higher amounts in these isolated areas. And so you get these training rain bands, but that's pretty distorted. That's a pretty big swap from 15 inches to 29 inches. So yeah, just probably on Weather Underground, looking at all the weather stations on Weather Underground and seeing some of these higher amounts. Yeah, so the storm surge is pretty prevalent in a lot of the areas on the backside of the system. So yeah, Sarasota's getting more into those heavier rain bands now, like they weren't earlier. Tampa has been somewhat in the clear. They're probably going to be getting a little bit on the outer edge of these bands coming in as it continues to lift northeast. So you're going to start seeing those areas start to adding to those totals, which they haven't before. Um, we're still looking at all the numbers. 124 was the highest I saw on land that I personally seen myself. But it doesn't mean there hadn't been higher. Mm. Oh man, this guy's like Lamborghini got submerged underwater. It's one thing for like a little Toyota, but it's another thing having like a Lamborghini getting submerged. Oh, it looks like we got another extreme wind warning that just got issued. So this is for probably the backside of this system. So Arcadia into Port Charlotte, this area right here that's getting the northern eye wall here just got issued an extreme wind warning right now for these areas in and around the Northport area, the Port Charlotte, Venice, Inglewood, Arcadia, this area right here to see extreme winds between now and 7:30. As you're going to get on the north side, you're going to basically stay out of the eye wall here. You're going to be left on the dirty side of things for the next couple hours here. Yeah, extreme wind warnings are pretty rare. Yeah, extremely dangerous hurricane winds expected over the next couple hours. In this next section right here. Hey, weather on the go. So far, only one tornado report confirmed and 9 tornado reports yesterday in Florida. Cool. That's good to know. Tornadoes are still a possibility. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely. Tornadoes are still going to be a possibility, well into the overnight and and the day tomorrow. It's always a possibility with these landfalling hurricanes, and this is going to be no different. But just like Weather on the Go mentioned, there were 9 reports, but most of these aren't going to be touching the ground, but there are going to be some that do. So, all right. So it looks like we're probably set for the other update from the National Hurricane Center. It looks like we have a brand new update. Okay, so now we're still at 8 miles an hour. Unfortunately, it has not gotten any faster. This is the brand new 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time advisory. 130 mile per hour wind. So they still have come down, but that's still technically a category 4. So it's still a cat 4, 951 millibars, and moving northeast at 8. So it's been moving that slow pace for several hours now, and so it's continue on that pace for at least another hour. Here's an updated station. Yeah, it looks like we've got Venice Beach. It looks like Venice Beach just reported 104 mile per hour winds in Venice Beach. So yeah, this is where they have the extreme wind warning right now. This is Venice Beach just reported 104 mile per hour wind gust. So this is why they've got the extreme wind warning out right now, because of these intense winds on the northern side of the eye wall here for the next couple of hours. Hey, more frost and freeze conditions tonight, more widespread across the Great Lakes and underneath the trough that's steering the hurricane. Yes, you're getting all the colder air. Oh yeah, look at that. It's even in the White Mountains there. They got some freeze watches in place. Yeah, the northern Great Lakes. Yeah, Northport. Yeah, I mean, they're going to be really adding to those totals. I mean, they were at 15 inches, and you're going to be easily over 20 here in a short amount of time. Sunset in 40 minutes. Oh yeah, we're getting to be about that time, huh? Because Florida's at 6:03 in Florida, and the days are getting shorter. Yeah, so thanks for tuning in the live stream. Appreciate everybody subscribing to the channel. Yeah, it looks like we're up to 118,000 folks now. So it looks like we just surpassed 118,000 subscribers. And we're probably going to be doing more of these live coverages as we get, we're still getting that second season. It probably starts later this season because because there's probably still a lot of heat contend with in October, and I think that's why we're still. I'm still expecting, most of October having, for a good chunk of the United States above average temperatures, and that's why I'm thinking, it's going to be a pretty active hurricane season in October, especially for the Caribbean. I'm already seeing another system come through. I think Julia gets named, but we could have another storm with Carl heading into the Western Caribbean. By the time, it's still a ways out, probably 7 to 10 days from now, we'll start to look for that area for our next, tropical system. That I mentioned that one because that's the one that might have, maybe closer impacts to land. I mean, you really can't talk about Julia because if it does form, it's just going to be a storm for about a day and then just fizzle out and just take the name. So it'll be Carl that we have to probably be more worried about. Hey, severe weather will also be back across the plains and the Ohio Valley quarter in October and into November. Yeah, it's probably going to be a later season, just like last year. Remember, we're still in the La Nina. This is year 3. Remember last year when we hit December, it was such record warmth, and we had some of the cool downs that brought all the severe weather for a good chunk of December. And, I don't see why this year is going to be that much different than last year. Technically, we have a lot of the same conditions in place. It looks to be a fairly warm fall. So what's new? What's new? Oh, so Josh from My Cyclone's getting the back half of the system now. So he was in the eye, but now, man, he's getting the back half now in Punta Gorda. Looks like he's getting crushed again there. Where is it? Yeah, downhill. Yeah, south of Port Charlotte. So I'm looking at live coverage from Josh from iCyclone that he's getting the brunt of it again on the other side of the eye wall. He was in the eye though already. The winds turned calm there for a short period of time, but then wham, he's getting the backside of the system. And it looked just as bad as the front side of the system. Yeah, so here's the new updated totals. Wow. So yeah, we're looking at some it updated at 5 o'clock. So we've added another 2 inches to Inglewood. So yeah, this we're starting to get to approaching some 20-inch totals here. And again, these are this seems to be the bullseye of this storm so far as the rain goes. Cape Coral got 7 inches of rain. Yeah, Fort Lauderdale's up to 7 or 8 inches. Yeah, but this whole quarter where they're getting the extreme winds now and where it's going over Arcadia, they're almost at double digits already. Yeah, Inglewood's a lot, right? Look at that. That's 18 inches of rain. And they're in the brunt. I mean, they're in the thick of it right now. Just getting pounded with that northern eye wall. Yeah, so they're going to be adding to those totals for sure. Going to take down the garden this weekend, so let it snow. Yeah, so you're in that corridor too, where you're getting a little chilly already, Snowies. I can only hope for fall. I only get fall in the morning times here. Now that it's so dry. Yes, I'm watching a live stream there, and it's very windy. Could you imagine how much snow you'd get if you converted all the water to frozen precipitation? Yeah, right. Mm. Oh my gosh, we're 7 hours in, guys. No wonder I was getting a little tired. Yeah, so hopefully we'll be able to talk about some colder weather soon. I don't like seeing any like Arctic blast or anything like that craziness anytime soon though. So yeah, Inglewood's getting pretty bad. Yeah, I'm seeing upwards to almost 20 inches now in Inglewood. And apparently there's other weather stations isolated amounts of up to 30 inches starting to come in at some of these personal weather stations, in and around the Port Charlotte area and Inglewood. That seems to be the corridor where they're just getting this prolific rain, these dark, deep, oranges and reds and yellows here. Arcadia is getting just pounded right now. Yeah, so they got a ways to go. It's still a Cat 4. Yeah, I mean, we looked at the National Hurricane Center update at 5 o'clock, and we're still at 130 miles an hour. It's still technically a Category 4, 950, 51, 52 millibar low pressure. So yes, we're still at a Cat 4 even right now. Yeah, 951. It's still moving at 8 miles an hour, and so that's why we're seeing some of this prolific flooding unfolding right now, and in and around these areas because just the extreme rainfall weights, and they have not gotten out of the eye wall. They hadn't had any break, and it definitely doesn't look like this area will because this eye wall is continuing to lift north northeast, and they will not be in the eye. All right, so the power outages continue to go up. Now we're talking 1.4 million people, 1.4 without power. That's a 1.4 without power. That's an insane amount. that we're seeing. Hey, everyone, press the like button for Roy. I appreciate it, Weather to Go. Yeah, Weather to Go is another awesome weather channel. If you don't follow him, definitely give him a check out his channel. He updates just as much as I do. Is that where I'm at? I'm close to 1,000. Yeah, I know. It only shows like, well, that's on because I'm streaming on Facebook and YouTube. So the thousands probably on. It's not showing me how many people that are on Facebook. Let's see. Here's the timeline for Orlando tonight. From now through midnight, they're looking at bands of 3 to 6 inches per hour, potentially wind gusts of 50 to 60 miles an hour. From 1 a.m. to 6 a.m., more downpours with 70 plus mile per hour winds. And then from 7 a.m. to noon, this is for Orlando, a lot of the heavier rain starts to back off and winds start to decrease to towards about 55 miles an hour. But even though Orlando's only got about a couple inches right now so far, they're about to get in the heavier rain alignment. I mean, this is what's going to happen, guys. I mean, if you're living in the Orlando area with this drifting northeast, we're basically going to put this band right over the Orlando area. So that's why they're forecasting some just torrential rains into the overnight. And you're going to wake up with probably a lot of flood streets if you live in Orlando tomorrow morning, because you could easily get 12 to 18 inches of rain between now and sunrise tomorrow. Okay, I just wanted to know. Thanks for Pal. I've been off and on all day. The storm is intense. Yes, very much so. This has been one intense storm with a lot of elements. Hey, great news for Tampa and Orlando, but horrible further south. You do a great job, Snowies. Yes, you're a lifesaver, Snowies. And Stormy is too. Thanks, pal. I've been off and on all day. Hey, I'm in Sarasota. Still got power downtown. Oh, awesome. You still got power. That is good to hear, because you're in Sarasota, so you're getting you're more in the brunt of it now with some of those yellows creeping back up in your area. You got another 6 hours in you? I don't know about that. I mean, YouTube's probably going to cut me off eventually, right? So, yeah, so this is one of these storms. I mean, obviously it's going to do a lot of inland impacts. It still has. I mean, we're still got, the backside of the eye wall still over the waters. I mean, that still has not officially fully crossed over completely all on land yet. So it's still pulling in, that's part of the reason why it's still a Cat 4. So it's still a bona fide Category 4 hurricane right now as we speak, and it's made landfall 3 hours ago. So it's remained a category 4 over land for the last 3 hours. How long should the wind be intense in Fort Myers? Family is there and they need info. Yeah, so we're waiting just on the backside of this storm. So yeah, if you're in the Fort Myers area, you're kind of in the cusp of this backside of the storm, and you got kind of all this to come through. So yeah, it's gonna be a while. It's gonna be probably another couple hours before all this moves through. I mean, it's only moving at northeast at 8 miles an hour, and you got this entire backside of it. So I would say at a minimum, at least a couple more hours before things can somewhat get calmer. If I had to put a pencil to it, we'll say by 10 o'clock, maybe by 10 o'clock, 10, I'm central time. So say 11 o'clock your time, 11 o'clock central Eastern Standard Time. It's, things could start recovering, looking a lot better in Fort Myers. But you can see the northern side right now. So I know Tutsville's, so these are the higher totals I'm expecting later on tonight as we start to get this whole system just kind of just really start to evolve into a prolific rain event in the overnight hours. Hey, update on Cape Coral. Well, they're in the brunt of it. I mean, they're basically right there in the extreme wind warning. They're getting the whole backside of the system now. So same way with Fort Myers. It's going to be a while. It's going to be at least a couple more hours before they're completely, at least calmer with. But the whole backside of the storm has to come through. Yeah, Fort Myers Beach looks like they got hit by a mega tsunami. It almost looks like that, right? Yeah, it almost looks like they got boats and yachts and debris and trash and the whole 9 yards all floating down the stream. I mean, people might take a while to find all their stuff. I mean, go to the boat dock and your boat's not there, and then you find it, a mile down the river. I'm thoroughly convinced there's an I named Storm Curse. Yeah, if you remember or not, I mean, remember that's this system that we're highlighting. It had like a 70% chance of developing, and then all of a sudden Gaston developed, out in the middle of nowhere, but took the letter G, and then this storm, became up to a 90% chance of developing, and then it sat there for like 3 or 4 days, allowed Hermine to develop that was coming off the coast of Africa. That storm was not even a storm for like 24 hours. And then that fizzled. And then right when that fizzled, this storm was enough once it got into the Western Caribbean and kind of out of that drier air and not be influenced by Fiona, that it took the letter I. And we already knew that this was the storm to watch out for. So it was almost ominous that it was taking the letter I ironically, when it took Gaston, and Hermine to take the letter I, and now it's gonna go down in retirement. So yeah, it almost feels like it's you cringe when you get to the letter I now and saying, "Uh oh, is this one going to be the big one as well?" That GFS update was good, but it's still acting goofy with the temperatures in October for Midwest. What's up with that? Hmm. Yeah, that Euro run earlier, they actually made a that Euro run dropped the millibars down to back 980 again, and had a second landfall between Savannah and Charleston. So that was you always kind of put more stock in it if the Euro's having it, especially 2 days out. Yeah, so what it does, it kind of takes it further out in the open waters and then swings it back. So it's allowed to go over the open waters further and deepens it further. Because again, this whole area is untapped as well. We haven't had any storms around here. So the updated GFS. The GFS has got a 990, 987. That's the new update for that would be a hurricane as well. So it looks like now the Euro and the GFS are both on board with a potential redevelopment of a hurricane and making landfall late Friday night or into Saturday after this emerges out into the open waters of the Gulf. Oh, and the icon has it too. The icon actually has it down to a 977 millibar on late Friday night, early Saturday morning. So we got multiple models now. Not only does it have going out into the Atlantic again, but actually intensifying back to a hurricane and making a secondary landfall as a hurricane between Savannah and Charleston late Friday night, early Saturday morning. So we're starting to see increasing possibilities of that happening, 2 days from now. And for the most part, you can almost say this entire swath of Florida is going to get some sort of at least hurricane force wind gust before it reemerges out in the open waters. So we could be having hurricane force wind gust through pretty much the entire state of Florida and then start to impact Georgia and South Carolina with hurricane force wind gusts. But yeah, I would say that's definitely an increasing possibility. I would imagine the National Hurricane Center is going to have to take a look more of a look at that and saying, hey, there's more increasing concerns that this is going to be, re-intensifying once it gets back out into the Atlantic. And it doesn't take much. I mean, it's not going to take much once it gets back. I mean, it didn't take much when it, after they came off the coast of Cuba, right? I mean, the storm, just continued its strength. It's still going to have it's still going to have its structure because it's coming from a category 4. It's still a category 4, right? I mean, we still got to go down all the way to a minimal hurricane, if not a up, strong tropical storm by the time it gets off into the other side of the, into Daytona Beach area. But then it reemerges back out in the Atlantic and possibly intensifies back into at least a minimal hurricane. It could be borderline category 2 hurricane by the time it makes landfall, but at least there's probably more confirmation saying, hey, we could have a second hurricane landfall, sometime late Friday night or early Saturday morning. I deserve a lovely dinner tonight. Yeah, I don't know what the plans is. I don't even know where everybody's at. So I'm kind of lost in the loop. But there, I don't hear anybody. I know what is tonight, Wednesday. It doesn't sound like anybody's here. I know my wife had to go pick up the kids from school. So, okay. So she probably took my son to work. Oh, yeah. So, okay. So that's where they're at. My son had an after school activity and then he's got to go to work tonight. So that's why no one's here. Hey, it's showing lower 90s for high temperatures in October the 7th, but I feel like that way it's too overdone. Oh, for the up north? Wow, that would be pretty hot. Well, I mentioned weather on the go that we highlighted there's actually going to be another recurving typhoon potentially, if you can believe that. So it looks like it's probably not as intense as the last one, but it definitely appears that there's going to be another recurving West Pacific storm that maybe travels south of the Aleutian Islands. That's probably going to amplify the ridge somewhere and really kind of, again, alter the kind of the weather pattern going in beyond that time frame. So it's pretty unique setup that we're in with all these recurving typhoons like we're seeing. But yeah, so that it definitely appears within the next 7 days we could be having another recurving typhoon that could get mixed up in our weather pattern. That's probably having some of these extreme type spikes in temperatures and setups just because of that. Yes, for all of you, you've been on the air all day, no breaks. Hey, Holly, how are you doing? Yeah, so it's 5:30. We've got, the power outages keep adding up in Florida. Now we're up to 1.5 million guys. And you got to imagine it's only going to go up. I mean, I can't imagine a scenario that number's going to go down anytime soon. We're just going to be adding to those totals as the eye wall continues to come further inland. It hasn't even completely moved inland yet. So we're still seeing the whole backside still out in the open waters, and it hasn't even completely entered the Florida yet. So we can only say it, as this continues to move northeast. I mean, we're going to be adding to those power outages to places in Kissimmee and to Orlando and to Daytona Beach. I mean, it's almost like a certainty that at least some power outage is going to be adding to those totals as it continues to inundate more real estate in Florida. And once the power goes out, it might be a while before it's restored because you can't really get out of in the elements until the storm moves past. So going to be a while. I mean, it's not projected to be past Florida for like 30 hours. So it's going to be well into tomorrow night before it's going to be, probably out, into the open waters of the Atlantic, well into the overnight hours tomorrow night. So you got a full day of it, all for the rest of the night, and then tomorrow too. Yeah, I got up early. It's one of those things. I think I woke up about, I don't know, 3:30. I just happened to check my phone. It's like, where's the storm at? Where's it at? And it was still like 120. But the next update at 4 o'clock in the morning, it boom, I could actually already see it. I was like, man, this thing is really. I was seeing some of the weather, the Hurricane Hunter data come in, and this thing is really starting to deepen, pretty intense. And over the course of the 3 hours there, it dropped 35 and increased 35 miles per hour to, we went from a 963 to a 937 just like that in 3 hours. And then once it hit that, it stayed there. I mean, it stayed there for the last 4 or 5 hours. And right now we're still in the cusp of a 4. I would imagine at the 6 o'clock update that we're going to be probably going back down to a 3, but still a major hurricane. Still a major hurricane well inland. Hey, Caitlin, how are you doing? Power went out at my boyfriend's house in Tampa. Wind gusts picked up. Shingles came off the roof. Damaged materials flying around. Yeah, so you're probably getting the look. I mean, this is the first sign. You're honestly getting into the little bit more intense stuff into the Tampa area. You were on the southern flank of it, but now that the storm has continued to lift northeast, you're starting to get the outer effects of Ian into the St. Petersburg area, into the Tampa area. So you're getting all that. So you're going to get the brunt of this storm for the next couple hours for sure. Hey, Mr. Powell, do you think that the backside of the hurricane will hit Fort Myers still very hard? Well, we are seeing that. It's kind of a catch-22 as it's coming inland. It still holds them together on the backside because it's got the ocean to work with. But now that there's land, there's a lot of dry air, right? I mean, there's a lot there's kind of a weakening the storm as it continues to push inland. So we're seeing the backside intensify, but we're not seeing the front side, intensify because the right side's got land to work with, the left side's got all the ocean to work with. So what looked to be more of an alignment, if everything held together, we're starting to see the kind of the eating away of the precipitation, and in closer to the Fort Myers area. That it might not be as intense as it once looked, and everything's going to be kind of transitioning not as a right side loaded storm, but as a backside loaded storm. I mean, see how intense it is you got basically 2 storms now. You got not much here, but then you got everything on the backside, but not much on the right side. Yes, especially with this storm system. I mean, in certain parts. So, I mean, we're still got the ocean. We got a good chunk of it still out in the open waters. All this line here that's still out into the open waters. That's why, unfortunately, Inglewood's in the bullseye. I mean, they've already picked up, almost close to 20 inches of rain in that area. Arcadia's been getting crushed for the last hour or two, and it's not even budging. They're just getting insane rainfall rates in the Arcadia area right now. Is the entire island of Cuba without power, or has it been restored? Um, hey, Stormy. Oh, wow. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes YouTube like unsubscribes to you. So I don't know. I don't know what's happened sometimes, but yeah, thanks for subscribing again. um, what was it? Oh, Cuba? Is Cuba still without power? The last time I checked, they were, but I don't know. I haven't been getting the updates on Cuba. "21 hours ago, hurricane collapsed. Ireland's 11 million people. That was 3 hours ago. I mean, it looks like on quick search that they're still without power. Heard that the entire island of Cuba was without power thanks to the hurricane. Da, da, da. Yeah, the news, that was 8 hours ago. I'm not seeing anything closer than that. Electrical workers in Cuba. The storm left the entire country. Yeah, so it's still, yeah, it still seems like they're without power from what I'm gathering here. I mean, remember, even Puerto Rico, there's still over 300,000 people without power. So at one point there were what 1.4 million customers without power. So, and that's been well over a week, if not a week and a half now. So it's going to take a while for everything to be restored, especially in those areas. Near the same time, also. Oh, a Charlie landfall. Yeah, that's creepy. Yeah, that's kind of creepy that everything aligns so close to that storm. Yeah, it looks like as of 1 hour ago, they're still without power in Cuba. Oh, you lived in Naples in 2004? Yeah, that's definitely a nice area down there. Here, hold on. Sounds like I gotta let the dogs in. All right, I'm back. Sunny. Yes, she's in the other room. She's getting heavy. It's hard to... Sunny, let's say hi. Come on. Okay. Yeah, here's you see Sunny? She's growing up fast. She's like 35 pounds now. This dog needs to stop growing. So, but yeah, this is my corgi. She's 1 year old, August the 6th. So she's getting 14 months old now. So I picked her up when she was 13 weeks. So yeah, little Sunny, she's not so little anymore. They call it a sack of potatoes. So she's like short and stocky. So, but yeah, she is wound up. That dog has a lot of energy. So yeah, she loves for me to throw the toy for her. What's the other dog? Oh, that's Roxy. They want to see you too. That's my other Jack. That's a Jack Russell. So Roxy's basically 11, and then Sunny's 1. So I have a 1 year old and an 11 year old. So we got Roxy. She was a rescue when we got her when she was 2. So we've had her for 9 years, and of course we just got Sunny about a year ago. And I don't have any cats. I don't have any other pets. Hey, my dog is literally my shadow, even though I'm cleaning the kitchen. He's right behind me. Yeah, they basically follow me everywhere I go. They seem to. This was like they're scratching at the door, even though it's, it's a nice day outside. There's not a cloud in the sky. It's not that hot, but they want to be where I am, right? They want to be. I feel like they're missing out on something if they're not where I am. I need some birds. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I got plenty of birds. They're just all outside. I got a whole laundry list of birds. I got 4 or 5 feeders that I'm in charge of. I got hummingbird feeders. There's a whole laundry list of birds I have. We got all kinds of birds in the backyard. There's nothing inside. So squirrels, raccoons, I don't know, anything that loves the bird seed. But yeah, I got one in the front, a couple on the side of the house, 2 in the back of the house. Yeah, there's all kinds of birds. And we live on a corner lot here, and there's birds everywhere. So yeah, she's heavier. The heavier than I thought she was going to be. My little Sunny is not so little anymore. So yeah, so stop growing. But no, I think she's maxed out. At one point, we probably fed her the puppy food probably longer than we should have. So they tend to have like more calories in it than the normal food. But we've changed over that food since then. So she's starting to level off a little bit, but she's still got she could lose a couple pounds. All right, so it looks like we might have another update from the Hurricane Center at 6 o'clock. I would imagine it's not going to be a Category 4 any longer, because this right side of the eye is basically completely exposed. There is no eye anymore. I mean, this thing is really kind of coming apart. It's really developing on the backside still, and just Arcadia is just getting crushed right now with these rainfall rates. Yeah, so they're showing the intensity of this eye wall is like pretty intense. Hey, Laura. Hey, thanks so much. Yeah, the brown ocean effect is looks like slowing down Ian to weakening faster. Well, the last update was still 130 miles an hour, so we'll see where it's at now. But I would imagine it's probably closer to 120 now. But yeah, there is almost like no side. There's no right side anymore. It's basically completely exposed. But yeah, 40, 46 dBz, 48. That's some intense rain right now on the north side of that eye wall for sure. And the new updated totals will be up at 6 o'clock, so we'll look at those again. So we're starting to see St. Petersburg record high water levels taking. I see St. Petersburg is 5 feet. Yeah, really afraid of what's going on when the storm finally passes. Yeah, Fort Myers. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you see holes in people's roofs. That's always a sign where people had to escape to the attic. And whenever you see holes in roofs like that, that's when they basically had to take an axe and cut through the attic just to stay alive and go to the roof because there's definitely scenes of water coming up to the rooftops in Fort Myers. Yeah, that backside of the eye wall, that was pretty intense. I mean, that's an intense backside of the eye wall there. Yeah, I'll go through some of my. There's probably some new people. I'm gonna go through some of my pictures on Twitter here. Yeah, so here's a scene from Northport about 22 minutes ago. This is the back half of the storm. Yeah, pretty intense here of this back side of the system. Yeah, this is the whole other side of Hurricane Ian on the back side. Here's another shot in Fort Myers when the storm was coming through. Pretty intense stuff. There was Punta Gorda about 48 minutes ago as the second half of the system came through. Yeah, here's from the National Weather Service in Jacksonville calling for Flagler County 15 to 20 inches, some isolated 30-inch spots. Northeast Florida 8 to 15 inches, isolated 18 inches, Southeast Georgia possibly 5 to 9 inches of rain. Okay, so here's confirmation in Cape Coral. We had a wind gust of 140 miles an hour. That looks to be the highest wind gust that I've seen so far on land, 140 miles an hour. southeast in Cape Coral. Yeah, they're swimming in the homes. This is a home in Naples here that they're just making the best of it, right? This is basically 4 feet of water inside their home, and they were literally swimming in their home. So yeah, just more and more scenes like this are unfolding across Naples. Here's some scenes from Naples earlier. Yeah, everything's pretty much underwater in Naples. Cars completely submerged. You can barely see the top of that car there. But yeah, I mean, still expecting some pretty heavy rains. There's that high end rain amounts through this central swath of Florida. Then once it emerges back out in the Atlantic, we're going to be looking at heavier rain amounts extending from Savannah to Charleston back into Augusta. Through the weekend once it emerges, and possibly, yeah, there's the latest EPS guidance from the ensemble members, hinting at that, going directly back into the southeast coast again. So we're gonna have a second landfall, no question. Either it's going to be a strong tropical storm again, or it's going to be a minimal or a category 2 hurricane coming back in for the southeast late Friday into Saturday. Yeah, here's the one earlier. The tree branch, he got hit by the tree branch. Jim Cantori did. You can see it right here. He's about to get hit. Oh, I guess it wasn't that shot, but there was one shot he did get hit. But yeah, putting himself out of the elements like that's always a danger. That's when the winds were, over at 100 miles an hour. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The pictures that's coming out of Fort Myers that basically holes in the roof. When it's essentially up to your roof like that, there is basically nowhere to go. You got to go through the attic and climb on top of your roof, and hopefully they come get you, because there's no way out. You can't go anywhere. So these are just horrific scenes that are coming out of Fort Myers, and that it's just going to be just widespread damage for miles and miles and miles. So there's I Cyclone. He was in Punta Gorda. He went right over the eye wall. This is the back half of the system that came through once he was literally in the eye. He experienced the calmness of the eye, where there was absolutely dead calm, no wind whatsoever, and then wham on the back side of the system. So he loves to pick out the exact spot, and he typically nails it. He went right into the eye of the storm, and then he likes to experience the calmness and get deep into the eye of the hurricane, and then get the other side, the back half of the system. So yeah, Punta Gorda was one of the spots that was able to get exactly both sides of the storm like that. But yeah, so that's some pictures coming out from what's happening on at ground level. That's pretty intense stuff, right? Hey, what's not lovely is Florida. I guess. Yeah, it's pretty awful. All right, so it looks like the 6 o'clock advisory is going to be out shortly. Okay, so we're here. So the 6 o'clock update is here. So it looks like, all right, the forward speed has not changed. We're still at 8 miles an hour. So it's still at 8 miles an hour. We're still at 955 millibars. So it's risen up a couple more millibars. And now we're down to 125 mile per hour wind. So it did knock it out of category 4. Now we're in category 3 strength. Port Charlotte. So we have another confirmation in Port Charlotte. It looks like at a weather station in Port Charlotte received 132 mile per hour wind gust when Ian made landfall. So Cape Coral had 140, and then Port Charlotte got confirmed of 132 mile per hour wind gust there. Looks like the University of Florida Coastal Monitoring Program wind tower, estimated 104 mile per hour winds. So we're starting to see the storms, slowly starting to wind down. But for any other storm that wasn't, nearing a category 5 to begin with, 125 miles an hour is definitely nothing to sneeze at. That's still a formidable, strong major hurricane still, with just relenting rain amounts coming in this area, especially on the west side of the eye wall. Now it's almost taken on 2 completely different types of storms. So now it's essentially extremely dry on the right side, but then still everything's locked into the west side of the storm. Hey, good night, Stormy. Thanks for everything you do. Hey, thanks, Weather to Go. Good night. Yeah, time to eat dinner. Yes, we're getting to be that time. Oh, I'm at 8 hours, so they kicked me out of Facebook now. So I only have 8-hour limit on Facebook. So they gave me the boot. I'm no longer streaming on Facebook now. Yeah, I don't know how much longer I'll be on Weather to Go. So I'm probably I'm getting tired. And I'm sure they want to go eat somewhere because they're about to be home. But yeah, so it's gonna be a long night. It's gonna be a long night for Central Florida for sure. Yeah, some of these power outages are really starting to add up in a big way. Over 1.5 million now without power. Yeah, there I got the we're having trouble streaming to Facebook, so they has the eye wall collapsed. I mean, pretty much. I mean, it's been on land for, you gotta realize it's been on land for at 3:05, so it's been 4 hours. It's been 4 hours since it's been on land. So, but yeah, so the right side of the eye walls, essentially completely collapsed. Everything's such west side loaded now. So everything's locked onto the west side. Yeah, let's look at some of these rainfall totals again, because these are some of these that are going to be pretty pronounced, I would imagine. That's the 6 o'clock, so it didn't update yet. I'll give it another couple minutes because I'm interested. I'd like to look at that. Yeah, so let's look at the updated track from the National Hurricane Center going forward. All right, so here's where we are now. So it's essentially a category 3 still, really basically over the Arcadia area. That's why they're getting pummeled with very intense rain right now. That's going to continue northeast, drop down to a category 1 sometime in the overnight hours. So it's going to decrease another 20 miles an hour for the next 6 hours. And then it's going to cross essentially right near Orlando as a minimal hurricane or a very strong tropical storm. Crossover near between Tutsville and Orlando overnight into the early tomorrow morning, and then it's going to merge back out into the open waters, which is almost a certainty at this point. And it could be a formidable tropical storm, as we get into early Friday morning. But all signs point to either it's definitely going to emerge. It's definitely going to make landfall again. How much it intensifies. From once it comes out of Orlando, once it goes back into Savannah, kind of remains to be seen because that's 1 o'clock. And that's okay. So that's 24-hour time span. So it looks to stay over the water for a good 24 hours. That's probably plenty enough time to possibly regenerate and maybe gain more intensity and before it makes landfall again between Savannah and Charleston. Sometime on Friday afternoon going into Friday night. So we're going to be still dealing with this storm, and then inland flooding is going to be pretty pronounced with this storm, as we head into the weekend, as it goes through into Columbia, into Charlotte, and eventually heads into West Virginia eventually. Hey, Heather. Yeah, no, I understand. Appreciate you coming on for the coverage. Thanks for all your help. Yeah, we're going to look at these rainfall totals one more time. And then we're probably going to call it a night for ourselves as well. Okay, so this is the new data. So this is the new data from at 6 o'clock. So, all right, so let's look at some of these rainfall totals, especially up here near the Arcadia area where they just been pummeled the last hour or so. So yeah, now we're looking at confirmation of 13 inches in Arcadia, which they've added another 4 since last hour. So we're over a foot of rain now. But once we get towards the Northport area, that's when we start getting to some of these extreme amounts. 17 inches. Northport's at 19 inches. Inglewood's closer to 19, 20 inches. So we're starting to see some near 20-inch totals now. And the Venice area, Inglewood, Northport, Port Charlotte, this whole swath there is getting a good, over a foot of rain. So yeah, that's going to be the concern in the overnight hours is just the prolific rain. Yeah, Tootsville's over 6 inches now, so you're starting to creep back up there now. We've added another inch in Orlando. There's 3 to 4 just on the north side. Yeah, Daytona Beach is closer to 3 inches now. But Tampa has been on the outskirts this whole time from this system. They're still sitting about 2 inches. Further south, this is where they got hit with all the surge. So essentially closer to 5, 6, 7 inches in Naples. And where it really kind of came ashore, this is where they had the brunt of the, of the storm surge. So yeah, so really, historic flooding for so yeah, so we're going to be adding to these totals into the overnight hours for sure. So we're going to be still dealing with the pronounced effects from Ian. At last check on the weather, yeah. So now 1.6 million customers without power. I mean, we're probably going to be adding to at least another million people without power in Florida as this storm gets further inland throughout the night. Just a dangerous setup. There's no two ways about it. It's been an historic storm for sure. So we're probably gonna be signing off. We're being on here for 8 hours and 8 minutes now. So I appreciate everyone tuning in for live coverage this morning, this afternoon, and now we're getting to the evening time frame now. And we'll definitely keep you updated on this storm, and probably have another update for you tomorrow on what's happened, not just here, but of course the rest of the nation, what's happening out there. All right, guys, appreciate you tuning in. Thanks for all the new subscribers out there, the new members of the channel, for those that follow and subscribe to the channel, and of course all the donations that came in tonight. Greatly appreciate it. All right, y'all. Thanks, Catherine. Thanks, Noe. Thanks for all your help, Laura. Appreciate it so much. Y'all have a good evening. Y'all be safe out there. We'll see you later. Bye. Good night.